Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Syria's President Ahmed Al-Sharah is meeting US President Donald Trump at the White House for unprecedented talks. President Trump has threatened to sue the BBC for $1 billion after its chair apologized for how the corporation edited a speech he made. And this year's UN Climate Change Conference COP30 begins in Brazil. Now, Syria's President Ahmed Al-Sharah is meeting US President Donald Trump at the White House for unprecedented talks just days after Washington removed him from the sanctions list. Sharah, whose opposition forces ousted longtime ruler Bashar al-Assad late last year, will be the first Syrian leader to visit the White House since the country's independence in 1946. For more on this, I'm joined from Washington by former Syrian diplomat and consulate researcher at CGA Center of Global Affairs, Bassam Barabandi. Thank you so much for your time with me this evening, Bassam. A pleasure to have you on the show. First of all, as we just said, this is a historic moment. You met Syria's leader, Ahmed Al-Sharah, yesterday ahead of his meeting with President Donald Trump. How was he feeling about this moment and this meeting he was due to have?
Thank you for having me. Yesterday, Sharah, and he always like this. He's always ambitious. He always confident. He knows what he wants. He knows how to sell his messages. His idea is very clear. His ambition is very big. I think it will be easy communication with the President Trump since he knows what he wants. He knows and expect what the American wants from Syria as well. So it's a historical moment where this United States is encouraging Syria to move forward in stability, in doing peace with all neighbors, to have civil peace within the old component. And I think Mr. Sharah understand very well these points, and he will address it accordingly.
Ahmed Al-Sharah fought for Al-Qaeda in Iraq and was for a time imprisoned by US forces. His visit comes just 2 days after the US removed him from the sanctions list. Why is Washington doing this now?
Look, we have to put it in a huge or bigger, much bigger perspective. United States is telling the whole radical movements in the world, Sunni or Shiite or whatever, that United States is not anti any group. It's not anti any government or any system. It's about interest. If you work with us to achieve mutual interest, we are open. Mr. Sharah get that message clearly from day one. He approached United States. He approached the Saudi Arabia, Turkey, all the neighboring country to say the past is past, is done. Now let's build something for the future. Let's build stability. Let's build everything that all the people in the region wants. And I think that his message, it goes exactly with the administration, with the President Trump agenda in the region. And they contain him, they help him. They are open all the doors for him to say, we will give you a chance. Till today, the key word with the American approaching the Syria is we will give you the chance. We will give you all the tools, all the opportunities that this make the chance successful story for you and for the United States. And Mr. Sharah, he got the message very clearly and wisely. I think he is doing all what the United States is expecting him to do toward his people, Syrian people, and toward the interests of the United States. Part of this understanding, this huge package that the United States looking at the whole region, they give him all the needs, as I mentioned, so they waive his name from terrorist list in the United States and Security Council. It's become irrelevant. He's the head of the state, transitional head of the states. Today he will sign counter-ISIS. He will join the counter-ISIS coalition. Yesterday, the Syrian forces with American forces, they raid more than 71 places in different parts of Syria. It's a joint operation against ISIS leaders or ISIS sleeping cells. He worked with the United States, with the Western countries to cut the lines between Iran and other terrorist groups in the region, not using Syria. There's no more Captagon the way it used to be. So he's doing everything literally that the Syrian people needs and the American interest matching the American interests and the regional countries. So that's why people are encouraged, the governments are encouraged by his behavior, by his attitude, by his seriousness, and they give him more incentive to go forward. Syria is weak, the institution is weak. Don't forget that we came from 15 years of civil war, 55 years of socialist dictatorship of Assad. Literally, we don't have this institution the way people think it is institution. They are trying to build it. So all this help, all this support to help Syria to be more stable, more engaged with the world, and more happy ending for the whole Syrian and successful story for the American new model.
Bassam, a big question to ask is, in recent months, there has been deadly violence in Syria between Sunni Bedouin tribal fighters and Druzi militants. Can the HTS-led government restore stability to Syria? You just mentioned it to me there right now, that Syria is in a difficult position. It's coming out of 15 years of the Bashar al-Assad regime, but we're still seeing violence in the country.
Correct. So number one, just to correct the terms, it's not HTS government. We have 5 or 6 ministers. They have a British nationality, Brazil, American, Canadian, and other nationalities. So they are bringing as much as they can the Syrian experts from outside to be in the government. So it's not HTS or it's not Islamic State government. It's a Syrian government. Yet we cannot say it's a clean, white, colorful government. No, as you mentioned, we have 14 years of the war. There's all kind of militia. All countries are involved in Syrian conflict, as you know. It's not easy to clean everything. But everybody, I think yesterday we had a meeting with Mr. Al-Sharah, with the Syrian community in the United States. There was more than 750 people. There was a clear harmony in the talks between Al-Sharah and the Syrian. There's connection was very warm and very natural. Everybody on the same page. We need to move forward. We have a lot of problems. Foreign Minister Shebani, he was very clear to say we make a mistake in Sweden, in the Druze, and there's a lot of efforts to fix that things. Again, we talk about the institution. We need to build the institution in modern way, in more professional way. I think that will help to solve all domestic issues. The economy is collapsing, as you know, as you can imagine. 90% of Syrians are under poverty line. 60% of Syrian infrastructure has been destroyed. So it's not easy task. And they don't know how to rule all Syria. For them, they will be controlling some part of Syria, Idlib. Now they have to control all Syria with all its complexity. So it takes time, but again, he is sending all the right messages. He's taking all the right steps. People are following and observing the Western countries, the Arab countries, Turkey. Everybody is encouraging, and they say they are serious. And they try to, as much as we can, all together, collectively, Syrian and the Western country or the neighbor countries, to move forward, to solve these issues. Is it easy? It's not easy, absolutely not easy. Mistrust is big, the resources is very limited, sanction is heavy. That the importance of today's visit. So today's visit, they will announce 3 or 4 announcements from Commerce Department, U.S. Commerce Department, U.S. Treasury, State Department, in the sign that we, United States, encourage direct investment money into Syria, just to help the economy and help the government to stand up in a professional way to solve all its issues that inside Syria.
We've just spoken, and you've just talked to me about the complexities inside of Syria and how difficult it is coming out of the regime that the Syrians were under to now rebuilding, to development. They're holding the talks with Donald Trump at the moment. Due shortly in the White House is Al-Sharaa. And according to reports, the US is planning to establish a military base near Damascus and also a possible security pact between Syria and Israel. You spoke to Al-Sharaa yesterday yourself, the leader of Syria. What did he say could be achieved in today's meeting, and what is important for him right now?
He was very clear that Syria is Syria. It's 185,000 square meters, and all this Syria. So that means he will not give concessions on the land for anyone. That very clear red lines for him. He wants peace with Israel. Since he became president till today, he never mentioned any word hostile to Israel. He just said we want peace in the region. They engage with the peace talks with Israel. I think 5 or 6 rounds of talks, many different parts of the world. I think it was very close to achieve some demilitarization connection between Syria and Israel, to bring it to where the border was, or the contact forces between Syria and Israel in 1974 used to be. I think we were very close. I think still we are very close. It's more about United States to put more pressure on Israeli to accommodate the security for both sides. I think we're back to the Syrian people more than the Shara. I think most of the Syrian people, they see the value of have peace with Israel, to have stability in the region. We are really tired from the world. We have in Europe, we have more than 6 million Syrian refugees in Europe. I think most of them, they would love to come back to Syria. To come back to Syria, they need school, for example. Basic thing, they need school, they need electricity. How you encourage person in Germany or United Kingdom or France, let's say, or even in Turkey to come back with his family to Syria, and there's no school system or no healthcare system. So the people are aware that stability is important. Stability include have kind of arrangement with Israel. So it's with a public mood momentum. It's up now to the United States to put real pressure on Israel to accept whatever deal they have done, they have achieved. I think tomorrow will be much better than today. Again, the U.S. Understand the value of this moment. They understand that this person can deliver internally into Syria and in the United States interest and the regional interest. That's why they are supporting him. That's why Mr. Trump is meeting with him. Definitely, there's a lot of conditions. It's not easy meeting will be. I think the American will be very clearly about investment, about protecting minorities, about institution, about the peace with Israel as well, about countering Iran, countering ISIS, Captain. There's a lot of challenges and demands that Americans understand very well, the challenges that the new government face. So they are trying to match what they need of what available with this. So that meeting today, I think, will try to narrow the gaps to fill more U.S. support for the Syrian government to achieve its domestic agenda that would reflect positively on the regional agenda.
Bassam Barabandi, thank you so much for speaking to me and your insights on that historic visit. We can now go to Ambassador James Franklin Jeffrey, a former U.S. envoy to Syria. James, a pleasure to have you on the show. You were the U.S. envoy to Syria under President Trump during his first term. What do you make of him meeting the Syrian leader Ahmed Al-Sharah today in the White House?
Thanks for having me on. It is simply the culmination of a policy under the first Trump administration to support Hayat Tahrir al-Sham indirectly, because they were still on the terrorist list, in two things. One is their fight against Assad, Iran and its proxies, and Russia in Idlib in the northwest. Secondly, Al-Sharah and his people were providing refuge to 3 million internally displaced Syrians right on the Turkish border. We were terrified they would flee into Turkey and on into Europe, creating a repeat of the chaos in Europe and Turkey in 2015. So we provided economic support through USAID. We had everybody up to President Trump demanding of the Russians not to launch attacks into Idlib. And in various ways, indirectly, we supported him. And in fact, in the end, he delivered, along with the rest of the Syrian people, to overthrow the hated, dangerous Assad regime. We now have the chance, with Iran defeated throughout the region, finally, and most importantly in Syria, to start building a new Middle East. That's what this visit is all about. It's important for Syria and the Syrian people, but it's very important for the region and for the American vision of how the region should evolve.
And since taking power, Sharah has been working hard to re-establish Syria's presence on the world stage after decades of isolation and 13 years of deadly civil war. But does the US president and Donald Trump hold the key to Syria's future?
Americans think they hold the key to everything. That's not true. But what is very important, and what will be discussed today, is the Caesar sanctions. During my tenure, we put them in place to crush the Assad economy and put him under the sort of pressure that would lead to a ceasefire, which we did get, and then eventually his overthrow. But now the Caesar sanctions need to be lifted. They are stifling in foreign investment. They are stifling even the transfer of money because they're very powerful, very intricate sanctions. The U.S. Congress has to lift them. They are reviewing alternatives. Some of them will not do the job because they will be temporary or they will be not complete. And it's up to President Trump to pick up the phone and tell those remaining members of Congress that they need to support this, or otherwise the Syrian recovery will lag and the entire vision for the region will be put at risk.
And President Trump met Sharaa in May during a visit to Riyadh, where he described him as a tough guy with a very strong past. In the recent months, we've seen deadly violence in Syria between religious minorities. How concerning is this?
All violence, every death is of concern. But those of us who have been in the region, and I spent 10 years in conflict zones, Kuwait, the Kurdish areas of eastern Turkey, Iraq, and of course Syria, there's always a certain amount of violence. The question is, what is the government doing about it? How widespread is it? Is it increasing? Is it decreasing? We saw 2 outbreaks in the spring and early summer in the west against Alawites and in the south against Druze. But we haven't seen anything since then, and the Al-Sharah government has moved to investigate these things, to at least arrest a few people. It's not enough, but it certainly is a refreshing change from what we saw under Assad and, frankly, what I've seen in many other countries. So I think at this point, President Trump, but more importantly, the international community that is united in trying to help this guy at this point, will give him the benefit of the doubt, and we should.
And I just want to get a final thought for you on a slightly different story. The chair of the BBC has apologised for an error of judgment over the edit of President Trump's speech. The Director General and the CEO have both resigned over this controversy. Trump is now threatening to sue the BBC for $1 billion. In your opinion, do you think the BBC has lost all credibility, and will Donald Trump win this fight?
I don't know about a legal matter involving Trump. That is a real snake pit to go into. But I will say that the BBC acted correctly in removing its top leadership. This is a very serious issue. It was blatant. It involved one of the most important and powerful people to the governors of BBC, the British government, that is Donald Trump. And it underscores the problem. It's easy to report objectively and fairly on people and things you like. It's very difficult to report, in this case, Donald Trump, on people and things you don't like. But that's where the credibility of any news media outlet is measured.
Ambassador James Franklin Jeffrey, brilliant to speak to you and get your thoughts on that. Thank you so much for your time this evening. Now, the BBC has issued an apology and said it made an error of judgment over how it edited a speech by President Trump in a Panorama documentary that made it look like he was urging people to attack the US Capitol. It follows the resignation of the CEO of the BBC News, Deborah Turnus, and its Director General, Tim Davie, last night. They both admitted mistakes had been made. Meanwhile, President Trump has sent a letter to the BBC threatening to sue the organisation for $1 billion. We can now speak to the deputy editor of The Spectator, Freddie Gray. Freddie, great to have you on the show. President Trump is threatening to sue the BBC for $1 billion if it does not respond within days over speech edit error. Trump is going big. He has sued other newspapers and media outlets. What do you make of all of this?
Well, he is going big, but what's interesting is that $1 billion is fairly small if you compare it to his other lawsuits against media companies. I think his one with the New York Times is $15 billion. He's got one against the Wall Street Journal for $10 billion. It's very much in the character of the second Trump administration to do this. They go after people who are in their way. They go after them very, very hard. And what's interesting with the BBC story is that he has sort of tapped into a kind of mini civil war within the BBC, which is, as a lot of your viewers will know, is a very big and important institution in British life. And it's had this report, this Prescott report, leaked memo last week to the Daily Telegraph, detailing instances of bias within the BBC, within its news reporting, and the Trump speech, the example of them horrifically editing the Trump speech to make it sound much worse than it was, that's been the leading item. But what's really going on is a kind of big knife fight within the BBC over who controls the BBC. And you're hearing a lot of complaints this morning from people on the sort of liberal left of the BBC that there is a kind of right-wing coup going on. This word coup seems to be being used a lot. And that's because various figures who are appointed by Boris Johnson who are now involved in the BBC were behind the report into its biases. So there's a tremendous fight going on. Add Donald Trump, and you've got amazing pyrotechnics.
Yeah, absolutely. Pyrotechnics for sure. Freddie, what you've just described to me there is a corporation in absolute chaos. The BBC is now searching for a new boss and CEO after scandal after scandal. Why has the Director General, Tim Davie, and the CEO resigned now? This is not the first problem that they faced. It feels like it's been months, almost years of it. We've not really seen much apology or much response taken. It just seems to be like, why now? Why was this the straw that broke the camel's back?
Well, I think it was a combination of things. I think there's been a large build-up of pressure on Tim Davie. There's been a lot of mistakes. There was a Glastonbury concert this summer where Bob Vylan shouted death, death to the IDF, and the BBC didn't cut it and they let it broadcast for a bit longer after that, which was a big sort of breach of its impartiality. There was a Hugh Edwards scandal, who was a disgraced BBC presenter who had sexual problems that were reported in the press, and seemed like the BBC had been covering it up for some time. There are endless examples of BBC problems, and you can put it down to a few bad eggs, or you can say there's something wrong with the direction of the broadcaster. And I think finally Davie got the message, so did Deborah Turness, that they couldn't go on. But I think what is interesting is that these scandals have happened a lot to the BBC over the last 20 years. And they've gone through quite a few director generals, quite a few resignations of senior staff after there's been some scandal. But the real problem, I think, and a lot of people are realizing this, is that maybe the BBC just has to accept that in an age of streaming and, global multimedia, the BBC's license fee purpose, that means that British people like myself have to pay a license fee just to be able to watch the BBC. It's a tax effectively on people who watch television, linear television. In an age of non-linear television, or increasingly diversified television and entertainment, the purpose of the BBC, the purpose of the license fee is not really clear, and it's not really sustainable, a lot of people think. So there is going to be a push now, and this will be decried in left of centre circles as a kind of sinister Tory plot to privatise the BBC, etc., etc. But there will be a push now to say, well, why don't we have a BBC funding model that works just like Netflix or any other media group, where you pay a monthly subscription voluntarily rather than this current license fee arrangement, which leaves a lot of people very unhappy.
Yeah, absolutely, Freddie. That's a really good point, that there's still a license fee that needs to be paid, but it's publicly funded, the BBC in the UK. But just looming large over this whole story is President Donald Trump. And we've seen him call out fake news and say the media is trying to stitch him up. Now we've seen this unfold at the BBC. I think the big question is, you mentioned the future of the licence fee, but what is the future of the BBC? Do you think we could see the it change into a Netflix model? Do you think there's going to be a big shake-up now that we've seen Tim Davie leave?
I suspect that there'll be a tremendous fuss about it. There'll be a campaign to get rid of the license fee, but it will be ignored, shoved under the carpet. The BBC will appoint someone else. We don't know who. And then in about 6 months to another year, there'll be another disgrace and scandal, and it will just carry on rumbling on. My hunch is that this is not going to be enough to kind of dismantle the BBC as it currently is. It's a very powerful institution in Britain. And as for Donald Trump, I do think an interesting part of this story is that Donald Trump and a lot of people in his administration anyway are very concerned about speech in Britain. And the BBC ties into this somewhat. They feel that there is a sort of climate of censorship in Britain, a climate of fake news and censorship that they really dislike. And another interesting story that's breaking today, again, the Telegraph with another scoop, is that Imran Ahmed, who works for the Centre for Countering Digital Hate in America, and that's a British institution which is about online hatred, combating online hatred, has been threatened with deportation from America. And the reason that's interesting is because Morgan McSweeney, who is effectively runs the government in many ways, a very important figure within the Labour government here, is behind the Centre for Countering Digital Hate. And it's felt that the Centre for Countering Digital Hate, while it claims to counter digital hate, actually propagates quite a lot of misinformation and disinformation about what's going on in the world. So it'll be very interesting to see how much the Trump administration starts to focus its energies on its concerns about disinformation, fake news on the BBC, and then the BBC will inevitably at some stage return fire, or British journalists will return fire by talking about fake news and disinformation in Trump world. It's going to be a bit of an ongoing fight, I think.
Yes, indeed. And Freddie, we also saw the press secretary, Caroline Levitt, talking about this on her social media and telling people, encouraging them to watch GB News. So I'm sure the story still has legs. Freddie Gray, deputy editor of The Spectator. Thank you. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. After 40 days of gridlock, the US Senate has passed a deal aimed at ending the longest government shutdown in history. The bipartisan agreement marks the first major step towards reopening federal services, but the measure still faces hurdles in the House of Representatives before 1.4 million unpaid federal workers can return to their jobs. Typhoon Phong Wong has left the Philippines after causing floods and landslides that killed at least 4 people, including 2 children. The storm cut power across the region and struck the area with winds of up to 185 kilometers an hour. Over 1.4 million people were evacuated before it made landfall, following last week's deadly typhoon Kalmagi. Former French President Nicolas Sarkozy has been released from prison after 20 days behind bars over a conviction in the Libyan funding case. A judge granted his release pending an appeal. Sarkozy called his time in jail grueling, and the appeal hearing is scheduled for March. Now, South Korea's former president Yoon Suk-yeol is facing further criminal charges over his short-lived martial law attempt last year. Today, special prosecutors pushed fresh charges that Yoon intentionally tried to provoke North Korea and create a crisis to justify his military takeover attempt. Chris Gilbert reports.
Yoon Suk-yeol's failed martial law attempt only lasted about 6 hours, but the fallout and the consequences continue. On Monday, prosecutors were pushing fresh charges against Yoon Suk-yeol that he went against South Korea's state interests and intentionally tried to benefit a state enemy, as well as other abuses of power.
무인기 평양 침투 등의 방법으로
We indicted former President Yoon Suk-yeol, former Defense Minister Kim Yong-hyun in our investigation into allegations he attempted to induce a North Korean attack and provoke military conflict between South and North Korea in order to declare martial law, by means such as using drones or infiltrating Pyongyang.
윤석열 전 대통령
Late on the evening of December 3, Yoon declared martial law, citing a national security crisis, but Parliament had it shut down by the next morning. Prosecutors say Yoon had in fact conspired to create conditions that would have allowed the declaration of the emergency martial law. Prosecutors are arguing their evidence support claims that Yoon intentionally wanted the military to target places that might have embarrassed North Korea into responding. Yoon Suk-yeol has consistently said he never intended to impose military rule, but declared martial law to sound the alarm about wrongdoing by opposition parties and to protect South Korea from, quote, anti-state elements. Separately, Yoon Suk-yeol's wife, Kim Kyun-hee, has also appeared in court recently to stand trial for corruption and other charges, including her alleged involvement in a stock manipulation scheme and the meddling of candidate nominations for elections. The couple have been held in separate detention facilities, but if Yoon Suk-yeol is found guilty, he could face the death penalty. Chris Gilbert, Arabiya English.
Now, this year's UN Climate Change Conference, COP30, has got underway in Brazil today. However, leaders of the United States and China and India, the world's three biggest polluters, won't attend the summit. Meanwhile, the European Union has promised to stay engaged. We can now go to our correspondent, William Denslow, who is in Brussels for us this evening. William, great to have you on the show. So what are the big items on the agenda at this year's COP?
Well, a huge issue on the agenda is these pledges that nations were obliged to provide to the United Nations, really pointing out how they plan to cut emissions by the year 2035. This is part of a consistent 5-year roadmap that all nations must adhere to after the Paris Climate Agreement all those years ago. You mentioned the leadership role of the European Union, seen as absolutely crucial, considering the fact that those major polluters like the United States, China, India will not be present in Brazil. Now, looking at the EU and what they're bringing to the table, it took last-minute wranglings and discussions here in Brussels, but eventually member states came up to an agreement that by 2035 the plan for the EU is to cut emissions by a range of between 66.25% to 72.5% of emissions compared to 1990 levels by the year 2035. That, in comparison, looking at the likes of China, who have pledged to cut emissions by 7% to 10%, far shy of the 30% that the EU had been pushing for. The EU says that this shows a huge amount of ambition, that they are leaders, but there are major question marks about potential loopholes included in the EU's targets, and that is something that will certainly be seen by analysts as a potential vehicle to undermine the EU's green credentials at this year's COP.
And the UN is warning that millions of people risk being displaced because of climate change. William, can you tell us a little bit more about these concerns?
Absolutely. These are stark warnings from the UN's refugee agency, UNHCR, warning that they predict that 250 million people have been displaced due to climate-related disasters over the past decade. That amounts, according to their estimates, to around 67,000 people each and every day. They also have strong warnings for the future, what will continue unless the worst effects of climate change are not addressed. They warn, according to this new UN report, that nations impacted by severe climate-related hazards will go from just 3 nations at the moment to 65 countries by the year 2040. So some stark warnings there from the UN, really adding to this sense of urgency around this year's COP30.
And you know, William, there's been so many questions being asked about this COP30, and basically how significant is it that there is no high-level US delegation attending at all? And lots of questions have been raised about the relevance of COP.
Absolutely. For the global community and many climate activists, it is seen as a major blow, considering the heft that the United States brings, and not just as a major polluting nation, but of course the role that the United States historically plays on the geopolitical stage. Now, many are speculating what this means for the likes of the European Union. Plenty of analysts have been talking about this role that the US and the EU have played in the past, especially on the issue of climate change, the so-called good cop, bad cop. The EU generally playing the role as the good cop, the US more of the enforcer. So without Washington's presence, a real question is that what can the European Union do to cajole other nations to play their part to continue to hit ambitious climate targets? The EU says it is leading by example with the fact that they've just announced plans to cut emissions by 90% come 2040. But the real question is, does the EU have the same heft, the same political weight without the United States in their corner supporting them? Major questions such as what will developing countries do when it comes to burden sharing, economic burden sharing, as part of their clean transition without the financial support of the likes of the United States. So this is seen as a huge blow for COP. But the message from European Union leaders at the meeting in Brazil, they say they're doubling down on their leadership efforts.
And William, you just mentioned to me there that the EU agreed last-minute action plan to slash emissions by 2040. But the big question is, how is that agreement being greeted by environmental groups?
Well, some environmental groups say that the EU has essentially chosen loopholes over leadership, and this is because of some of the carve-outs, some of the caveats that had to be found to reach consensus among the 27 member states. There were huge divisions over recent months trying to find this agreement, with the likes of Italy, Poland wanting more safeguards when it came to competitiveness, economic policy, to not come at the detriment of this green agenda. The other nations on the other side of the debate, the likes of Spain, pushing for more green credentials from the EU going forward. Therefore, when this agreement was reached, there are some key some key issues that need to be discussed, such as the fact that of this 90% figure to reduce emissions, 5% of that can come from carbon credits from overseas, with a potential of an extra 5% in the future. There is also reportedly some kind of escape clause, essentially meaning that if forests here in the European Union fail to absorb the amount of CO2 that many experts predict they will, then there will be an emergency valve that will see these climate policies tweaked and altered going forward. Environmental groups say that is a failure and just shows there are too many carve-outs for the EU to get serious about what is needed to sufficiently address the impacts of climate change.
William Denslow in Brussels, thank you so much for joining us. Let's take a look at the top business news now. Gold prices rose by 2% on Monday, hitting their highest level in 2 weeks. The upward trend is attributed to growing expectations that the US Federal Reserve may cut interest rates next month. Last month, Morgan Stanley predicted that gold prices could climb to over $4,000 per troy ounce by mid-2026. China has lifted export controls on computer chips used in car production. Exemptions have been granted to exports made by the Chinese-owned company Xperia for civilian use. In a bid to ease trade tensions, the US and China has suspended port fees for American ships and paused an export ban on certain metals used in the semiconductor industry. A reminder of our top stories. Syria's President Ahmed Al-Sharah has begun a meeting with US President Donald Trump at the White House for unprecedented talks. President Trump has threatened to sue the BBC for $1 billion after its chair apologized for how the corporation edited a speech he did make. And this year's UN Climate Change Conference, COP30, begins in Brazil. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on X. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. U.S. media focused on the Senate's move to end the record 40-day government shutdown, marking a breakthrough after weeks of paralysis. Headlines also highlighted the worst air travel chaos since the shutdown began, with mass delays and cancellations caused by FAA staff shortages. Meanwhile, in Britain and beyond, the sudden resignation of BBC Director General Tim Davie and News CEO Deborah Turness over a Trump speech editing scandal sparked a global debate. Excuse me, a global debate then about media bias and accountability. We'll start with the New York Times, which dissects the political and policy implications of the Senate's tentative deal to reopen the government after a historic 40-day shutdown. The report highlights how Democrats started to split under Senator Chuck Schumer's leadership when some moderates broke away without winning their main goal, keeping the Affordable Care Act subsidies in place. The piece frames the deal as a moral and strategic setback for Democrats, but also as an opportunity to keep healthcare central in the 2026 elections. It also underscores President Trump's hands-off approach, the GOP's rigid tactics, and also modest Democratic wins like job protections for federal workers. Another story dominated headlines in America, which was the major airport disruptions in the U.S., as more than 10,000 flights were delayed or cancelled in the worst day of disruptions since the government shutdown. Newsweek examines how the ongoing U.S. government shutdown and a directive from the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, to reduce flight operations at major airports have led to surging delays and cancellations. The piece highlights how the FAA ordered a 4% cut in flights at 40 airports, rising to 6%, then to 10% ahead of Thanksgiving. And using data from the flight tracking service FlightAware's misery map, Newsweek also shows that on one recent afternoon, there were 720 delays and 184 cancellations. With hubs like Charlotte, Chicago, O'Hare, and Newark especially hit hard. The root cause, staffing shortages from unpaid air traffic controllers, plus shutdown-related disruptions. Passengers are urged to check flights, be flexible, and expect more trouble ahead. In an exclusive, the Wall Street Journal details the findings of a 3-year investigation by German federal police into the 2022 sabotage of the Nord Stream 1 and 2 gas pipes. An elite Ukrainian military unit has been identified as the primary suspect, with surveillance, rental records, and facial recognition evidence linking them to the operation. The probe has triggered diplomatic strain. Poland has refused to extradite one suspect, calling him a hero, while the German-led inquiry threatens to erode pan-European support for Ukraine, especially as right-wing forces in Germany exploit public frustration with high energy costs to challenge Ukraine aid. American media also put some focus on the resignations of BBC Director General Tim Davie and new CEO Deborah Turness, following a leaked memo alleging that a BBC documentary edited parts of President Donald Trump's January 6, 2021 speech in a misleading way. The Washington Post provides details in its piece and says that the segment in question reportedly was put together, or has put together, two separate remarks, one encouraging peaceful protest and another saying we fight like hell, all to create the impression that Trump urged an assault on the Capitol. The piece highlights reactions as the episode triggered sharp criticism of BBC impartiality and sparked political backlash in the UK and in the US. Both executives acknowledged mistakes and accepted responsibility, citing institutional damage and accountability as reasons for stepping down. British media widely portrayed the BBC resignations as a major crisis. Headlines described it as a disgrace and stressed that the memo leak exposed serious and systematic bias at the corporation. Sonia Sotha commented in The Times, arguing that the BBC's fundamental mission of impartial reporting is under severe strain after recent high-profile editorial missteps and resignations at senior levels. The piece examines incidents involving other presenters as well, like Martin Croxall and also Justin Webb, both found to breach the corporation's impartiality rules while covering gender identity issues. The article contends that the institutional biases, particularly around controversial social topics, threaten its credibility, especially with the BBC publicly funded and tasked with trusted journalism. Sotha calls for more than leadership change. She demands cultural reform and stricter enforcement of neutrality standards to restore public trust. The Telegraph's analysis argues that the BBC's recent leadership resignations mark a turning point in the broadcaster's credibility crisis. The piece warns that replacing Davie will be far more than personal change. It could upend the organizational editorial standards, funding model, and political positioning. The analysis contends that with charter renewal looming and trust eroding, the BBC now faces not just a scandal, but a systematic reckoning of how a public broadcaster maintains independence and impartiality in a polarized climate. The Middle East developments remained in focus internationally. The Guardian exposes rare testimonies from Israeli troops alleging the IDF systematically used Palestinian civilians as human shields and loosened its rules of engagement during the Gaza conflict. The piece quotes the soldiers who recount arbitrary killings, coercive tactics like the Mosquito Protocol, and a collapse of ethical oversight within military ranks. While the IDF denies institutional wrongdoing and promises internal investigations, the revelations deepen international concern over violations of humanitarian law. The piece balances first-hand accounts with official denials to highlight growing fractures within Israel's military conscience and the mounting global scrutiny over its conduct in Gaza. Israel Hayom details the long-awaited return of Lieutenant Hadar Golden's remains to Israel after more than 11 years of captivity in Gaza. Golden was killed on August 1st, 2014 during Operation Protective Edge, and his body was held by Hamas in tunnels in Rafah since then. The piece recounts the emotional ordeal his family endured. Their public campaign for his recovery and the formal identification of his remains. It concludes Golden's return is portrayed as a national moment of closure and recognition of sacrifice, while also underscoring the ongoing complexities of hostage and remains exchange negotiations between Israel and Hamas. And we'll end with the Times of Israel, which lists those abducted by Hamas whose remains have not yet been returned from Gaza after October 2023. It highlights the anguish of families awaiting and provides also profiles of individuals, including soldiers, civilians, foreign workers, and also emphasizes the tension between Israeli demands for full return and also Palestinian claims that the bodies lie buried under rubble. The piece underscores both the human cost and the geopolitical deadlock that continues to block the resolution. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al-Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Al-Arabiya English studios. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up today, Saudi Arabia announces a sharp reduction in prices for crude for Asian buyers in December. We ask why. We also get analysis on the latest GDP figures and what they tell us about the push to diversify away from oil. As Sanomi, the largest mall operator in Saudi Arabia, announces its Q3 results, we speak to the company's CEO for more on the company's performance and its strategy moving forwards. We'll be speaking to the CEO and the founder of the global chauffeur service Blacklane, in which the PIF-owned company Tasaru is a strategic investor. We find out what the company's ambitions are in the kingdom. And Saudi Arabia takes centre stage at the World Travel Market in London with a spectacular pavilion showcasing the kingdom's scale, ambition and global tourism leadership. Now let's begin by looking at a couple of stories. Saudi Arabia, the world's top oil exporter, has announced a sharp reduction to prices for crude for Asian buyers in December, reducing its price to its lowest level in 11 months. Well, this decision comes just days after the OPEC Plus alliance agreed to raise production by 137,000 barrels per day for December, but then halt further output increases in the first quarter of 2026. Well, during Q3, the Saudi economy grew 5% from a year earlier. Oil activities expanded 8.2% year on year, followed by growth of 4.5% in non-oil activity, a significant figure as the kingdom accelerates efforts to diversify away from oil. Well, I'm joined now by Naif Al-Ghaith, who is the chief economist at Riyadh Bank. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Naif. Always a pleasure talking to you. I'd just like to start by asking you, what do you read into the Saudi cut in the price of oil for Asian buyers?
Thank you very much, Tom, for having me. Yes, we saw yesterday the news of cutting the oil prices for the Asian market. Mainly, we could justify this one by the trend that we have been seeing in the oil, and also with the market share. We all know we have seen OPEC Plus just announce the projections or the production of the upcoming period, including Q1. That includes a modest increase, which shows that the OPEC Plus is aware of the demand expectation in the global economy, and also is aware of how much they needed to supply. This go align with the price cuts and for the Asian markets to gain the market share. So Saudi Arabia right now will be, for example, producing 10.1, unlike the month before. And this comes also at the same time with a price reduction for the Asian market to maintain their share and also increase the production.
OK, so that announcement comes roughly at the same time as some new GDP growth figures. And I'd like to just start by asking you about those, what evolution we're seeing when it comes to non-oil growth and revenue.
That's correct. And for Q3, we have what is called flash estimates. So basically, it's the initial estimation of the GDP for the third quarter, not the full data, but this gives us some observation on what to almost get for the Q3. What we got is the GDP right now is registered 5%, which is the highest for this year. That was driven by the oil production, and which we have been seeing right now. Saudi Arabia is increasing their oil production. For the non-oil, we have seen 4.5 increase. Our projections right now is increasing. We go beyond 4.5% for the non-oil GDP. Initially, at the beginning of the year, we thought that the non-oil GDP will only grow at 4.5. Right now, we think it for the 2025 will go close to 5%. Q1 non-oil GDP grow by 4.9, and Q2 4.6. And now with 4.5, so that means we'll be having a high non-oil GDP. As going forward for Q4, we have seen also the PMI reading, which indicates to higher numbers. Latest reading goes above the 60, so it's way beyond the expansion. This gives us a comfortable to have non-oil GDP expansion beyond the 4.5%.
OK, so overall, what sort of a sense of the health of the overall economy do we get from the latest GDP growth figures?
It shows that we still have non-oil GDP is growing at a very significant number. We still, although we have the oil is right now is picking up, still the non-oil GDP is contributing to the GDP beyond the 50%. This shows the Saudi economy is right now is diverting from relying to oil economy to more non-oil economy. The projections to keep up the momentum is there. We have seen also in the reading of the PMI, the future outlook for the firms is positive. All these point that we will be continuing in the momentum and the increase in the non-oil GDP.
OK, and just lastly, Naif, there's been a couple of headlines the last few days about the budget deficit in Saudi Arabia. Just wonder if you could tell us what the latest is.
Sure. For Q3, the budget performance data came out. It shows what is the deficit up to the Q3. Up to Q3 is 181 billion. The expectation for the entire year is 245. So that means we still have more to spend. My own expectation that we won't reach the 245 deficit. It will be below that, given that we have revenues is increasing. The oil production we have seen, as we talked earlier, that will be increasing. That gives us more toward a deficit for this year, around 230 to 220. For next year, the budget preliminary statement indicate that we'll be having 165 deficit. This point that continuous spending to support non-oil GDP growth.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for that macro update. Naif El-Ghaith, Chief Economist at Riyadh Bank, thank you very much for your time. Let's take a quick look at some of the other stories we're following for you. Saudi Aramco has reported Q3 adjusted net income of $28 billion, up slightly from a year earlier and surpassing analyst estimates. Well, the company president and CEO, Amin Nasser, said these results highlight resilience and efficiency and that production had been increased with minimal incremental cost. This year's BBAN Forum has been held at the Riyadh Front Exhibition and Conference Centre, bringing together startups, entrepreneurs and SMEs. The four-day event aimed to strengthen the kingdom's entrepreneurial ecosystem, accelerate SME growth and empower women, all very much in line with Vision 2030 goals. Well, female entrepreneurs made a strong showing, and female-founded startups accounted for about 18.5% of the more than 1,000 participating companies. According to a new report published by HSBC, 8 out of 10 global companies plan to increase trade and investment with Saudi Arabia over the next 5 years. Well, that report, which surveyed 4,000 decision makers across major markets, cited the kingdom's robust economy, stability and pro-business reforms as being key drivers. Well, technology and infrastructure lead the list of sectors attracting the most investor interest. Now, founded in 2002, Sonomi is the largest mall operator in Saudi Arabia. Well, amongst the malls in their portfolio, the Al Nakil Mall in Riyadh and U-Walk in Jeddah. Well, Sonomi has just announced its Q3 results, and we're going to speak now to the CEO of Sonomi Centres, Alison Rahil Erguven, who's going to tell us more about the company's performance last quarter and what plans Sonomi has moving forwards. Well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Your third quarter results have just been released. What do they tell us?
So, look, the first 9 months of this year have been very strong for Sonomi Centres. Third quarter especially has been strong when compared to 2024. What it tells us is that our revenue continues to grow on a like-for-like basis. The first 9 months was about 5.5% like-for-like growth over 2024 when we exclude Mall of Dhahran. Our EBITDA has also continued to grow. I believe we've come in at 22% for the first 9 months of the year. The quarter three was also incredibly strong. There are some very interesting events that happened in quarter three specifically, such as the insurance settlement for Mall of Dhahran, which took over 3 years. But we settled on a payment of about 250 million SAR. So, you know, that obviously has beneficial aspects to our P&L and to the balance sheet. But operatingly, we're doing very, very well. It's a very well-oiled machine, and we just continue from year to year to go from strength to strength.
Okay, so revenues are up. Let's talk about sales. How did sales perform in Q3?
Yeah, you know what? Interestingly, it's a good question. Tenant sales and our turnover rent percentage are both up this year. One great example is Riyadh launched the metro I believe it was the beginning of this year, quarter four of last year. And we have one asset that is connected to that metro entrance. And I saw double-digit growth, not only in my footfall because of the new metro, but also in my turnover rent. So our turnover rent and our tenant sales have performed quite well this year, which coincides also with the fact that our footfall is up. So also for the first 9 months of this year, I have seen 98 million people come through our doors versus I think it was 91 like same period last year. So footfall's up over 6.5%. So when they correlate, your tenant sales should also go up at the same time.
Okay, that's a really interesting example, because I mean, anyone who's been to Riyadh knows traffic can be pretty heavy sometimes, and having assets on the metro map presumably means that the more the metro grows, the more you can assume footfall in your malls is going to grow.
In this case, yes.
Okay, let's talk about occupancy numbers. What are they doing at the moment? How are your malls performing?
So occupancy has remained relatively stable this year at around 92%. On average, our average occupancy is higher this year than last year, so that's also contributing to better tenant sales, better footfall, as well as the revenue increases.
Okay, so there are obviously lots of malls across the region, lots of malls in Saudi Arabia. What differentiates a Chinomi mall from another one?
If I speak from a B2B angle, our malls, on average, compared to our competitors, we have higher occupancy and we have higher leasing rates, okay? If I compare them also to my competitors, but through a B2C lens, we, again, have higher occupancy, which leads to better customer visits, higher traffic, higher turnover. We just perform better. We have a dominant position, fortunately. We're in 10 different cities across the kingdom, and we touch about 80% of the population. So we're a fantastic bellwether for retailers, and we have really strong retail partnerships. And I think that shows through in the tenant mix that we provide.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a bit about the mix in a mall. I mean, what's the ideal mix? Because, I mean, clearly there's a split between retail, entertainment, F&B. What's the secret sauce? What's the perfect ratio for those different areas?
That's a great question. When I first got here, so let's say in 21-22, the ratio was roughly 70% traditional retail, 30%, which was a combination of entertainment, food and beverage, services. We have shifted that. Now, I think we're landing at a 60-38 split at the moment, where 38 is now higher in food and beverage, in entertainment, in services, in lifestyle, salons, gyms, things that didn't really exist, maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, are, at least in an open environment, shopping environment. We're doing more of that. And then in traditional retail, which was very fashion and transactional related, we're morphing more into tech, beauty, accessory, things that actually our research shows are just performing really, really well in the kingdom in terms of percentage of like total retail sales.
Now, Alison, I gather you've got some really exciting projects in the pipeline, haven't you? There's Westfield, there's new malls lined up for Jeddah and Riyadh that are apparently close to completion. Just give us a sense of what's in the pipeline.
Yeah, sure. So we have 6 projects in the pipeline today, which take us all the way out to about 2028, 2029. In May of this year, we signed an exclusive licensing and strategic partnership with Unibail-Rodamco Westfield for the Westfield brand exclusively to us in the kingdom. It's important because this brand really resonates very strongly with the Saudi consumer because they are well-traveled, they are well-educated, they are tech-savvy, and they go to specific destinations. And there's a Westfield shopping center in those destinations, i.e. Paris, London, New York, LA. And so with that, we will be launching 3 new assets starting actually next month in December. We're rebranding one of our assets in the east. It's currently Nakil Mal Dammam, and it will be Westfield Dammam, first week of December. And next year, we're in the development pipeline. We have 2 very large, beautiful flagship assets that are going to be launched in Q2 of next year, which will be Westfield Jeddah, and in Q3 next year, which will be Westfield Riyadh. And we are super excited about that.
I can imagine. It sounds extremely exciting. I mean, let's talk about the retail and mall ecosystem in Saudi Arabia. Is there anything you've noticed that sets it apart from other countries, perhaps in the region or more broadly?
I would say probably a decade ago, yes, just due to the constraints of how culture and life was then. But today, if you were to walk into any of my malls, you're going to you wouldn't know you're in Saudi Arabia. What does that mean? We have international brands. We have, wonderful design and beautiful fit out. It looks very international in terms of its standards and its design. And I would say that's true for me as well as some of my competitors. It's It's a very well understood landscape when you walk into a mall, and people are usually very surprised. So that's the misconception, is that it would look different, feel different, be different. It's not.
Okay, well, it certainly is the largest consumer market in the GCC. There are some 5 million households in Saudi Arabia, so the opportunities for retail are clearly enormous. Anything you can tell us about the habits or trends or anything that's emerging in the retail space there in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, I can hit that from a couple of different perspectives. So, firstly, you're correct. Largest population in the GCC, 50% of the retail sales in the GCC, just in Saudi Arabia. Also has very high GDP when you compare to developed countries. So it is going from strength to strength. I think the projection for retail sales on a compounded annual average is more than 5% through 2030. So in terms of being a shopping center business, we're placed very well for that. Our research also shows us that there's a strong supply coming of real estate and retail real estate specifically for the kingdom. But when you compare that to the demand and population growth and tourism numbers, there's still a supply gap. And so, again, we're positioned really well to fill that gap. If you look at GLA per capita, which is the gross leasable area by square meter per capita, Riyadh is 0.5 square meters per capita. Jeddah is the same. Compare that to Dubai, which is 1.4 square meters per capita, or Abu Dhabi, which is, I believe, 2.2 square meters per capita. So, those two cities or regions in this region are, at least a decade more advanced than Saudi is today in terms of its transformation and where it's going. But you can see that there's runway just in those metrics in terms of what we can build and how we can, service the community.
Okay, Alison, I mean, we're approaching the end of this show, so we'll have to be quite brief on this next one. I mean, you took up your role in 2022, and when you did so, you became, I believe, the first foreign female CEO of a public company in Saudi Arabia. So congratulations for that. And I'm just wondering, when it comes to women taking up senior positions, executive roles like yours in Saudi Arabia, how are you seeing things change?
I've been here now for not quite 3.5 years. I've seen a lot of change in that 3.5 years. I've tried to also make change here, in that 3.5 years. For example, we have a graduate program, and as of, I believe, last year, we began ensuring that 50% of the grads we pick are female and 50% of the grads we pick are male. It wasn't like that before. So, I'm proud of that. I am seeing more senior females taking up more leadership positions, but I still think there's a lot to do. It's actually something that plays on my mind about maybe how how I can help, or how I will continue to lead by example, but I know that there's something bigger there to take hold of. I don't know what it is yet, but I'm thinking about it.
All right, Alison, just lastly, we're very much focused on the run-up to 2030. Obviously, Vision 2030 is something we talk about a lot on this channel. But then beyond 2030, there's the World Cup, and there's plenty of other very exciting events in the years ahead. What are your thoughts looking forward? What are you most excited about?
So, look, I don't know that there's any other place on Earth right now that is as exciting to be in and be a part of, and to be a part of the building of, as Saudi Arabia, frankly. And I've lived in a lot of places in the world, and I've lived there usually in very dynamic time periods, like China, which was before this assignment, pre-COVID. So I think I feel very humbled and honored to be a part of that nation building. And this company is absolutely a part of that in terms of, Vision 2030 wants to move away from oil, go to more services. We're right there. We're front and center. More retail sales, more F&B. We're right there, front and center. So it's super, super exciting to not only watch the journey, but be a part of it.
Okay, well, we really appreciate your taking the time to speak to us. Alison Gerrans, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you so much. Pleasure.
Now, it's been a year since Tasaru, which is fully owned by the Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund, became a strategic investor in the global chauffeur service Blacklane. Well, during the 12 months that have passed since this partnership began, Blacklane has seen an 8-fold increase in revenue in the kingdom, and there are plans for Blacklane to expand its presence to new cities with a fleet of high-end vehicles and highly trained drivers. Well, Blacklane's ambitions mirror many of the ambitions of Vision 2030. We're going to speak now to Dr. Jens Woltorf, who is the co-founder and CEO of Blacklane. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you for the invitation, Tom.
Now, we are very much focused on Saudi Arabia on this show, and Blacklane is, of course, a well-established ride-hailing company with a strong presence in Saudi Arabia. A strategic investment has been made in your company by the PIF-owned Tasaru, and I wonder if we could start by talking about that. How does the arrangement work?
So it's an investment into our global company with the focus to allow us to invest deeply into Saudi Arabia, working together with Tasaru and other local partners to really bring also the mobility side of Vision 2030 to life. I think we have the right ingredients at hand. Now we're lucky to also have the right partners on our side, and that's why a year ago that investment happened and really made us scale.
Okay, I mean, some people will know Blacklane, others might not. Just tell us a bit about what sets Blacklane apart from some of the other well-known ride-sharing services.
So Blacklane is a global premium transportation provider, and we are serving a chauffeur experience. So we are calling ourselves a chauffeur service. That means really comfortable vehicles, luxury vehicles, well-educated chauffeurs that are steering those vehicles, welcoming the guests. And it's a very reliable, consistent, just great service that you can enjoy around the world. We are in over 50 countries, over 500 cities, and have established a large presence in North America and in Europe in the first decade of our existence. And since a few years, we are doubling down on the Middle East.
Now, you're speaking to us from Riyadh, and I just wondered whether you could tell us a bit more about your operation in Saudi Arabia. And what sort of a fleet size are we talking about there, first of all?
We are talking by now about hundreds of cars that we have in our fleet. It's rapidly growing. Just in the last 12 months, we have 8x our revenue, so grew it by 8 times, and it's a challenge to keep up with that pace, also in terms of vehicles, but especially, as mentioned before, especially on the chauffeur side, because this is the maker and breaker of the experience. So we are really putting a lot of emphasis in upskilling our chauffeur base here in our chauffeur academies, training them to the perfect standards, so that it's always consistent, reliable, and that's what the country has needed.
Okay, let's talk a bit about your business model now. I want to ask you, I mean, are you working with third-party providers? Are you hiring directly? Just tell us a bit about how that side of things works.
So we are working with third-party chauffeur services that are partnering with us, but we are basically taking the whole capacity onto our platform. It's dedicated to Blacklane. They will only run on the Blacklane under the Blacklane brand umbrella, and therefore we are making sure that every detail is being controlled, especially on the service provider side, on the chauffeur side. That's why we put so much power into the chauffeur academies.
Okay, so that's the service side of things. Let's move on to talking about the product. What sort of cars are you using there in Saudi Arabia? And are we talking about an increasingly electric fleet? Tell us a bit about that.
Well, that's part of the kingdom's vision. That's as always part of Blacklane's vision as well. Throughout the Middle East, we are pushing for electric vehicle uptake. In markets such as Dubai, where we started a little earlier, we have already reached electric vehicle share of 100%. So every car that Blacklane provides there is electric. And here we are also making great progress. We've started with 0. A year ago, we are now at 25% of all rides happening in KSA being in an electric vehicle. We have partnered just recently up with Lucid. So we are bringing a lot of premium Lucid vehicles into our fleet. We have Mercedes electric vehicles. So these sorts of cars and brands are the ones we are using. Also Mercedes S-classes, combustion engine still, BMWs, so really luxury vehicle brands that you can hire on the Blacklane platform. But we are pushing very hard on the EV adoption side. That includes actually also that we invest into the infrastructure, because that is the challenge. And so we have partnered with EVIC as well here in KSA in order to bring up more charging stations to feed our growing fleet.
Okay, so you say your growing fleet does in fact contain some Saudi brands. Is the idea to grow that even further?
Absolutely, absolutely. We are just at the starting point. We have just launched the partnership with Lucid, so those 25% of rides can only be seen as a starting point.
Now tell us a bit about who is a typical Blacklane client. Who are you aiming at? What's their profile?
So typically it's a frequent traveler. That can be an individual, that can be a corporate user, that can be a passenger from an airline or a credit card holder. Those that often need mobility and often need comfortable, reliable and consistent mobility, those are our typical customers. That can be an hourly booking to go around the city like in a roadshow style. That can be part of an event to go there with your family, but often typically also the airport ride, both in the origin of the flight and in the destination of the flight. City to city is a phenomenally quickly growing part of our offering here as well. So going from Jeddah to Mecca, for instance, or Riyadh to Dammam, those are really racetracks for us, because we are filling a big gap that was there before.
Now, one thing we talk about quite often on this program is the rising number of tourists visiting Saudi Arabia. I'm wondering if those rising visitor numbers are translating into greater demand for services like yours.
100%. Like the investment that the kingdom is pushing into this the tourism sector, also into the luxury and premium tourism sector, be it hotels, but also the big events that are driving this. This is becoming a very, very attractive tourist destination as we speak, and that's a huge surge that we are also feeling in our numbers. And given that we are actually have been around for quite some while now and are well known in North America and Europe, so all of those customers are very happy that we are now growing our presence here. They are used to the brand, they are used to the quality of it, so it's a win-win for all sides.
Okay, so what you obviously offer is a service that's vastly superior to that of the average ride-sharing platform that people will be used to. But a lot of those companies that I'm thinking of are actually setting up premium services of their own with skilled chauffeurs and premium vehicles. We're starting to see more of that, not just globally, but also the regional players as well. And I'm thinking to myself, isn't that potential competition for you guys?
I'm welcoming every competition because it only shows that we are operating in a very attractive target market and a market segment, and every competition helps at the end the whole industry to become better. It's good for the customers. We are not planning to lose our competitive edge on the quality side, so we are constantly improving and developing, evolving also our chauffeur training standards. And that's the reason why our customers are coming back so frequently.
Okay, I want to ask you now a bit about doing business in Saudi Arabia. What's been your experience and how have you found things, particularly in terms of regulation?
I'm surprised and really impressed by the hospitality, the welcoming culture that we are facing here. So it has been not difficult at all to get in contact with the right people, with the right organization, with the potential right partners. There is a huge appetite for a service like ours, and if you think about this mobility offering that we have, pretty much everything that moves needs to close that gap of bringing people from A to B, and therefore we are seeing a huge potential target market and closing partnerships one after the other. Regulatory wise, also super supportive because we are really offering something that progresses the development of the sector We are evolving it together with the investment also of Tazaru Mobility Investment. Obviously, we also have the honor to help to always have a helping hand to steer us, especially in the earlier days, to steer us through the system, and it has not been a challenge.
Okay, just before we wrap up, I wanted to ask you whether there was any update on a potential IPO for Blacklane, because in 2019 there was some discussion of a planned IPO. Just wondered, where are we with that?
Yeah, that was just a year before that pandemic hit our world. So that obviously has influenced quite a bit in the travel space and us being a travel player as well. So we are keeping our options open. Since COVID, we have grown phenomenally fast. Not only here in KSA, but also globally. We are seeing huge growth numbers. We're saying thanks to the financing round that is a year ago, that has happened a year ago. We are having all options on the table and all the flexibility. So we are focusing on continuing to succeed with our business model, to grow as fast as we can without compromising the quality level. That is the brand promise of Blacklane. So let's see.
All right, you're keeping your options open by the sounds of things. No update or no date yet as such?
No date, no confirmation about that is the path. Any other paths, this is totally open. We are just happy that Blacklane is developing so well.
Okay, let's wrap up our conversation. You've mentioned Vision 2030 a few times during this conversation. I wanted to ask you to summarize how you see the alignment between your mission as Blacklane and Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030. Where are you seeing the convergences?
Yeah, so they are actually very close together. We are pushing for a sustainable future of mobility, and that's part of the vision. It's about developing the mobility space, evolving the premium luxury mobility space. It's about innovation in general. We are heavily empowered by technology, and we are applying a lot and learn a lot also here from that market. And we are upskilling our chauffeur base. And we are talking now about hundreds of jobs we are creating, and in a few years we will talk about thousands of jobs that we are helping to get into our industry. It's a high quality job and very attractive in many ways. So we are going hand in hand with that ambitious vision, and we are happy that also Blacklane has the same level of ambition.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Wish you all the very best with your ventures in Saudi Arabia. Dr. Jens Walthoff, the co-founder and CEO of Blacklane. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you so much for the invitation, Tom.
And finally, Saudi Arabia took centre stage at the World Travel Market in London. Well, led by the Saudi Tourism Authority, a spectacular Saudi Land pavilion showcased the kingdom's scale, ambition and global tourism leadership. Well, from Alula's ancient heritage to Riyadh's modern skylines, the kingdom is seeking to redefine world-class travel experiences and shape the future of global tourism. Well, Saudi Arabia welcomed 60.9 million visitors in the first half of 2025, making the country the world's fastest growing tourist destination. That is all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching The Real Deal here on Al-Arabiya English. Look forward to seeing you again next week. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
so sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Don't turn around, Clara. What are you doing?
Come here a sec.
I'm already running late.
Please?
Where is Clara? Hey, Aunt Jenny.
Hey, Claire Bear. Guess who just spent the last half hour with the coolest guy in school?
Oh my God.
It must be great to be doing the interviews together, because this must have been a film where you spent a lot of time discussing the characters together and obviously filming the scenes.
This is really special. This is so much fun. Like, filming this movie, I don't think I've ever had that much fun in my life. So getting to do that and now getting to promote this film and do it with Kenny is really special.
My mom got pregnant with me when she was 18. She and my dad were high school sweethearts. My Aunt Jenny also ended up with her high school boyfriend. I thought we would be one big happy family forever. But the universe had other plans.
I'm very sorry. Your husband and sister were in a car accident. We did everything we could.
McKenna, the movie is about so many things. It's about loss, it's about unknown, it's about love. It's, so many themes go through the story. What resonated the most for you?
I saw a lot of myself in her relationship with their mom. I thought that it was, with them making the bucket list and being so tight. But then, I think it's kind of not for all of us, but it's a semi-universal experience being a teenage girl with a mom and going through that little patch where you're just like, Mom, I don't know, I love him. And so I just think I definitely saw myself in Claire's relationship with her mom and all of her complicated emotions. She was a very character that was very similar to me and who I am, so it wasn't too far of a stretch.
I just lost my dad and my aunt. I just want to leave.
It's been a long year.
Then let's leave.
And we couldn't know that the sun was collapsing.
It feels like there's this wall between her and me.
Let's talk about Alison and working with her on the mother-daughter relationship. How was that experience?
It was really fun. I adore Alison. I think that she's so cool and so admirable, and just the way that she carries herself and is so aware of her presence in space and everything that she can add to a production and all of her conversations of value as a producer. I think that she's so cool, and getting to play her daughter whenever she's far too young to be my mother was very fun.
But she was a young mother in it.
Yeah, exactly. Though she's the greatest. I loved being her daughter.
I also love being her daughter.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if he loved being her daughter's boyfriend as a character.
I mean, it was tough, but
it was tough.
He did it in the end. What? Hey.
It was tough. You didn't like being her daughter's boyfriend.
No, listen.
Listening.
She didn't like me at first, and then she liked me because I'm awesome.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's not how I thought our first kiss would be like.
How did you think it would be?
Keep my hands in yours.
I'm not gonna let their betrayal dictate the rest of my life.
You keep using me to piss your mom off, and I'm done with it.
The final question is on fan expectations. These movies are, very welcomed by audiences. So what are you most looking forward for audiences to finally discover seeing it on the big screen?
Going to the movies is my favorite thing ever, and so I'm just excited for everybody to get to see this and laugh together, and it's such a sad, and it's very romantic, it's very sad, it's all the good things, all of
the emotions.
But it's also really funny, so it's really fun to watch in theaters and get to have that kind of experience together. But yeah, no, I'm just excited for people to see what we've worked on and then what we've created together. It was a lot of fun.
I don't know how I'm supposed to top that. Yeah, what she
Try.
said. I don't know if I can. That was great. What she said. Enjoy the movie, bring friends, have a good time. Yeah.
What aren't you telling me? There's a lot I wish I'd done differently. But I'll never spend 1 second regretting you. You deserve to be happy. No regrets, right?
Everywhere, everything.
know something in his songs that, you know, if you sing his songs honestly, it'll connect. And if you act with honesty, it'll connect. Yeah, so I suppose do it as honestly as possible.
This is a chapter in Bruce's life that most people don't know anything about. It's his most painful chapter. And it's a chapter that gave us, out of a great deal of emotional excavation, in my opinion, one of the best albums of the last 50 years.
And it was amazing to work with Scott because he just helped guide this. He had such a clear vision and guided me towards the right things.
The film is just a much better film because he happened to be around.
Songwriting's a funny thing. It's about searching for something. Something that's going to give your life a little bit of meaning.
In the beginning, all those ideas I was very aware of, and it was very daunting and even like paralyzing at times. I think when I was able to find a little bit of confidence was when I was trying to understand him a bit more like internally or intimately in the periods when he's sort of, you know, on his own.
Honestly, the process of developing Faye was way more like how I'm used to with just any kind of fictitious character in general. It's like I got a lot of clues from Warren's book, Deliver Me From Nowhere, from Scott's beautiful script, from Bruce's memoir.
When you're making a film about America's most authentic artist, you try to align as closely to fact as possible. And having Bruce Springsteen be around, I was able to do that.
I knew one thing, you know, I seen Bruce perform. I know that he sort of exhausts himself every time he's on stage, and I knew if I just pushed it as far as I could, you know, maybe I could fool everybody, and that was the goal.
Trying to find something real in all the noise. You always do?
This is Jerusalem calling.
شو في بالقدس بتضلك رايح جاي؟ بدي شغل يا زلمه. كل يوم قاعدين نخسر في أرض، في فلاحين طروهم من أراضيهم.
وليش اجوا يعيشوا هون؟
بلادهم ما بدهاش اياهم.
خذي يمنا.
ثوار شخصروا دورية، سووا لنا العماير وما كناش ولا شيء.
People in this, how exciting was it every day on set, you know, kind of playing acting?
It was incredible. It's very, very exciting and very surreal. Just walking in and seeing Julia, seeing Andrew and watching them work it was just like a free masterclass every single day.
Setting the story in the academic world with the content and with, you know, the timely meaning of the content, how much did it change the acting exercise for you in terms of research and talking to people and informing yourself about what's going on?
Well, my character is a PhD philosophy student, which I am not. I'm nowhere near that intellectual. So that was a bit...
Do you mean loads of those?
Incredibly, a lot of the props on set, they had articles, they had pieces of dissertation, and just sitting there reading them and immersing yourself in that world, that was really helpful. A lot of the world building they did, the sets, the costumes, all of it just helps you become the character. So yeah, a lot of credit goes to them.
Finally, about Luca Guadagnino and having his own vision about everything. So how is he on set? How focused? How bubbly?
He's incredible to watch. I love working with Luca. He's so detailed and he cares so much. Nothing is by accident. Everything is intentional. And he sits in the room sometimes and watches the scenes with you. Like he sits right here, just off camera. And I think that makes you feel so respected and so part of it, which I think is a great kindness. And the same with Julia. She's very, very generous. And Andrew as well, like just watching them kind of take up the space and welcome you in. It was a great kindness to someone who was a little bit nervous.
love it.
We're living it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think the only way we grow is through discomfort. When physically, as children, when the body grows and the bones grow, it's really uncomfortable. And I'm uncomfortable saying that.
But that's what you said. And we're having a conversation. Yeah, as long as there's, I think, conversation and attempts at connection, that's what matters. The attempt.
Yeah.
The attempt.
Yeah.
Tell us about Luca and how he works with his actors. Is he very nurturing?
He is very nurturing, actually, yeah. And he also likes to keep you loose. I was very, very serious on my first day. My first day I had to do a lot of screaming and shouting at Io and Julia, which was not very fun. But I was very focused, and he comes up to me and he's like, "Darling, are you going to always be like this?" He was very upset. That he was upset for me that I felt like I had to be so upset. And he was very, very caring. He wanted me just to be comfortable and all of us to be comfortable and happy.
Should I build a world for you that has all the edges rounded out?
I have a right to these spaces.
Had your chosen cell with niceties and trigger warnings.
I am a desperate man, absolutely desperate.
I almost feel bad for him.
You should be ready. Ready for what?
I spoke with the real Jeffrey. He's in a maximum security prison in Raleigh, North Carolina. I mean, it was his story. But then there was a point in the middle of it where I thought maybe he was telling me a tall tale because it sounded so crazy, the stories he was telling me. So I started to talk to everyone in his life that would speak to me, from his mother to his brother to the police that arrested him to his girlfriend to the pastor of the church to the dentist whose office he blew up. Anyone that would talk to me, and they kind of validated all of his stories. And then I shot it in the place where it actually happened, and all those people who talk to me, most of them are in the film in different roles. Sometimes they play themselves, sometimes they play other versions.
Yeah, I did an accent for this, and there was an old Emmylou Harris interview that I really liked, and so I use that, and then I do my own personal preparation, and then it's just kind of like being, as in the present moment of your circumstances and giving the most authentic parts of yourself to play this role. It meant more to me what she thought than anyone else, because nobody knows who she is, like what her voice is like, so I didn't feel that pressure, but I did feel I wanted to capture her grace and the love that she had for him.
Everybody in this movie is like, they're killers. The best part of filming it, I mean, look, I would have done anything with Derek. I mean, if he gave me a script and I was cop number 2, I swear to God, like, I would have just been like 100% yes. I missed a chance working with Derek 20 years ago, and I said I would never make that mistake again. In my opinion, he's special in the way that you can't genreize his movies, and I think it's probably one of the highest compliments that you can give a director is like it's a Derek Cianfrance movie, and that's what it is. So that was one of my favorite things. But I don't know, everybody in this movie is like, they're killers. Like, I mean, he can literally call any human on the face of like the planet, and they're gonna say yes to his film.
You just look like this all the time.
Tell me what's going on right now.
Who do you want to be, Jeff?
I was watching the character and thinking he might have taken a lot of energy out of you, but a lot of love at the same time. Is it the right impression?
It was testing enough. Yeah, he's constantly in it's very erratic character who's anxious from first frame to last. So it wasn't a very still, nor a very internal experience, but I hope there was an internal life. But yeah, I was kind of as exhausted as you can get with what we do. By the end of it, I was pretty raw.
Goes
through, what Edward described as a spiritual awakening, and I thought that was a good description. So how much did you guys discuss it with the relationship that they have, the spiritual relationship that kind of instinctively is drawn between them?
It seemed to just fall into place, really, without us having to direct it too much, or it seemed to just they both find some version of a safe harbor in each other. I think they see like in each other. They come from very different backgrounds, they have very different origin stories, but they are both running from a past that they know that they need to connect to somehow to rectify the present, but they can't quite figure out how to resolve the issues that they individually have.
That they both have in each of their own ways, but also you meet them basically at the lowest point of their lives, respectively. And I just find it also very easy to find that connection, because there are connections that you don't, it's a little platonic, which I find very beautiful.
And they're both living
natural.
a lie.
Yes.
They're both living a lie. They're both hiding. They're both
have bad luck all
and
throughout their
presenting
lives.
to the world a version of themselves that they think will allow them to move through the world with some degree of success or some degree of gaining an affluence.
But you don't surrender yet. Your character is like
I'm still
relentless.
holding on,
and
white knuckling.
She somehow surrenders. She finds a way out. Yeah.
But they were the only peaceful scenes I had in the film were with her. The scene particularly at the boathouse. There was a very small period in time there where Doyle drops into an honesty in the present with her that he hasn't been afforded the luxury of before that.
The realm of the hungry ghosts is for people driven by greed.
Just give me one more hand. I can pay you.
It's not too late for you.
Not so lucky after all, huh?
Talking about that scene, which is very quiet and soothing, and then the rest of the environment of being in Macau and the vibrancy of the colors and the noises and everything. How much does it become another character for you shooting this film?
Oh yeah, it was amazing. I mean, anytime, it doesn't always happen. Sometimes I've worked in London and you're shooting in Leavesden Studios and you're not doing any exterior scenes in London City itself. It's all
and nobody dares to make sound.
Yeah, there's caravans outside, and then you go into a warehouse and there's beautiful sets built, and the sets are incredibly helpful once you get into them, but you are aware of the significant artifice of the whole process, whereas there was no sets. It was all practical stuff. It was all clubs, it was all casinos, it was all streets in Colowan, and it was really beautiful because it meant even on the weekends you were surrounded by the world that you're inhabiting during the telling of the story from Monday to Friday, and I love that. It's kind of it's kind of nicely all consuming. And Macau's really significant. I mean, this image behind us is so beautiful, but it's such a place of contrast. Macau. There's the old town part of it, and there's the fishing village Colowan, which was very heavily influenced by the Portuguese arrival, and then there's this new section that was built in 2006 that is the casino strip, and it was really, really rich in character, and Edward was and James Friend, his cinematographer, they were very keen to just make sure that it was a vocal character within the film,
Macau, gambling capital of the universe. Here, card games can change your life in an instant.
Before they wrap me up, what is the film mostly about to you guys?
I have no clue. What's it about, man?
Edward says it's about capitalism, his commentary on
that was originally what he was going,
but
and then it became
so
more personal
than
to him.
Yeah,
I think
it's very
it became
personal.
So much more than addiction.
It's connection, it's redemption.
Yeah.
A lot of it. Yeah.
And that it's never too late to course correct. It's never too late to awaken.
Yeah.
Awaken to the errors of your past, or the sadnesses you feel, or the anxieties, or the nervousness, and the shortcomings you feel like you live within. It's never too late to be accountable and make some change. Certainly for the character I'm playing. By virtue of just didn't want to speak for you, but I think so too.
And don't eat too much lobster.
Oh yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan.
Good to see
Great
you.
to see you, love.
It'd take a miracle to change a man like me.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome to this special interview here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Well, a tireless, fearless and trailblazing journalist and writer, Baria Alammudin is known just as much for her advocacy as she is for her impactful and highly analytical writing. I have the great pleasure of welcoming Baria Alammudin here for a special interview on the sidelines of the Manama Dialogue in Bahrain. Baria, thank you for making time for Counterpoints.
Thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure.
Baria, the Manama Dialogue has been going on for more than 2 decades now. I know you've been part of it for such a long time. Tell me why you think this particular gathering of power brokers, of writers, of geopolitical analysts and thinkers, politicians, why is it important and what can it bring to the region?
Well, as you know, we live in a very turbulent world. And I've been coming to this Manama Dialogue for 21 years now. I do love Bahrain, I must admit. It's a small island and the people are lovely and you feel safe and the atmosphere is nice. Running away from the bad weather in London is not a bad idea.
Never a bad idea.
Yes. And also, I must admit, this gathering is a very important one. And not only of this specific time, but it has been all along. They managed to bring together security personnel and ministers and many also coming from the world of intelligence as well. As you see as well, there are many people that are coming from centers of studies. You sort of also build a friendship on a one-year term. So every year you meet the same people and you say hello to the same people. And as a writer and writing a column, it's really important for me to come to the region and to meet with the people of the region, but also to meet with all these security people and intelligence people and my colleagues. It's been extremely useful for me over the years, and it's developing more and more and more, and it's getting bigger and bigger, which is quite interesting. I like also the side meetings that happen.
They're always important at events like this. As someone who is on the inside and has connections across so many different delegations, how important do you think those sideline bilateral meetings are? Do they sort of set the scene for maybe what we see politicians announce and shake hands on in the months to come?
Announce or don't announce. Sometimes you'll hear politicians that come and don't say hardly anything. These are the important ones. It's the sidelines meeting where people speak off the record and people say their mind and you discuss and you hear stories that you don't read in the newspapers and you learn more things. Also, over the years, you develop certain friendships and people feel they trust you. They're, when you say off the record, it's definitely off the record. It's not... And as I say, I think people also come to Bahrain, honestly, and not only for this, but for the Bahrainis are known for being such kind people that they receive you warmly, and I think people like the food as well here. They like the gathering. It's the tradition of the meeting of these people. we must also say that this is a very critical time for the region, as you know, and the world at large. So I'm looking forward for the next 2 days, and I already, my schedule is full of, you know, these appointments on the side of the big meetings in the big room.
It is. About 1 year ago, in an opinion piece, I think it was just before last year's Manama Dialogue, you wrote, "Our world lacks guardrails because conflict resolution bodies like the UN Security Council have been paralysed by superpower rivalries." Are we in a better position or a worse position than we were 1 year ago?
I think a worse position. The UN is rendered completely ineffective. Nobody listens to the UN. Some presidents of the world make fun of it and don't respect it. So I'm afraid we are, and it's something that we really need these days. The UN has never been more needed. If it is to find peace and security in the world, but also for refugees, for help with all sorts of things like UNRWA, for example, in Gaza. I think what we need to do is strengthen our international organizations, the UN with all its branches, and need to come back. Do I see it coming soon? No, which is really unfortunate. I would like that the world wakes up. I hope they're not waiting for a big catastrophe for them to wake up, because as you know, the UN was actually constituted after the war, and we really need to revive it and give it respect and security and money as well.
Your book, Militia State, was published in 2022, and even though it focuses primarily on Iraq, it does analyse how Iran projects its power across the region, considering the strikes we've seen recently in Iran, but also the dismantling of many of Iran's allies across the region. How do you assess Iran's place in the region today?
Oh, much, much, much weaker than when I wrote this piece. And I'm happy to say that. You know, Iran is a Muslim country. There is no reason it should not have the best relations with the region at large and all the Muslim world and the world at large, except that they have in their constitution that they should actually send their revolution outside their border, which is really bad. They built these proxy armies like the PMU, PMF in Iraq, like Hezbollah in Lebanon, like the Houthis in Iran, like the Hamas in Gaza and parts of the West Bank. It doesn't work like this when you try to dismantle peace and security in other areas. And they were boasting about it. Iraq is still under the influence of Iran, completely under the influence of Iran. Although they have been weakened, it's their gateway to the Arab world. And I called my book Militia State because I could not call it Iraq. It wasn't Iraq. It was completely controlled. It's still controlled. The Hashd al-Shabi actually costs the Iraqi government $4 billion. We don't know where this $4 billion goes, and we don't know what's going to happen in the new elections. People are not very optimistic because of Iranian intervention and Iranian domination of Iraqi politics. So this is sad, and also not only that, but they used to threaten to say that Bahrain even is part of Iran. Again, I would say that because Iran is much weaker, it is now trying to make good relations with all its neighbors. Do I believe it? No, I don't believe it. But let's hope they will learn, and let's hope that they will concentrate on the good of their own people. The Iranians should be living in great security and affluence, etc. There is poverty in Iran. I think inflation runs at about 40%. It's a dismal economic situation in Iran.
If we turn to your home country, Lebanon, with some recent news out of there in previous days, the Lebanese president has called on the army to confront Israeli incursions in the south, and as we know, that's usually been Hezbollah's domain to confront Israel in the south.
badly. They confronted Israel badly, and they were defeated. They were inflating, and they were telling us lies. They were saying to us that they can defeat the mighty Israeli army. You see,
now that we have the president saying the Lebanese government, sorry, the Lebanese army are the ones who are going to now take on that role. What do you read into that?
I feel proud when my president says that he is going to tell the Lebanese army. But I worry about the Lebanese army because, you see, Israel doesn't fight alone. Israel fights with all the intelligence from the American state, from Europe, from many countries in Europe. They say something and they do something else. This double standard has become, you know, the norm of the day these days. They say we should stop the killing, we should have peace, but they give Israel arms and ammunitions and planes and whatever. So I do worry about the Lebanese army because the Lebanese army, as I said, is no match to, there is the pride element. Hezbollah never really defeated Israel as such. I think Israel is on a course which is a very bad for the Israeli state, for the Israelis, because also there is many Israelis that are losing their lives, that are psychologically sick, and also it has become a pariah state in the world. Never in my life I would have thought that I will see the international community, the people. You see, people talk about peace and these agreements between a country like Bahrain and the Emirates. This tells you that the Arabs really want peace. They don't want war, either with Iran or with Israel. But it takes two to tango. Israel should not also attack Lebanon and should stop. We signed an agreement with them. You see, they're making the disarming of Hezbollah more difficult because Hezbollah is saying, how do you want me to disarm if every day my people are getting killed and they are attacking my villages, they're attacking my schools, they're attacking my you know, everything, homes, everything. So in a way, I am proud that, but do I feel that the Lebanese army can defeat the United States of America and Israel and the many European countries? No. Israel doesn't fight alone.
If we're speaking of Israel, the ceasefire in Gaza appears to be increasingly fragile. President Trump says the war is over, but that is a vastly different thing to there being peace in that part of the world. You've written extensively about state and non-state actors in the region. So to your mind, how dangerous is this period of time for Gaza when we consider the potential for a power vacuum?
Yes, I think a power vacuum should not be an option for Gaza because, as we know, there are Hamas elements, and we know Hamas is not exactly the kindest of organizations. People brand it as a terrorist organization. And indeed, the 7th of October was a disaster, not only for the Israelis, but for the peace in the Middle East and for the people of Palestine and Gaza and the region at large. The atrocities we have seen committed after that are unbearable to mention even. So I think what should happen, I think this plan was launched before it's being prepared. So we don't see the armies ready. Now they're discussing which countries are going to give personnel to help with the peace. We don't know who it is. Would this ceasefire last? I don't know. Definitely we see that President Trump is now finally trying to influence Netanyahu to stop, actually ordering him to stop. And you hear in Israel that Israel is not an independent state. It's now ruled by the United States. If it is ruling it is to stop the fighting, that's a good way, I think, of doing it. We should try and limit these elements like Hamas and the Houthis and Al-Hashd al-Sha'bi and of course Hezbollah, not only limit the role, but they should be not there at all. Iraq supposedly the Hashd al-Sha'bi was supposed to be part of the Houthi efforts and the Hezbollah efforts. We saw that they acted in a very cowardly way. And what they do is now they are like a mafia inside Iraq. They wreak havoc. They take the money. We don't know where the money goes. There is actually no electricity in a summer of 50 degrees in Iraq. And this is a country that has the second biggest reserve of oil. I mean, one cannot even imagine it. And schools are deteriorating. The economic life is also like this. So there should not be at all the presence of these elements, as I said. And I hope and I pray that they find some kind of force, Arab force or others, that can monitor the peace until they can train some Palestinian forces to take care of the peace in Gaza. That is, if the peace holds.
Turning away from regional affairs to your own career itself, you've interviewed numerous powerful women over a very long and illustrious career, no less Benazir Bhutto, Margaret Thatcher, and Indira Gandhi. I want to know, in the dealings you've had with those women in such powerful positions, do you think women can bring something special to leadership that men can't or don't to leadership roles?
I don't think, I'm sure that they can bring. I remember with the late Indira Gandhi, and I was the last journalist to see her alive and interview her a few hours before she was killed in her home. She said to me, we women see details that men are not able to see. We women are multifunctional, and we see that in our homes. When we do, you work, you take care of your husbands, of the affairs of the house, you manage it, you have children, you take care of them. So I am very sure. Also, there is a certain empathy and tenderness about women that most men don't have in general, which I think is needed to govern a country or a people, or to manage affairs of a state. I'm very happy to see that women are moving forward in the world, but not enough.
What about in this particular part of the world? How do you assess women's role in leadership positions in the region?
I am so proud of women in this region. You know, when I come to a country like Bahrain, where women have started education amongst the first Arab nationals actually to start, and they work everywhere. Banking is led by women, health is led by women, so many sectors. I'm also trying to finish a book I started about women in Saudi Arabia. And I mean, every time I go, if I don't go for a couple of months, I come and I see it's like a revolution in women's affairs. And also in their confidence, which a woman cannot lead or cannot be somebody that can achieve something if she doesn't have confidence in herself and in her abilities and the role she can play in developing their country. I really believe women in the Gulf, women in the Arab world in general, but specifically in the Gulf, because countries like my country, where women were leaders, have regressed because of war and poverty and the state that we live in. So yes, I think there is a lot of hope for Arab women, Gulf women, as I said in particular. And again, I want to talk about Saudi women. They set these visions for 2030. A lot of them have been met already. So it's there. You don't need to 2030. And I'm really, really impressed with their determination, their passion to prove themselves. They're everywhere. Everywhere you go, there are women in Saudi Arabia and now. And as I said, you know, this was, of course, progress in the making. Yes. But the last, I think, 7-8 years, it has moved at an unbelievable speed. It's women's work that can give her confidence and give her ability to move on.
If and when you finish that book, I hope you come back to Al-Arabiya English to give us an exclusive insight. It sounds incredible. Baria, Alammudin, thank you so much for joining us here on Counterpoints.
Thank you so much for asking me. Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
as well as in many cases worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Luxor, the famous city of Luxor, Egypt. On the outside, the city is admittedly not all that charming. So what is it that will make you visit the city, with its scorching hot weather and dust-choking streets? Dare to explore deeper into the sun and sand to find its hidden gems. Egyptian sites, monuments, tombs, and temples. Amid the ancient sites are modern attractions as well. First is the Temple of Karnak. It's a massive ancient site that has several different temples that are dedicated to specific gods. The hypostyle hall is a pinnacle part of this temple. The pillars, so grand, will make you feel like you're in the middle of a canyon with cliffs surrounding you. Visit this majestic place that will make you want to learn more about the ancient gods and their beliefs. Next is the Temple of Luxor, a rather easily accessible place right at the center of town. It was founded by Amenophis III, but altered in later years by Tutankhamun, Horemheb, and Ramses II. The secret is to pay a visit at night, as you will see the illuminated yellow lights that paint nicely on the ruins and statues. It's a calm and curious place to sit by and hang out, or watch the people or little children playing. There's also the Luxor Museum, another breathtaking tourist spot. It houses some of the most important relics collected from temples and tombs around Luxor. The Valley of the Kings is also worth the trip. You can access it from across the Nile from Luxor. It's tucked beneath a barren mountain, and you will see its top like a triangular pyramid. The valley is hollowed out like an anthill. Buried beneath it are some of the most legendary pharaohs of ancient Egypt. It is considered a sacred place that secures and ensures eternal life. You will surely be amazed at the relics, reliefs, hieroglyphics, and spells plastered on the walls and carved into the stones. Nearby is the Valley of the Queens. The place has been hailed as the resting place of royal family members and relatives. It is where princes, royal children, and of course, queens are represented. And then there's Deir al-Bahri. It is the mortuary temple of Queen Hatshepsut, the only female pharaoh to rule Egypt. Its interiors are quite deteriorated, but the view of its facade, with its multiple terraces and colonnades, is impressive. Indeed, a visit to Luxor gives you a dose of heavy history and a culture you won't have in any other city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al-Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to this special interview with Lord Roderick Balfour, the great-nephew of the former British Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour. Lord Roderick, thank you for your time and for this interview. I'd like to first start by asking you about your family legacy and the history of the name of the family of Balfour. Being a descendant of former Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour, how do you think that carrying the name shaped your own perception and understanding of the declaration and the impact given its significance and to the whole world, I would say?
Good. Well, listen, thanks for your interest. The Balfour Declaration, you may have read before, hung on the back of the lavatory door in our house in France. Nobody ever talked about it. It was just not a feature through the 50s and the 60s and the 70s when I was growing up. Although I say the 70s, by then it was a bit, because the first time I came across it seriously was during the Six-Day War in June 1967, when I worked for the New York Herald Tribune in Paris. And unlike today, you'd be amazed, all of the Champs-Élysées and all the area around was completely pro-Israeli. Bizarrely, that wouldn't be the same today at all. And then I really, when it first sort of mattered and people wanted to talk about it, I would say was really around the centenary. So really quite recently.
And I wanted to ask, looking back 100 years ago, do you think that the UK government and your great uncle have foreseen the long-term consequences of this declaration?
Do you think that President Trump and everybody else can see the long-term consequences of what they're proposing today in 100 years' time? I mean, nobody can. And I think it's very important to stress, I mean, a lot of people who talk about this talk as though it was a problem 100 years ago. It wasn't. I mean, there were only 700,000 people in the whole of Greater Palestine and Cisjordania and I think the south of Syria. 700,000. There are now, 12, 13 million people inhabiting a smaller area. We hadn't had the Holocaust, which made a huge difference. And no, I mean, Arthur Balfour and the rest of the cabinet. And I mean, I think it's important to stress that this document was not typed out by his secretary dictating to him over breakfast. I mean, this was, he was the foreign secretary, and somebody else might have been the foreign secretary. In fact, somebody else did say somebody else should be writing it, I think. But anyway, it ended up with his name on it as the Foreign Secretary.
And before moving to, I will ask you a bit more about the declaration itself, but before moving to that part of the conversation, I have a question about how you talk about the Balfour Declaration in your own family. Is it usually a source of pride, or is it usually a source of controversy?
I think in its original form, and for the reasons it was written, I think that there is pride. But I mean, I think we very much see Arthur as having done it as the Foreign Secretary. Admittedly, you know, he was, particularly through my great aunt, a great friend of Chaim Weizmann and Theodor Herzl and people. And he was, you know, he was a great philosopher and he was a great humanitarian. And so obviously he was very influential within the cabinet and as the Foreign Secretary, you know, because you had, you know, what goes around comes around. You had the Tsar expelling all the Jews from Russia who ended up here and in America, not being able to speak English, with their strange habits and everything else. And that preyed on people to say, and they wanted to, you know, go to the land of their forefathers, to the land of Moses. And that meant Palestine. So it was very much a humanitarian gesture, but I mean, it's not as definite in here as a lot of people would like to think it is.
And moving on to the declaration itself, and I think this is a question on everyone's mind in the Middle East, as you may know. Why do you think that it was a promise to one group of people, a homeland for one group of people, but did not promise the same for another group of people who were inhabitants of the land at the time?
Well, because the Palestinians, if you like, for want of a better word, were not under persecution. Nobody was chasing them. Everybody was, you know, I don't wish to demean them, but I mean, I think when I read about the history, it was basically an agrarian economy with sheep and goat herds, nothing, no sophistication, very few people, as I say, you know, and therefore I think they thought if a few Jews wanted to go and live there peaceably, you know, all the Abrahamic faiths, you know, Muslim, Christian and Jew, why would there be a problem? So, you know, there was no sort of contentious arguments over the breakfast table about how can you do this? You know, everybody was coexisting peaceably. But you know, a lot of it obviously has to do with the Holocaust, population explosion, that there isn't room for everybody.
Do you think the declaration, now looking at it, fulfilled some of its goals?
When you say its goal, I mean, I have it in my hand because I always want to get it absolutely right. I have much further we have a declaration of sympathy, that's all, with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the Cabinet. His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. So there's no, we will support the creation of a state of Israel, as is, you know, under pressure to create for Palestine at the moment. And this is the strong bit. Everything else is what I think in the lawyers call precatory. It's a wish, okay? But the next sentence is the one that gets me into trouble in Israel. It being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. So I leave anybody listening to think what is going on today is not what he or the government of the day would have wished.
But do you think that the UK government has done enough for that clause to protect non-Jewish communities?
That's a very good question. I mean, when you say done enough, I mean, I felt for many years the United Nations, who got involved in the Congo, in Sudan, in all these other places, never really got sufficiently involved in the Holy Land. And I call it the Holy Land for all three religions. And I've never quite understood why not. And particularly as, you know, one has to say it, but Israel has never attacked anybody else. I mean, they've gone off and done these these missions in recent times, but they've never wanted to wipe out the Palestinians. I mean, the occupation of the West Bank and these settlements under the very right-wing Israeli factions, you know, is not something. I mean, that goes completely contrary to this, as well as to United Nations resolutions and things like that. So, you know, what could we do, just Britain? I mean, it wasn't a, you know, we came out of it after the mandate finished in 1947-48, and the State of Israel was announced, recognized by the US, recognized by the United Nations. You know, they were a sovereign nation by whatever other means you want to call them. So, you know, it wasn't up to us to say, you are contravening the declaration. I would have liked it if they had, and the United Nations had said, you know, we're going to come in here and sort things out, because it's contrary to the declaration.
I'd like to move to the to UK's historical decision to recognize Palestine last week, and this was an important day for a lot of Palestinians and Arabs in the whole world. Mm-hmm. What do you think of this recognition, and do you think that it was a step taken too late?
No, I don't at all. I think that again, with the United Nations help and everybody else, there should have been a far greater effort to deal with the two population problem much, much earlier, whereby there would have been far more democratic regimes in both Gaza and the West Bank. And instead they've just been able to run riot and do whatever. I mean, the West Bank hasn't had elections for 20 years. Gaza has been ruled by Hamas. I mean, are these, in their present condition, are these really suitable entities for us to recognize as a state? I'm not sure. But I mean, it's symbolic. It shows that we are in favor of the two-state solution, but there's got to be a lot more before it actually means anything.
And do you still believe in a two-state solution? Do you think that with today's circumstances that it's still a viable solution?
Well, clearly the Israelis don't think so. And I don't think Hamas thinks so, because Hamas want to get rid of Israel, and Israel doesn't trust any of the Arab countries while they're run as, the Palestinian enclaves, until they have a reassurance that they're not going to be populated by people who swear death to Israel from the river to the sea. So you've got these two blocks who are implacably opposed to each other. And I suppose that's what, you know, love him or hate him, but, you know, President Trump is actually somebody who at last is not just muttering warm words, but actually getting on and doing something, and I think has realized, and obviously done a lot of talking around the Middle East and with other Islamic countries, who, you know, you will know yourself because you're from there. I understand none of the countries want to have an unstable world there, you know, which is rife with terrorism and murder and everything else. I mean, I think, excuse me, especially Saudi, I believe, you know, very, very keen to have peace. And of course, you know, we were talking earlier about Abu Dhabi, and I mean, these are now, commerce has taken over from the theocracy element, which I think ruled a lot of the sort of views of Islamic countries before. And now they're major economic powers. They don't want to see war and terrorism on their doorstep. So I think that's why they're, as I understand it, giving their full support to this effort, the Trump effort.
But moving to today's reality, do you have any reservations about Israel's act of violence? Do you think, what is your view on what Israel is you know, committing against the Palestinians today?
I think you've got to take that in two halves. I think the West Bank is something that really has got to be stamped on. that is so contrary to the declaration and against the United Resolutions, things which we were talking about. But Gaza, you know, how has Hamas allowed this to happen and not said, listen, please don't bomb all our houses and think we will surrender the hostages? I mean, one feels, and this is evidently what everybody else feels through the Trump proposal, that Hamas, I mean, he said it, Hamas has got to be neutralized because they're the destabilizing force. But I think the West Bank and Gaza are, but you know, I'm no lawyer, I'm not a professional historian, so these are just my personal opinions, but you've got to separate the West Bank problem from the Gaza problem.
And how's your relationship with the Palestinians and the Israelis, if you have any?
Well, I've not really come across too many Palestinians per se who live in Palestine, but I have come across a lot of the Arabs who live and work in Israel. And of course they don't like it either, because they've peacefully coexisted in Israel, done a lot of business with they're integral part of the business landscape.
And I just want to ask two more questions. One of them is, when you reflect back at the declaration, for you personally, do you feel that it's a source of responsibility? Do you feel it's a burden that you carry the Balfour name and you do these interviews? And
that's interesting. I mean, I suppose that really why I accept sort of the invitation to do these interviews is it gives me an opportunity to defend the declaration and point out what it actually says. I've read up quite a lot of opinions on the declaration, and one of the things I find, which I think are provocative to the Palestinian side, is all sorts of people have read this and said, oh, this is definitely an official document. This is, we will create the Israeli state. And it doesn't say that, but it's been seized on by sort of the more, I suppose you'd call them extreme or right-wing in this day and age, elements who want to say that this has a force of law. As I say, I'm no lawyer, but when I read it as it says, and I'm not trying to interpret it like a scholar.
I have one last question, just because a lot of people did take this as an official document.
Well, it's official in the sense that it came out of the British government and was expressed a wish with a particular reservation. Yep, official.
But then what do you say to the millions of Palestinians? Some of them are still refugees in some countries. What do you tell them now that this declaration and the name of Balfour was so central to the path that they had in life, or they took in life after what happened in 1917 and 1948 and everything afterwards?
I think I've never understood why the Palestinians and the Jews did not all just get on and build the fabulous economy together. It's been so one-sided, and I never understood why the Palestinian side was not keeping up with the Jewish side.
Maybe because a lot of them were expelled out of their homes.
Arab Israelis who very happily coexist. I mean, why after the Intifada in 2014, was it, did Hamas decide to destroy all the greenhouses, you know, that had been left by the Israelis to help grow food for the Palestinians? As I understand it, Hamas didn't want their population to be happy. They wanted them to be constantly fed an anti-Israel mantra. Not good for peace.
Thank you, Lord Roderick, for granting us this interview and for your time. Thank you for watching. This was an interview with Lord Roderick Balfour, the great-nephew of former British Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour. Thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
No, never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to Arabiya English with me, Micheál Prendergast. I'm here with the UFC CEO Dana White for a special interview to speak about some of the biggest stories shaping the future of MMA, from heavyweight showdowns and Saudi expansion to a historic White House event, Conor McGregor's return, and the future of streaming. Thanks so much for your time, Dana. I'd like to start with Aspinall versus Game. How important is this for the heavyweight division?
Yeah, this fight's a big deal, not just for the division, but for both guys on Saturday. Obviously, if Aspinall lives up to what he's, expected to be, he should go in there and make quick work of Ciryl Gane this weekend. Ciryl Gane looked like he was going to be the guy up until, the John Jones fight. And, Saturday night's big for him. If he can go in and beat Tom Aspinall, and the guy's light on his feet. He got great hands, moves like a middleweight, goes to the ground. He's got a great ground game. It's a big fight for both these guys on Saturday, not just the division.
You're going to be in Saudi Arabia next week for Power Slap. Also, the growth of Zuffa boxing through His Excellency, one of your close friends, Turki Al-Sheikh. How influential has he been in the world of boxing?
No, I saw Power Slap and I thought that it could do well if it was presented right. And the live event is incredible. If you go to the live event, you immediately become a fan. And then as far as Turki Al-Sheikh with the Zuffa boxing, it wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for him. I probably would not have gotten into boxing if it wasn't for Sheikh Turki.
And he's a close friend of yours now. What is it in particular that he's adding into the equation? Of course, they're investing a lot of money, but it's more than that, isn't it?
Yeah, listen, in boxing, it's all about the money. The big fights that you want to see don't happen unless, it took Saudi money to make those fights happen. And, I think that he has reinvigorated and kickstarted the sport of boxing. So enough to get me interested again. So, what he's done is pretty incredible.
You've called the White House UFC event the greatest card in fight history. President Trump has obviously played an enormous role in this. What has been your opinion of his influence in proceedings?
He was all of it. He's the one that asked me, I think we should do a fight at the White House. And I said, I'm in. Say when. So, yeah, it was his idea. He's got this big thing about the White House belonging to the people, and he wants to bring more events and more people to come and experience not just Washington, D.C., but the White House.
An octagon on the White House lawn? This surely provides an unprecedented security problem, especially after those assassination attempts. How is the UFC dealing with this?
It's a big issue, but that's going to be Secret Service, and there'll be less than 5,000 people there, and we don't even know how we're going to do ticketing yet. But the Ellipse across the street, there'll be, we can have 85,000 people over there. We'll do screens and a big stage. We're going to basically roll in and take over Washington, D.C. that week. The UFC will.
Conor McGregor has announced on Fox that he's going to be fighting on the card. He's going to be fighting Michael Chandler. What do you think of that?
That's not true. We haven't made one fight yet. Not one fight has been made.
A bit of speculation from Mystic Mac.
Yes, he's speculating. Yes, he wants that fight very badly. I don't think there's any secret about that. He and I actually talked today, and he seems like he's in a good place mentally, emotionally, and now he's got to physically get ready if he wants to fight on that card.
Marvin Hagler, he famously said, it's hard to keep the hunger. It's hard to get up at 5 a.m. and go running when you're sleeping in silk sheets. Yeah. Is that the case for Conor McGregor now?
And on yachts. Yachts make it tough too. But yes, if we can get the motivated, fired up Conor McGregor, from the past back, then maybe he'll be headlining the White House.
You've got a long-standing friendship with President Trump. After the first assassination attempt, he called you. You were on holiday in Italy. You flew back and you gave the opening speech at his next rally. This is surely a testament to your friendship.
Yeah, it was. It's always an honor. I love the guy, and when he calls, whatever he needs. I love the guy. He's been a great friend to me for a long time, and yeah.
During your speech at Trump's rally, you said Trump is a real American badass. How do you describe his Democratic opponent, Kamala Harris?
I don't think I want to go there, but listen. Let's just say the right person won the election.
In this White House event, John Jones has stated he would like to be back in the running, or is the timeline too tight?
I don't know. We'll see. John retired and he wants to fight at the White House. The likelihood of him fighting in the White House is, I don't know. I don't see it happening.
We just spoke earlier about mentality and hard work as well. There's often a huge plethora of videos online now, often of you and Joe Rogan, Jordan Peterson, often advising young children about work ethic. How important is it today with a softer generation, let's say, to encourage people to work hard, to go above and beyond, to try and succeed?
I don't know. I don't think that... it's everything. If you have work ethic, if you have anything that you want to accomplish in life, any goals you've ever set for yourself, any dreams that you have, the only way to get there is by hard work. You have to work hard. You have to, lots of bad things happen every day that you have to power through. I don't ever try to come off like I'm trying to be some motivational speaker or anything like that. Most of that stuff is cut up from long-form interviews that I do. But there's no secret that I think that this younger generation is soft. And I also think that right now, with technology and all the things that are going on, there's never been more opportunity for young people than there is right now. So I say it all the time, if you got this much of it in you, it's all out there for the taking. Everybody, these kids have opportunities these days that my generation never had. Go get it.
Just to finish, Dana, the $7.7 billion Paramount deal is going to change the face of not only UFC, but sports watching. Everything is moving to streaming. How excited are you for this?
Very. And I think what makes me even more excited is how excited they are for this. So we've gotten the teams together a few times now, and the Paramount CBS people are so excited about being in business with us. It makes us even more excited being in business with them.
Dana White, thanks so much for your time.
Thanks for having me. Pleasure.
I know you're watching, so turn up the volume. New York City's mayor takes aim at the president during his victory speech. Not only was Zoran Mamdani a political outsider ahead of the mayoral race, he flourished during a particularly nasty smear campaign. What does his win mean for Democrats and Republicans alike? I'm Melinda Nucifora, and that debate is coming up on Counterpoints.
our allies. Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Syria's President Ahmed Al-Sharah meets US President Donald Trump at the White House for unprecedented talks. President Trump threatens to sue the BBC for $1 billion after its chair apologized for how the corporation edited a speech he made. And an end in sight for the record-breaking US shutdown as both sides of the Senate vote in favor of a deal. Now, Syria's President Ahmed Al-Sharah has met with US President Donald Trump at the White House for unprecedented talks just days after Washington removed him from the sanctions list. Sharah, whose opposition forces ousted longtime ruler Bashar al-Assad last year, is the first Syrian leader to visit the White House since the country's independence in 1946. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Dubai 92 presenter John O'Hayes, who's with me here in the studio, and correspondent Sarah Firth, who joins me all the way from Washington. Sarah, let's talk to you first. This is really a historic moment today, isn't it? Can you remind us of the background between Al-Sharah and the US?
Yes, absolutely. It is a huge moment, and we've actually seen crowds outside the White House cheering for the Syrian president, Al-Sharah. It wasn't that long ago that the State Department lifted his name off the global terror watch list. And we've seen this remarkable transformation in the relationship between the United States administration and Al-Sharah. Over the weekend, he was seen playing basketball with the head of CENTCOM, Central Command here in the United States. I mean, these were people who were on opposite sides of the fight, if you like, until fairly recently. Now, he is the man who the US is pinning their hopes on for rebuilding, rehabilitating Syria. This is the first visit from a Syrian president since 1946. It is a major moment, but guys, it was a little bit more of a subdued arrival than we were perhaps expecting here in Washington. You know, usually you have the full 9 yards with President Trump coming out to meet them at the West Wing and the flags and the whole sort of pomp and ceremony of it. This time it was much more under the radar. You had Al-Sharah coming in through a side door. The meeting itself has been closed press, but I do want to tell you there has been some breaking news just in the past 10 minutes or so. We know that the US has said it is now, after that meeting between Al-Sharah and President Trump, halting all of the Caesar Act sanctions on Syria, with the exception of some of the transactions between Russia and Iran. And I just want to read you actually what the State Department has said here, because it's really important. So this is the decision means that the Caesar Act sanctions have been lifted, according to the Department of Treasury, and it's added the suspension halts the imposition of sanctions of the Caesar Act except for certain transactions, and this will include technology, software, funds, financing or services. Now, this is so important because we've already seen President Trump, prior to this meeting, lifting some of those sanctions on Syria that were very restrictive when Syria was ruled by the Assad regime. Now you've had even more sanctions lifted, and that Caesar Act sanctions, you know, they were put in place when Bashar al-Assad was in power because of some of the atrocities his regime was committing. What it meant was that money was not moving into the country. And so this meeting and the announcement of these sanctions being lifted, hugely critical. The World Bank has estimated that it's going to cost something upwards of 200 million to start the rebuild of Syria. So the country desperately needs that investment coming in. This is going to be a sign to foreign investors. The US is behind the new Syrian president. They're supporting him, and potentially the money can now start moving. So it's a major moment, a very big achievement for the Syrian president who's meeting President Trump. So it's not the first time they've met, of course, but it is the first time in the White House for a Syrian president since 1946. So definitely a historic moment.
And you know what, Jono? A lot of what was trailed in this meeting coming up today was that Al-Sharaa was going to use this visit to push for a full repeal of the Caesars Act. And as Sarah said to us, that has now happened. And those were those crushing sanctions that were put on Bashar al-Assad's regime in Syria. So like Sarah says, momentous moment right now, because we're now seeing those sanctions be lifted to give Syria a chance to rebuild. But I want to talk a little bit more about this. Yes, it's a momentous moment, and the world is watching this. And last year, Al-Sharaa was in a very different position to what he is right now as he enters the White House. But it's coming at the same time where we are seeing minorities targeted in Syria. We are still seeing a fractious country in many respects after 13 years of civil war. You know, the Alawites are being targeted, the Druze are being targeted. There's a lot happening in Syria at the moment. And is this something which you think will possibly come up in discussion? Or will this be left out of conversations? Because you know how difficult it is to rebuild a country after such destruction.
I think the conversations that we're hearing about now and the sanctions being lifted is going to be the win, and that's going to be the focus for this as well. Giving airtime and giving exposure to the Alawites, who are traditionally linked to the Assad regime, is probably a foul move at this stage. Likewise, when you look at the Druze factions, which are, as you said, and Christians who are facing persecution currently in the country, giving airtime to any of that will take away from this new Syria narrative, which is what Washington wants to portray. In fact, both sides, both Syria and Washington, want to portray this new Syria. You don't want to open sectarian wounds if that's something that you're trying to do right now. What you've been looking back at is a 13-year war that's left 500,000 people dead, 13 million people have been displaced. The address that was made from May the 13th in this year, when Trump first off met in Saudi Arabia, was that this would be a new Syria, that we would be building something together. And you think, well, what's the attraction? Why are the US thinking that this is so important? Why is Syria so pivotal? And there's a few. There's the geopolitical location of Syria at the foot of Turkey, Iraq, Jordan, Lebanon, and Israel. They all sit in the heart of the Middle East. Syria plays a powerful place, dynamically speaking, and peace in Syria will be a huge deal for the US to be involved over that. Regional influence, whoever has leverage in Syria, will effectively affect Iran's reach. They'll also, there's been a historical connection between Damascus, Moscow and Tehran. If you move in as the US and show the level of support that the Trump administration is doing, you're kind of moving away Damascus from both of those two factions, which is exactly what this administration wants to do. So I think, no, the focus will be on the big wins from this conversation, which will be lifting the sanctions. And that's exactly the portrayal that the White House will have as a result of this. And I think rightly so, that's what it needs to happen here. You don't want to go in there to say, listen, we're trying to solve issues on the ground. I think that will be his own doing. I think that will be necessary for him to go along himself and say, listen, right, I'm going to try and figure that out on home turf. But that's not what this conversation is about. That's not what he needs the US for right now.
And it's really interesting because I did speak to a US former diplomat in Syria in the first show, and he said the same thing to me. This is crucial for security reasons in the Middle East. The US can have an influence in Syria. We are having reports that the US would like to have an air base near Damascus to grow their influence in the region, which will make it stable overall. And that's what Donald Trump is aiming to do. But like you did say, Syria still has a dire humanitarian situation.
Absolutely.
And, you know, now that Sarah reminded us that the Caesar Act sanctions will be lifted, the country can get money into it, food can go to those who need it, jobs, the economy, bank transfers, those things we take for granted are now able to come into play.
But we've heard before, and we've heard when the factions were fighting, when Druze were facing slaughter just months ago, we heard that a lot of the problems that were faced by the Syrian people on the day-to-day basis were solvable financially. It was to do with finances more than it was to do with land. So when the US is now given the backing to Al-Sharah, that then proves that he can go back, and having taken the helm less than a year ago at this stage, it will allow him to go into this in a much stronger position. And with financial backing, I think Syria can make a turnaround here. And I think that's the more important takeaway from this.
Absolutely. And I think that's what all the hopes
there is this important question here, guys, of you know, what kind of rule Al-Sharah's government is going to enforce back in Syria. You know, it's a very new government, as we pointed out, and Al-Sharah has clearly made his mark on the international stage. That's evidenced by this historic meeting with the US president. But I do think Washington is sort of taking the temperature a little bit, testing out the boundaries of this new relationship with the Syrian president, waiting to see how he works out some of those difficulties that are emerging back home with how he'll govern. And this lifting of the Caesar Act, it's for 180 days. So it is undoubtedly a major win for the Syrian president, and Washington clearly pinning their hopes on him and Syria's future, that he will be able to take the country forward here.
And what Sarah said there is also really important, because lots of these sanctions have been lifted with conditions on them, conditions that Al-Sharah follows, and that comes from the US and other international partners that have done the same thing. But once again, taking the temperature in the States. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that, Sarah and Jono. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And the BBC has issued an apology and said it made an error of judgment over how it edited a speech by President Trump in a Panorama documentary that made it look like he was urging people to attack the US Capitol. It follows the resignation of the CEO of the BBC News, Deborah Turners, and its Director General, Tim Davie, last night. They both admitted mistakes had been made. Meanwhile, President Trump has sent a letter to the BBC threatening to sue the organisation for $1 billion. Jono, this story broke last night. It has not stopped. We have had update after update after update. Are you surprised by this story, or do you think it's right that Davie and Turners took the decision to just walk away from what has been a pretty turbulent time?
It has, but it's been going on behind the scenes for quite a while. And we'll know that this has been going on for months and months. From whenever Ofcom will initially have raised that complaint, behind the scenes there have been a lot of back and forth about what should we do here. I think a few things have happened at the BBC that meant that their position was untenable. First of all, it wasn't tackled in the correct way. Admitting that something has been done incorrectly, stating a formal apology, and then on Sunday morning going on the BBC and saying, we apologise, we've made a mistake, which they'll do quite readily about a story about potholes, but they won't do it when it comes to something of such huge magnitude. The Trump administration sees this as an opportunity to take the BBC down a peg or two, not take them out, but take them down a peg or two, and to join the 34 other media entities that are currently being sued by Donald Trump. Taking into consideration that he had 7 in the decade previously before he took into office, now 34 since the 2 presidencies, it's quite a lot. And $1 billion, actually not a lot that he's taken them for when you take into consideration some of the other ones that I'll talk about in a second. Did they make the right decision to leave? You will know, if you know anything about the industry, that the DG and the CEO are not the people who made the end decisions here, but they're being complacent in the fact that they kept so quiet about it for so long, and that they didn't open up and they didn't say, right, let's open it completely. And I think you have to do this because there will be a parliamentary inquiry about this because it is public money that is funding the BBC. And I think what we're seeing here is damage control, an effort to prevent or try and protect the BBC's credibility or what little remains. But I think that they're facing a bit of a losing battle. And even just YouGov have conducted a poll, which was done, I think, 3 months ago. So before this broke, but when there have been other BBC scandals that are broke, they've got a record low level of public trust right now. 44% of the public believe that they're impartial.
But, Jono, I also wonder if it's not just because of this scandal that we've seen of the editing of a BBC documentary that went out that edited Donald Trump's speech. I've got that right in the end. But there's been so many scandals when it comes to the BBC. Hugh Edwards, one of its news presenters, Bob Villian at Glastonbury. There's just felt like Tim Westwood, the DJ. I just think there's been scandal after scandal after scandal, but no one's come up quick enough.
Well, when we take into consideration what this specific story is about, and that Trump a second chance, when it was aired was, I believe it was 28th of October, so just before the elections. So it's something of this changing something or changing the narrative, and I mean, we'll talk about what was actually said versus what was in there. There's been numerous scandals that have been there. They've all kind of piled up at this stage. And you're taking into consideration that it is public money that's been spent here. And so you have this changing of the guard where they'll think, right, if we do this, we'll protect ourselves and we'll limit the damage. The damage has been done, not just by this, but also by the 3 others. And that's the tip of the iceberg. If we really look back historically, you're talking about stuff that's happened in the last 2 years. If you look back further than that again, you'll see a lot more impartiality when it comes to the BBC. And I think they're finally being held accountable for this. And I think it's probably about time. We tend to find that we'll side with our own media at this stage. You'll decide, are you left, are you right, are you central, where are you going to go? You'll pick your media. The BBC have attempted to be that neutral, impartial ground, and they've just done a really bad job of it up until now.
Yeah, absolutely. I also think, I'm sure Sarah has an opinion on this too, I also think the way that journalists work now is quite different. You know, we're seeing social media and we're seeing people with YouTube channels who are quite clearly either right or left, and they're quite happy to say, this is what we are, this is what we believe in. Basically, you watch me, this is what you get on the tin. And I think people watching the BBC are like, we don't really know where they're going with this. So, Sarah, I don't know what your thoughts are on that. And, you know, if it's even possible that Donald Trump could sue the BBC.
Well, look, his legal team have come out swinging, threatening this $1 billion in legal action. They've said they want 3 things to happen. They've given the BBC a couple of days to respond to it. They want, 1, a full and fair retraction, 2, an immediate apology, and 3, they want President Trump appropriately compensated for what they say, look, President Trump was the victim of what they call false and defamatory statements. Now, guys, I do think it's worth sort of going over the origin of this, because we're used to seeing President Trump, right, criticising and hitting out at fake news media, but it's usually targeted at the American media. This time, it's the BBC in his sights. This is around a Panorama documentary that went out and an edit that was made in that documentary. Now, it was back to the speech that President Trump gave before you had the Capitol riots. On the same day that the Capitol riots happened, we had then outgoing President Trump giving this speech. And what you had in the Panorama edit was 2 pieces of that speech cut together and some pictures put over it so you couldn't really see the edit. That is at the centre of this argument. And guys, we're all journalists, so we know. And for people at home who don't know, you just don't do that in media. It is not the done thing at all. It's a cardinal sin, frankly, for a journalist to do it. So there are huge questions. And it is pretty shocking as a journalist, right, that the BBC, who are known for having really rigorous, high-level editorial standards, this somehow got through the net. There are questions over how that happened, how it was able to be broadcast in this way. But it is worth looking at the things that were actually said. So there's one part where President Trump comes out and he says, in the speech, we're going to walk down to the Capitol. We're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women. Now, in a separate piece of the speech, but this is what the Panorama piece edited together, he says, we're going to have to fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Now, both of those pieces of speech, President Trump did say, and I was there on the day that he gave that speech, and I then walked down to Capitol Hill with the protesters and watched the Capitol riots unfold. I can tell you here in the US, President Trump has come in for a huge amount of scrutiny and criticism for that comment, we fight like hell. Now, the Trump team, the president has always claimed and maintained that he was using that as a sort of rhetoric. It wasn't a literal direction. But there is no question here, right? The BBC have clearly made a mistake. Now you've had the heads of the network falling on their swords in this way. But there are so many unanswered questions over how this was able to happen. But look, at the same time, you know, the BBC is respected the world over. It is known for having very high editorial standards. And so I think a little bit of Trump's narrative here, you know, he's obviously taking it pretty seriously. He's paying attention to what is going on, but it is worth remembering the events that led up to the Capitol riots and the criticisms that the president still continues to face for the words that he did actually say.
Yeah, absolutely. Quick thought on it, because Sarah is right to point out, you know, the BBC journalists work very hard to have a balanced perspective of what we cover on the news. It's difficult sometimes, of course, Jono, but also we're looking at Nigel Farage, the leader of Reform Party in the UK, spoke to Donald Trump and said this was election interference.
It effectively was, because I said it aired on the 28th of October, which means that it was just before the election. And you are using public money. You are supposed to be impartial. You have a duty of care to the people who are paying your salary as the CEO and the DG of the BBC in order to be able to ensure that the information you're providing is impartial. And we know how difficult this can be. In relation to what Sarah said as regards to how serious is Donald Trump taking this, and that's a good question, because if you look at the lawsuit level versus what he's normally taken, we're looking at 15 billion is normally the go-to, 10 to 15 billion is what he normally will claim for, and this is 1 billion. So it actually seems like maybe he's not even that concerned by something like this, and it's more of it's something he said, listen, let's do it. ABC, the last case that he took was 15 million, and that was a settlement that he took for that, 15 billion, sorry, that he took for that. You have to think, is it potentially something that you just go, it's more of a token gesture, where I say, listen, I'm going to take the BBC to the cleaners because I feel they didn't do right by me. And the BBC has been respected for the longest time because they've rightly so done an amazing job on being impartial journalists. And on this occasion, they dropped the ball completely.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that, Sarah and Jono. Let's move on now. And a deal aimed at ending the US government shutdown has passed in the Senate. It comes after a weekend of negotiations between Democrats and Republicans. A further vote from the House of Representatives required before federal services can resume. But it's looking positive after a record-breaking 40 days of deadlock. Here's what the Speaker of the US House of Representatives, Mike Johnson, had to say a little bit earlier.
The Senate is moving forward on an amended House CR, a continuing resolution, that will reopen the government until January 30th. Added to that are provisions to fully fund SNAP provisions through the end of the next fiscal year, which is September 2026, guaranteed back pay for all federal workers who have been made to endure these hardships over the last several weeks. And it also includes passage of 3 appropriations bills, which we're grateful to be moving through the process. At the very moment that they do that final vote, I will call all House members to return to Washington as quickly as possible. We'll give a 36-hour formal and official notice so that we can vote as soon as possible to pass the amended CR bill and get it to the president's desk.
Sarah, it's been such a busy day over in the US. Well, that's an understatement. Busy weekend. You are, of course, on the ground there. What's the latest from Capitol Hill? And when could we see workers returning to full pay? 40 days, the longest shutdown ever.
I know, and that shutdown, guys, the end might be in sight. We've heard the president saying that the end is close. It's close. It's not there yet. But what we saw Sunday night is a very unusual, quite rare gathering in the Senate to vote to advance this deal that would see government reopened. You had some of the Democrats enough deciding that they would make a compromise. So at the heart of this, before you had the government shutdown, was the Democrats' demand that they wanted to see an immediate extension to the affordable healthcare benefits. Now, if that doesn't happen, it potentially puts millions of Americans who use the Affordable Care Act protections in a difficult situation, facing almost double in some cases, I think, their health insurance payments. So it is a huge, huge issue for the Democrats. What they have backed down on essentially is saying that there will be an immediate extension of those benefits. What the Republicans have given them is that there will be a vote on extending at some point in December. But that's obviously quite a watered down version of their demands. Now, what happens next? Because, you know, especially if you're not in America and you haven't been brought up with American politics, I still find it confusing sometimes. You have both the Senate and the House as part of Congress who have to agree on passing this bill. So first of all, we're going to get the Senate having to actually vote again and pass this package of measures. It'll then go to the House. That's expected to take potentially a couple of days at least. You've got to get all the House representatives here into DC, and of course you've got the flight chaos at the moment as a result of the shutdown. And then if both the Senate and the House vote to pass the bill, this package of measures to keep the government funded up until the end of January, then the president will sign off on it and government will reopen. So the lights are flickering back on, but we're not there yet. And of course, as the next couple of days play out, you've got the continuing bite being felt of this government shutdown. You know, flight chaos, the issues with the federal workers who have faced very, very tough conditions. You know, 40 days without pay in some instances. It has had a huge impact on Americans. So there is going to be a collective sigh of relief, I'm sure, across the country right now, that the end does seem to finally be in sight.
And you know, Jono, I always think when it comes to shutdowns and we talk about them, it's basically which party can endure the most pain for how long. And finally, we've seen some, as Sarah said, the lights are flickering, but not quite back on. 40 days without pay.
It's a lot.
For a lot of workers, that's a lot.
It's a lot. And even when we spoke about this earlier on, who's going to get back paid at this stage, who's been furloughed and who's entitled to cash back. But what we've spoken about, and everyone has, the top line stories of this have been the people who are in power, who are in jobs, who have been furloughed or who are out their position because of this. There is millions, 41 million Americans who are at the other end, the receiving end, or should be, of SNAP, that's food stamps, or some sort of food assistance, or even renters assistance as well, who potentially are facing eviction as a result of this shutdown, because it's not just people who are sitting in offices who have, as a result of this, suffered. People are, and this is, the description of this was said that it's pushed the reliance and the food insecurity rates in the US up by 7%, which is quite astronomical if you look at that for that 41 million Americans who are now suffering. But single parents suffered. Scientific and medical, even clinical trials would all have been halted while this was going on. So people who may have been on temporary treatment or clinical treatment for trials to try and cure them would also have been halted. So all of the stuff that's going on behind the scenes is a real concern. So now it's about getting things back on track once again. And yeah, you're right, it's about who blinks first and who's going to cave first in this kind of a situation. But I think both parties have had to lose a little bit of their leverage to say, right, we need to see this sorted out. 40 days is a ludicrous amount of time for people to be who are relying on food stamps week on week to try and make ends meet. It's almost impossible. It couldn't have gone on any longer. And Sarah will know from where she is, it's the day-to-day people who are suffering as a result of this.
And what's also something interesting is we talk about the fact that people didn't receive money for a month, but they will be back paid, those who haven't been in their jobs during the shutdown. But a lot of analysts are saying they live hand to mouth, month by month, and they've had to use credit cards to get themselves through this month. And once that back pay comes up, that's just basically paying back the debt, probably with interest too.
Yeah.
So it becomes a never-ending cycle when we see something like a shutdown.
Even in productivity alone, 24 billion wiped off because of the lack of productivity for the last 40 days for people who've been on furlough. We know from COVID, furlough is basically an excuse to sit at home and do nothing, which is exactly what's happened for the people who were occupying those positions. And the unfortunate thing is now that, like you said, it will have exactly the same effect as COVID, just not for as long a period of time, and without the payout from a cash cheque that's going to be sent out to everyone in the country to try and get you back on your feet again, because once you get into that cycle of debt, it's almost impossible to get out of it.
Exactly. Very good point. Sarah and Jono, thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there. And we're going to move on to another story now. And an anonymous family in London are on the lookout for a tutor, but with a little bit of a difference. The advert calls for someone extraordinary and experienced to support their youngest child on his first steps to becoming an English gentleman. Hundreds of people have applied for the post with a salary of £180,000 a year. Jono, have you applied for the job? What more do we know about this job? The English gentleman. OK, 180,000 a year, that's not bad.
Well, the position has already been filled from the website. It's been removed as a listing. And on that note, I have a little announcement. No, I am neither of those. I am neither of those things. Unfortunately, I'm not qualified enough for this. But it is a stack of cash, 180,000. That's British pounds a year to tutor their son. Now, you think, well, what age is the kid? It's a 1-year-old kid. The role involves, and the ad is very descriptive, teaching mannerisms, manners, language, posture, and cultural habits, but from infancy. So you're now taking a 1-year-old, and critics are saying, well, this is absurd. You're going to try and mould a baby so early. Others are saying, you know what this is? Visionary. This is visionary parenting. This is how it's supposed to be. And it's a big market now. Tutoring globally is a big market, but tutoring for making the perfect English gentleman, I guess it requires a certain je ne sais quoi. Unfortunately, I don't possess that. But it's a lot of money for something that really should be taught in schools. And I don't know if doing it from the age of 1 is a little bit unnecessary, but you can never start them too early if you want to help them achieve Eton by the time they're 17 years old.
I don't know. 1 year old? I mean, should the child be a child? But Sarah, you are, of course, a mum. You're from England. And would you be keen to raise your son as an English gentleman? Is that important when you have children as you bring them into the world, or should they just basically be children?
Well, look, first of all, Jono, you are a perfect gentleman. I would be very happy to have you tutor my little son, who has just turned 1. We have an ongoing debate in our household because I'm British, my husband is Turkish, so my son is British, Turkish, American. Guys, I can tell you, they kind of come out with their own personalities. Like, my son is unquestionably Turkish. He likes Turkish cuisine. He is not interested in my British cooking. We actually have some of the images of him. Recently, you had Keir Starmer and Turkey's President Erdogan meeting and talking, and we got a shot of him looking at both of the leaders, and we were wondering which one that he would more naturally be drawn towards. But yeah, look, he's got even Turkish mannerisms, honestly, and he's not speaking fully yet, but he makes sounds that I can't pronounce because obviously my husband speaks to him in Turkish. I love the idea of having a tutor to make him a little English gentleman, but also some of the requirements on the advert are things that, like, most British people don't really, you know, the sort of speaking in, what's it called, RP, received pronunciation, is that it? I mean, just, you know, that's not really what it means to be British. I will also just point out, though, because I told you guys this earlier, when my son started picking up books, I thought, oh, he's a genius. And my father, always one to keep me humble, reminded me that John Stuart Mill, the philosopher, the English philosopher, was able to read and write in Greek by the age of 5. So that is the standard, I guess, these days that we're expected to meet as parents. But I don't know. I think it's nicer to just get out there, play a little bit, have your childhood, and worry about the academics maybe a bit later.
In saying that, I think if you want to give them the best shot in life, and you think if you have the money and you're thinking, I'd like to give them that element of it. I don't know how much of the time is going to be spent tutoring. It's gone into some detail with regards to how many days off you have. And it said there's a lot of time spare. You've got a lot of free time because the kid is only 1, so how much tutoring could you need to do? But I think never an opportunity. Otherwise, maybe it's a missed opportunity. You don't know what the child could have achieved if you had started that role of tutoring them from a very early age, and you've tried to... And the old Victorian era of having a governess and having somebody who's on hand, and that seemed to have worked quite well for a lot of people. And I think there's that nature versus nurture argument, and there's certainly people who, if they'd had this opportunity in life, they could have reached their full potential. And then if by the age of 5 or 6 you'd realise that maybe perhaps we're not dealing with the brightest spark in the box, then at that stage you might think, OK, I'm wasting 180 grand a year. But I think it's getting them on the right path initially to see what you could potentially achieve. You could have the next Isaac Newton, you could have another Albert Einstein. But you won't know unless you spend the cash.
Could have the next Elon Musk.
Who knows?
Who knows?
Or maybe even an amazing genius.
I mean, you never know. I do think you've put up a good argument, both of you. I'm not a parent, but I also think it's very difficult because everyone comes out with their own personality, don't they? And there's no way that you can change her, no matter what parenting you try to put in place.
You can mould it a little bit.
A little bit.
For 180 grand a year, you'd want to...
Are you going to be a ballerina, Leigh Ann?
Pardon?
Are you not going to be a ballerina at one point?
My mum, English teacher. My English had to be impeccable at home, and she really wanted me to be a ballerina, to dance and to play a musical instrument and to speak a second language. Well, I escaped from ballet. I played on the tennis courts, fought the boys on the jungle gym, caused absolute havoc. She gave up. I wouldn't go to the lessons for the guitar. I wouldn't speak another language, and I still don't. I was a protester. I protested. I was not going to follow them on. So that's why it's really difficult, isn't it? You have all these dreams, but at the end of the day, your child is your child and does what they enjoy.
Look, everyone's got aspirations for their kids as well, and they'd like them to do the best version of them they can possibly be. And I think this is a family with a lot more money than sense, potentially, on something like this. And your kids will turn out how your kids turn out.
Well, Sarah and Jono, I think your parents should be very, very proud of both of you. And now it's that time of the show where we move on to 2 of the quirkiest stories that Jono and Sarah have chosen. And Sarah, yours is actually about a lion that... Irish police have been chasing. Jono's, of course, Irish. He can tell us about how an Irish gentleman might catch a lion, but tell us a little bit more.
Yes, this is close to home for you, Jono. So this is a brilliant story. The police in County Clare in Western Ireland, they received a phone call of a lion-like creature on the loose. Guys, when I read the story, the first thing I had to do was go to Google and find out, are there wild lions in Ireland? I thought I knew that was obviously a no, but it is a no. Whoever made the phone call, though, they were also unsure. The police went to investigate, and it turns out it was a dog, and I think we've got the picture for you. It was a dog who'd had a very interesting new haircut, and to absolutely cherry on top of this story, its name is Mouse, which is adorable and hilarious, and so everyone can stand down and relax. There is no lions on the loose in Ireland as of right now. There is, however, a dog called Mouse with a very fancy haircut.
Jono, you are actually not far from County Clare.
No.
Where Mouse was found.
It's not the first time we've had an issue whereby somebody's reported seeing a jaguar,
Are they bored?
a panther. I don't think so. I think it might be on the way home after a late night. You catch a glimpse of something in the distance, and all of a sudden, there's a lion on the loose. And again, it's not the first time, but they normally tend to be a cat, like a wild cat is what tends to normally be spotted. And 9 times out of 10, it ends up being... Once, it actually genuinely was a jaguar. But aside from that, it's been nothing but just misses with dogs with nice haircuts.
I must say something. If my dog went for a haircut and came back like that, I would be pretty angry.
Yeah.
It's a pretty diabolical haircut. Anyway.
It's an interesting haircut.
Poor little dog, imagine. Anyway, Jono, no surprise here, but apparently more than half of us aren't doing enough exercise, apparently.
Yeah. Turns out we're lazy. 55% of adults don't reach the recommended amount of exercise levels per week, and it's actually a surprisingly low number of minutes you need to do. 150 minutes a week. That's how much you need to be active for. And we're not talking about heavy exercise as well. We're talking about just moving your body. 6 hours a day is what we spend sitting down. Taken outside of your sleep, 6 hours a day sitting down seems like a long time to be sitting. But the average adult human, regardless of gender, 6,500 steps a day. which seems a little on the low side, to be honest, and it seems very achievable.
I'm really shocked by this, only because if you know me, or you watch my show, all I do is exercise. So 7 days a week, I either lift weights or I go to Pilates. I walk the dogs every day. I feel like my whole life revolves around exercise. I actually get stressed if I can't get in the class, the right Pilates class, like they all need to be booked in advance. And Sarah, I don't know about you, but how do you live without like going for a little walk in the morning? Or I don't know, I find it interesting.
I am with the wrong crowd right now because I am very happy to be a spectator to other people. Listen, I've got an excuse. I'm pregnant, so that's been my excuse for years. I can't remember what my excuse was before that or what it will be after that. But, you know, come on, embrace the lazy, guys. You've got to have a couple of lazy days in bed. You know what? It is important, and I always feel better when I exercise, and I am so in awe of people like you, Leigh Ann and Jono, who are fitness experts, and I wish I could be more like that. But
I am reluctantly. I said this. I did 46,000 steps last Sunday because I moved house, not because I wanted to do 46,000 steps. I'm reluctant at best. And most people are. It turns out we're too tired, we don't have time. Work is taking up some of our time. And now they're saying that electrical vehicles are the reason that some people are even getting more lazy. Not because you just laze around all day and wait for your EV to charge, but that's part of it. You might be out somewhere, you have to charge your vehicle, it's going to take more than 30 minutes. So therefore, instead of just waiting by your car and doing some push keepy-uppies or steps or something, you'll go and have a coffee and a sit down and a slice of cake. And they're saying that people with an EV are more likely to be lazy as a result. The reasoning behind it is it's costing, this is specifically for the UK, they did a check to find out, and it's about £7.5 billion in lost productivity every single year from people who are just too lazy to get up and do stuff. And they're saying we just need a bit of a change.
I mean, I don't know why, I just find this mind-boggling.
Some people are. I'm normally fine to sit down on the sofa. I just need to point that out as well. But 6,500 is just a little bit on the slim side.
Yeah, it's on the slim
10,000
side.
steps a day, otherwise you're not
showing off, Jono. You're showing off with your step count.
No, I
look. If napping was an Olympic sport, I'd be up there.
Yeah, and can I tell you what? I actually think that I can't nap and I can't just sit on the sofa. I think I've got a problem. I've got to clean. So if I'm watching a film, I've got to clean while I'm watching the film. Because sitting down stresses me.
I feel like that should be medicated.
Yeah, I think that should be. Anyway, moving on. Thank you so much to today's guest, Dubai 92 presenter Jono Hayes, who's, of course, in the studio with me, and correspondent Sarah Firth, who's joined us all the way from Washington. Thanks to all of you from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. GNT will be coming up next. Goodbye. Thank you and have a nice evening.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al-Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al-Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson, and today we're going to be turning our attentions to Washington because Syria's President Al-Sharah is meeting President Donald Trump at the White House. It's a historic meeting. We'll be getting the latest on that. Plus, we'll have all the latest on Gaza and the peace plan. We'll be hearing from a leading member of Fatah. Hello and welcome to the programme. Now, today we're turning our attention to Washington for the historic meeting between Syria's President Ahmed Al-Sharah and the US President Donald Trump. Well, their meeting comes just days after the US removed Al-Sharah from its sanctions list. Well, Al-Sharah's forces ousted Syria's longtime ruler, Bashar al-Assad, in December last year. Well, he becomes the first Syrian leader to visit the White House since the country's independence from France in 1946. Well, in a sign of strengthening ties between the new leadership in Damascus and Washington, the Syrian president was filmed playing a game of basketball with top US military commanders, as you can see there. Well, we're joined now by Robert Ford, who was the US ambassador to Syria during the years 2011 to 2014. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. You were, of course, ambassador to Syria at a time when President Bashar al-Assad, as he was then, looked like he wasn't going anywhere. And then today, we've seen pictures of the new leader, Ahmed Al-Sharah, playing basketball in Washington, D.C. with US officials. What went through your mind when you saw those pictures of the new president in Washington playing basketball?
Well, it's amazing that Ahmed Al-Sharah is visiting Washington since he was on the American terrorism list for more than 10 years. The pictures of him playing basketball, I think, are a great public relations effort. I give him credit for knowing how to appeal to Americans.
So he's in Washington holding these talks with President Trump. It's understood that the two men get along well. How can the United States best help Syria, do you think?
I think there are two things the Americans can do. First and foremost, Syria's economy has been devastated by the civil war, and the American cancellation of sanctions that Washington imposed over the years on Syria would help encourage investment, which Syria desperately needs. Its infrastructure is heavily damaged, and private investment in that infrastructure is vital, both for job creation and for rebuilding the economy more broadly. The second thing that the United States could do is to reduce tensions between the Israeli government in Jerusalem and Damascus and find a way to achieve a sort of ceasefire between Israeli forces in Syria. It's not that the Syrians are attacking the Israelis, they are not, but the Israelis regularly attack Syria.
I'm very interested in the relationship between President Trump and President Al-Sharah because they got off to a very good start when they met in May in Saudi Arabia. And President Trump described President Al-Sharah as young, attractive and tough, amongst other things. Lots of very glowing labels he attached to him. Now, you've met President Al-Sharah and you've known him since before he became president of Syria. I'd like to ask you, what sort of a person is he? What struck you most about him when you've engaged in discussions with him?
So I've met him 3 different times between 2023 and 2025. Al-Sharah speaks very softly. You almost have to lean forward to hear him. He's a thinker. He likes to engage on ideas. He is, I think, pragmatic in the sense that he is not bound to any kind of hard line or very specific ideological agenda. I think he's very much a politician, but at the same time, I don't think he's a Democrat. He does not, for example, welcome the establishment of a viable political opposition at this time in Syria, at least.
Wouldn't that be a little premature? And don't you think perhaps he and his administration, with the help of international partners, need to fix some of the damage that's been done by 14 years of warfare before the idea of elections can be entertained?
Well, 2 things. Number one, absolutely reestablishing security, number one. And number 2, getting a process started to rebuild the economy. Those are absolute priorities. You are totally right. However, at the same time, you can begin to lay a groundwork for eventual political evolution. For example, The country just held a sort of indirect election for a temporary parliament, but there was no political party law. And Syrians, I think, in order to evolve into a more stable political entity, are going to need, for example, political parties and political associations. And those the government is not looking with favor towards.
Okay, so we've talked a bit earlier in the conversation about what Syria wants from the United States. What do you think President Trump wants to achieve and gain from this relationship with Syria's new leader?
I think the Trump administration, like its predecessors in the White House, views the number one priority in Syria as counterterrorism and ensuring that the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria doesn't regain a strong foothold from which it could threaten the United States or other allies, for example, in Europe, Middle East. That is the number one priority. And to the extent that Al-Sharah can cooperate and help on that, he will gain favor in Donald Trump's eyes. The second thing, which I think Donald Trump really would like to see, is an expansion of the Abraham Accords to include Syria. That means a normalization of relations between Damascus and Jerusalem. I think that is still some distance away.
Why is Syria so important? Why do you think it's been taken so seriously as a dossier by the Trump administration?
I think the Trump administration in the Middle East is still very concerned with the counterterrorism dossier. And so Syria plays a big role in that. I should include there Hezbollah and Iranian influence. The Trump administration takes a tough line on Iranian influence in the Middle East, as did the Biden administration and the first Trump administration before this Trump administration. Sharaa is vehemently against Hezbollah influence in Syria. That's another area where the United States and Syria can cooperate. And because Sharaa is against Iranian influence and Hezbollah influence in Syria, that is a plus for Israeli national security interests.
Iran was, of course, close to the leadership and the regime of Bashar al-Assad, as was Russia. Have those two relationships, Russia and Iran, now been entirely eclipsed, would you say, by this new fledgling but thriving relationship between Washington and Damascus?
Well, I think it is a fledgling relationship. I like that characterization. Sharaa was just in Moscow recently and talked about, for example, security arrangements, military equipment and such things, and also the possibility of Russian involvement in the reconstruction of Syria's oil and power sectors. So it's not right to say that the relationship between Syria and Russia is entirely cast aside or marginalized. But I think Sharaa understands that American and Western capabilities to help Syria, A, get past sanctions, and B, bring in private investment, working with Gulf states, is far greater than anything Russia can do for Syria economically.
Right, and knowing Syria as you do, and knowing the Syrian people, and having been there recently, you've been there this year already and seen the new leadership in place. I mean, what would be the public reaction to any sort of engagement between Damascus and Moscow, knowing that Russia propped up Bashar al-Assad, Russian warplanes obliterated towns and, ensured that period of violence was as long as it was. I mean, do you really think the Syrian people would accept having some sort of relationship with Russia moving forward?
Yeah, it's a good question. When I was there in January, about 10 months ago, I met a number of fighters from Ahmed Sharah's HTS militia group, and they were, how would I say it, very angry with Russia. And I met some people whose homes had actually been bombed by Russian aircraft. So I don't think there's any love lost between the Syrian public writ large and the Russian government. But I also have to say, I think the Syrians now want peace. They want good relations with as many states as they can, perhaps with the exception of Iran. And they would accept help rebuilding from just about any quarter, whether it's Western interest, Gulf interest, China, even Russia. The priority, I think, for the population is reestablishing some degree of economic stability and eventually prosperity.
Russia is, of course, where Bashar al-Assad is understood to be residing these days. He fled there on the 8th of December, so almost exactly 11 months ago. Was that a day you ever predicted? And what do you think is going to happen to him?
No, I have to say I was shocked at the speed with which the Assad government collapsed 11 months ago. I think many observers were, but I certainly was. And I think many Syrians were surprised as well. I think perhaps even Al-Sharah was a little surprised at how quickly the regime fell.
Okay, and of course, uniting Syria is an enormous task. It's extremely complicated, and you know better than anyone the fabric of Syrian society and the complexities of it. How would you assess the progress and the achievements of President Al-Sharah in bringing about the unification of this country?
The good news is that Syria has not become another Libya in the wake of the Assad government's collapse. That's good news. It's not another Libya, but there is an enormous distance to go in terms of helping the country reintegrate different communities into a broader fabric that supports the government in Damascus. So, for example, Kurdish communities in northeastern Syria and the Druze community in southern Syria around Suwaida, both do not, they reject flatly that the central government should take the lead in, for example, providing security in their towns and in their cities. They reject a fiat from Damascus about what the shape of the next government should be. And so there's a long distance to go. The absence of any kind of transitional justice mechanism, which would hold people accountable for human rights violations, both those committed by the Assad government, but also those committed by Sharah's security forces and security forces under the Syrian Democratic Forces leadership in northeastern Syria, the Kurdish militia there, and the Druze militia in Suwaida. The absence of any kind of transitional justice mechanism there is delaying progress.
And just lastly, I mean, you've been in Syria earlier on this year. I'm just wondering, I mean, obviously that was quite a while ago. It was in January, but I wonder whether anything struck you about the difference between today's Syria and the Syria you knew when Bashar al-Assad was still in power.
I think the number one difference is that people have hope and people are free to express their opinions. And so you have protests. For example, in Damascus a couple of months ago, there were protests about rent prices in the old city of Damascus. Civil servants have protested because of delays getting their payments. Civil society groups have held protests because they're worried about the government restricting their operations. So that kind of freedom of expression, freedom of assembly was completely absent during the Assad administration, or the Assad regime, I should say. But there's a very long way to go, very long way.
Will you be going back anytime soon?
Oh, I don't know. We'll see.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Robert Ford, US Ambassador to Syria during the years 2011 to 2014. Thank you for your time, sir. Well, I'm joined now by Jasmine Al-Gamal, who is the host of the View From Here podcast and also a former US Pentagon Middle East advisor. Jasmine, always a pleasure talking to you. I mean, looking at the scenes on our screens today, we're talking about the first visit to the United States by a Syrian head of state since independence from France in 1946. I mean, what a stunning year it's been for Syria's new president.
Absolutely. So good to be with you as always, Tom. I mean, certainly a stunning year, a hugely significant moment for Syria, for Syrians, for this Syrian president. If you look at the background of President Al-Sharaa, where he is now, how far he's come, the way that he's developed, and the fact that he's now meeting with the President of the United States in the White House, it's absolutely unbelievable. But it really just goes to show how much progress the Syrian president has made in reaching out to key members of the international community, trying to allay their concerns, trying to share his vision and Syrians' vision for what they want their country to look like and to offer in the future. So I expect that we'll see a lot of conversations around how to stabilize Syria even further. We're going to hear them talking about economic development, about counterterrorism, and different kinds of issues that are all going to be related to the question of how do we continue to help Syria on its path towards becoming a stable and secure member of this region.
Right, and I mean, another sign of just how different the world is from 12 months ago when Bashar al-Assad was still in power. I mean, there are reports that the United States is planning to establish some sort of a military presence in Syria. It could be an airbase close to Damascus. I don't know if you've heard those reports, but if confirmed, I mean, what an extraordinary development.
That's right. And, you know, the U.S. has maintained a presence and has had a presence in Syria throughout the years as part of its work towards the countering ISIS or defeat ISIS coalition. The U.S. has always had an interest, this is back from when I used to work in government, of trying to counter that ISIS threat, which is still very much present. But now we're seeing the government of the United States actually for the first time participating and cooperating with the central government in Damascus, as opposed to what it was doing before, which was sort of working around the central government. And so it's a huge step forward in terms of the level of cooperation between the two countries. I mean, Tom, I know you've seen this too. This is going back to President Trump's first meeting with Ahmed Al-Sharah, with the president of Syria in Saudi Arabia, where he really seems to have taken a personal interest and a personal liking to the Syrian president and is influenced very much by leaders like Crown Prince MBS in Saudi Arabia and President Erdogan in Turkey, who are all letting Donald Trump know that the key to a stable and secure region really is Syria. And it looks like he's listening to them.
Right. I mean, that meeting in May in Saudi Arabia had President Trump describing President Al-Sharah as a young, attractive guy, a tough guy, a fighter with a strong past. I mean, why do you think President Trump decided to take a chance on President Al-Sharah, and to what do you attribute what appears to be very good chemistry between the two men?
I think a lot of it is about personal relationships. I mean, Trump famously operates on the basis of whether or not he simply likes you. So there's that personal connection. I think by all accounts, whenever President Al-Sharah has met with someone, he has walked away or that person has walked away being quite impressed, or at the very least willing to keep an open mind. We saw him meeting with, I believe it was Congressman Brian Mast, who had been a holdup in the conversations about how quickly and whether to remove fully the sanctions on Syria. And the congressman walked away from it, you know, saying, okay, I believe that Syria needs support. So he seems to have this ability to be very thoughtful and very measured and very persuasive in laying out this future vision for Syria, which is predicated on peace with its neighbors, on economic development for Syrians, a better future for them, and a pathway for Syria to become a really constructive member of the Middle East, which, if you look at Donald Trump's ultimate plan for regional peace and the pathway to that peace, certainly runs through Syria.
Right, and another sign of the overall alignment between Damascus and Washington, another report emerging that Syria has foiled in recent months a number of, well, at least two credible, I'm told, plots to assassinate President Ahmed Al-Sharah. These were plots cooked up by the Islamic State group. I mean, do those reports sound credible to you? Have you heard anything about them?
I haven't been following that, to be honest with you, but I will say, like I was saying before, Tom, that the ISIS threat continues to be a really relevant threat and has been, even when it was out of the headlines. You have ISIS activity still ongoing in Syria. You have the camps in the north that hold former ISIS fighters that is going to have to be dealt with. Of course, it also holds women and children, the children, of course, who had nothing to do with the choices that one or both of their parents made. But it just goes to show the level of challenges that still remain. And counterterrorism is going to be one of those areas of focus between the United States and Syria, particularly because of the extent of those challenges. So we are expecting to see a joining of Syria into the counter-ISIS coalition, or the defeat ISIS coalition, as the administration calls it, de-ISIS, joining 88 other countries in that coalition and taking other steps similarly, whether it's vis-a-vis talks with Israel or Turkey or the Gulf, really looking at ways to start securing Syria's borders and dealing with the threats against it from the outside in.
Right. I mean, Syria was, of course, until 11 months ago, a key ally of Russia and Iran. And since the fall of Bashar al-Assad, I'm just wondering whether Russia and Iran's loss has translated directly into gains for the United States, not only, but also maybe Turkey and the Gulf to some extent as well. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, Tom. And I would say, I mean, especially when it comes to these sort of regional rivalries that have played out in Syria for decades, I think it's too soon to really tell where the dust settles and who ends up with more influence versus less. I will say that it is certainly true that Iranian influence has diminished, in no short part to the decimation of Iran's proxy Hezbollah, who had been operating in Syria for years, acting as a conduit between Iran and Hezbollah in Lebanon. And when it comes to Russia, I will say that another characteristic of President Al-Sharah, other than his ability to convince people and sound convincing and thoughtful, is that he's also known to be quite pragmatic. And so the way that he's dealing with Russia is along those lines of pragmatism, where he's certainly not, pushing them away. He's not trying to form any enmity with Russia, but he is making it clear in his own way and through conversations with the Russians that Syria is a sovereign country, will look after Syrian interests, and is happy to cooperate with other countries based on mutual interests, but that things are going to be very different from the way they were in the past.
And do you think there have been elements from Russia and Iran, as well as from the Assad regime, that have tried to interfere in Syria's current reality and perhaps muddy the waters to some extent? Do you think there's been an element of that?
I mean, not to my knowledge in terms of just the day-to-day operations. I mean, you have to, if you look at the big picture, and look at all the different interests of the different countries bordering Syria. And this, Syria as a country, as I've mentioned, has long been a battleground for proxy battles between its neighbors. So whether that was Russia, and not just its neighbors, globally as well. So under the Assad regime, whether it was the US versus Russia, whether it was Turkey trying to exert its influence in the north, or the Gulf trying to exert its influence, it's always been a bit of a battleground. And I think what the president is trying to do is really try to minimize that external influence and try to get back to the core issues that Syrians are going to be really challenged with moving forward: economic security, economic development, and counterterrorism. I expect those to be really the two most significant pillars of conversation in his visit with President Trump.
Okay, you had a feline visitor there while you were talking to me,
know.
who wanted to be part of the conversation
On the situation.
I mean, clearly uniting Syria is a monumental task for a number of the reasons that we've mentioned, the fabric of society really, and the fact that the country has been severely damaged by 14 years of violence. How would you assess the overall progress up until this point, these last 11 months of President Ahmed Al-Sharah?
That's a really good question, Tom, and I would obviously leave it to Syrians to have, a verdict on that. But I will say as an analyst, as an outside observer, that there have been both positive steps on the part of the central government as well as missteps, and that the central government seems to be trying hard to find a route towards inclusivity and inclusive governance. You've seen terrible occurrences in the last year, both on the coast, in Latakia and in the south, in Sweden. You've seen the central government struggle with that and come under heavy criticism from certain aspects of Syrian society, but one can I think say that there is a move towards a more inclusive government and a move to listen to different elements of Syrian society. Whether or not the central government is doing that enough to assuage different Syrians' fears, I would leave that up to Syrians really to make that judgment.
And lastly, and just briefly, if you will, I mean, how far off do you think elections could be in Syria?
It's a $1 million question, really. I think that there are elements of security and economic development that I think the president of Syria is focused on right now as his priorities. I can't tell you about a timeline for elections. I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Well, that's all we have time for. A very big thank you to Jasmine Al-Gamal, host of the View From Here podcast and former US Pentagon Middle East advisor. Thanks again. Well, we're joined now by David Schenker, who is a former US Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. We're talking here about the first visit by a Syrian head of state since independence from France, which was in 1946. I mean, this is a truly remarkable turn of events, isn't it, for Syria and its new president?
Yeah, truly remarkable in so many senses. The transformation in Syria itself, the Assad regime was for 70 years or so an enemy of the West, a force for instability in the region, dominating Lebanon, destabilizing Jordan, sending terrorists into Iraq, providing sanctuary to terrorists that were targeting Israel. And now we have a new government that is trying to stabilize the country and establish good relations with the United States and the West in general. It's a remarkable turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, 25 years ago, President Bill Clinton met with Hafez al-Assad, who at the time was the president. Why did efforts to reach out to Damascus in the past never bear any fruit, do you think?
Well, I think all the efforts were predicated on the gamble or the bet that the Assad regime would somehow split with their strategic allies in Tehran. This is an alliance with the Assad regime that went back to even before Ayatollah Khomeini took power in 1979 when he was exiled from Iran. He was offered sanctuary in Syria before he took up residence in France by then President Hafez al-Assad. So all these American presidents, Carter, I know Obama tried as well, believed that somehow in exchange for economic prosperity, good ties to the West, that Syria might somehow be willing to break with Iran. That was never going to happen. And I think when you saw the civil war, the uprising in 2011, Assad stayed in power largely because the IRGC, the Iranian regime, and their regional proxies, including Hezbollah, came to Assad's rescue. And so this was an important relationship, and he was never willing to split.
Okay, so we've got these talks happening today between President Trump and President Ahmed Al-Sharah. What do you think the two sides want from each other? Let's start with the US perspective. What do you think President Trump wants to achieve from those talks? What does he want out of this arrangement?
I think number one is securing counterterrorism support, cooperation, joining the global anti-ISIS coalition. That appears to be a done deal. This for Syria is not only a matter of good relations with the West, it's a matter of self-preservation for the new Al-Sharah regime, which is also being attacked by ISIS. A second critical element is really, I think, defining and coming to some sort of security regime along the border with Israel, whether that's a return to a modified 1974 armistice agreement or some other sort of arrangement along the lines of the Camp David peace with Israel security annex that divides the territory south of Damascus into regions. They want, the White House very much wants there to be some sort of more permanent, more stable arrangement on the border. Beyond this, there's a number of secondary questions. What's going to happen to the foreign fighters, the jihadis, the Chechens, the Uyghurs, who were in Syria that helped Al-Sharah come to power and now are within the system, but still really problematic? And how will Al-Sharah deal with the component minority communities in Syria? We've had problems with the coastal incidents, massacre of Druze, Alawites and Druze in Suwaida. So I think there's a whole host of questions and issues to deal with. But we have the optic, this very good optic of the president meeting with Al-Sharah and a whole reset to the U.S.-Syrian relationship.
Yeah, the two men met in Riyadh back in May. And, you know, it's been reported that they get on very well. I mean, what do you think it is about the dynamic between the two men that makes this relationship, an improbable relationship, such a successful one?
Yeah, at the time, I think President Trump remarked about what a handsome, tall guy Ahmed Sharah was. Listen, there's no secret the president likes, President Trump likes strong men in the region. Al-Sharah certainly is one of these strong men, one of these authority figures in Syria that's trying to pull the country together out of sheer force of will and through military means. But I think more so the president is really pulling for, a success in the heartland of the Middle East. Syria is a pivotal state touching not only on Lebanon, which is a country of some import to the Trump administration in Washington, but also on Israel, U.S. most long-term Arab partner in the region, Jordan, and in Iraq, where the United States has spent an enormous amount of blood and treasure. They've been a pivot point, now moving away seemingly from their long relationship with Iran, becoming more entrenched in the Western camp. I mean, all these things are a work in progress, but I think the president is trying to embrace Al-Sharah and pull him along into this Western camp. We'll see if he succeeds on all counts, but it's a fascinating moment.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, so much has happened these last 11 months. It's almost difficult to take stock of it all. But do you think if moving forward, this relationship between the two presidents continues to go well and Syria continues to, improve its security situation, if those sectarian issues are perhaps resolved and become less numerous, I mean, do you think ties between Washington and Damascus could go down as being one of the great foreign policy achievements of this administration?
I think that's what the administration is counting on. You know, there's a lot of support and convergence on the Al-Sharah issue. You know, Trump has great and important relationships with Mohammed bin Salman and MBZ in the UAE. And both of these countries are really pulling for Syria as well and want to flood the country with investment to help it succeed, to put it on the right foot forward. If Syria is able to overcome the internal strife, the sectarian issues, the ISIS problem, the more vexing problem, perhaps, of the foreign fighters about what to do with these jihadis, then this would be indeed, I think, quite a remarkable, story for the Trump administration of getting something so important right in the heart of the Middle East.
Okay, well, I'm being told we're out of time, but really appreciate you speaking to us. David Schenker, former U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Now, moving on, turning our attention to Gaza, where the U.S. envoy Jared Kushner is holding talks with Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Jerusalem today. Well, the Israeli Prime Minister's office confirmed that meetings are taking place, but will be not drawn on the detail of those talks, which come after reports that Jared Kushner's visit is aimed at intensifying efforts to ensure that the US-brokered ceasefire in Gaza holds. Meanwhile, the Gaza Health Ministry says 15 more Palestinian bodies have been received in line with a truce exchange deal with Israel. Well, for more, we can speak now to Dr. Jamal Nazal, who is a spokesperson for Fatah and a member of the Palestinian National Council. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Dr. Nazal. Just before we talk about peace and the discussions between the Israelis and the Palestinians, we were just talking about the situation in Syria and the visit by Prime Minister Ahmed Al-Sharah to Washington today. And I just wondered whether, sort of broadly looking at the region, when you see the pace of change and the developments that we've seen during these last 12 months, are you feeling optimistic at all?
Well, I should, but I'm not sure I am. I see how far things have come between Syria and the United States, when we are so pleased to see this. And it proves and underlines the fact that nothing is impossible. Look where we come from and where we ended up, how long Syria was under US sanctions. And now everything is removed and Syria is at the beginning of a new dawn. We are happy for Syria. We had enough of the killing and the destruction in Syria. And we hope we can turn the page on and have a new start, both in Syria and in Palestine. Look how thirsty we are for peace and stability. That requires construction. We wish for the United States to lift all the sanctions against the PLO, against the Palestinian people. It's time to do this. How can we have peace between Israel and Palestine when the Palestinian government is so weakened by the US sanctions that it can hardly function? Look at how severe the Israeli sanctions on the Palestinian government are, with Israel withholding the tax revenues of the Palestinian government, constituting more than 65% of the entire income, the monthly income of the Palestinian government. So we wish for the United States to open a new page with the PLO, with the Palestinian government, so that we can really start the process of rebuilding and reform. It takes money for reform. We don't want money from nobody. We want our money. We want pressure from the United States on Israel to release our tax revenues so we can help our people in Gaza without always relying on the international community. You know, we could do it on our own with the aid, but not with the reconstruction. For the reconstruction to start, we need international help.
Yeah, okay, so we've got a situation where the Syrian president, Ahmed Al-Sharah, of 11 months only, is there in Washington today. In parallel, we've got Jared Kushner meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and other US officials. I mean, doesn't all of this show the extent to which the Middle East dossier is absolutely front and center on President Trump's radar right now?
It does, and we all appreciate this. We all appreciate this. And I think were it not for Mr. Trump, the war in Gaza may have been going on until now. But he placed it at the top, as he deals with it as a top priority. And as a result of this, we have seen a ceasefire come about. And this is very important. And we wish for the contacts between the United States and the Palestinian leadership to continue and be also upgraded. We want this Trump plan to go on. We want this to be implemented fully in order to also, in the end, open the political horizon. Let's not forget that the Trump plan talks about explicitly about the right of the Palestinian people for self-determination. And let this be the guiding principle of the process that we will start in Gaza. It takes more than a ceasefire to have peace. It takes more than a ceasefire to end the war. And this is a 100 years conflict. You don't end it only by a ceasefire. And we appreciate the efforts by the United States to enforce the ceasefire. And let's go on to step 2 of this wonderful plan to open the political horizon at the end. And without the Palestinian state, we can never talk about peace in the Middle East.
Sure. So just before we get on to where we are in the whole negotiating process, you are saying essentially that President Trump deserves tremendous credit for getting us to the point we're at now. Is that what you're saying?
This is what I'm saying. We all appreciate President Trump's efforts. He's open to listening to the Arab and Muslim states, and I wish we open a new reliable channel with the United States. Let's not forget that the United States ambassador to the UN has a couple of days ago open dialogue with our representatives, the representative of the state of Palestine in New York, and we had a series of meetings and an exchange of views over that. There are contacts also on other levels between Ramallah and Washington to that end, and we hope for this to continue. And we need to stress the importance of an active role of the Palestinian government in Gaza. Contrary to what Israel is advocating for, Israel wishes to rule out any engagement by the Palestinian government in Gaza, and this can only be counterproductive because for many reasons. As I explained earlier, it takes a political horizon to end the war, to end the conflict. And without a political horizon, we will move from one ceasefire to another. We've had this in the Second Intifada, I remember that. We've had several ceasefires, they all failed. And in the end, we need a political solution for a political problem. And for this to happen, we need the linkage between Gaza and the West Bank, because we're talking about one Palestinian entity, one Palestinian government, a viable Palestinian administration that can only be viable only if there is a political, legal, and administrative linkage between Gaza and the rest of Palestine.
So do you think that Jared Kushner, who's on this dossier, who's holding these talks with Prime Minister Netanyahu today, who is, after all, President Trump's son-in-law, do you think he gets all of that? Do you think he's on side with the whole project of a Palestinian state?
Well, we appreciate his engagement, but there is a lack of a political horizon. I gather that Mr. Kushner is familiar with the situation, with the background, probably also the historic background. But what we need is a political process. Are we going to do this with this United States administration? I hope we are, because we've tried all of this. The only thing that we haven't tried is creating a viable, independent Palestinian state. This is the component that nobody has tried before, and we should try it, and we should enforce this. Let's not forget that the New York conference that took place under the supervision of Saudi Arabia and France has taken place recently, and now we are talking about the ceasefire in Gaza. We want a complementary, not a contradictory relationship between these two processes. The Trump plan and the New York conference, they have to be complementary. I wish for the Trump administration to be aware of this and to lead the process of peacemaking in Palestine. And I also wish that Mr. Kushner will play a role in all this.
Okay, I mean, in terms of where we are now, what needs to be resolved. So there are, we understand, 4 bodies of Israeli hostages who remain somewhere in Gaza, probably under the rubble and very difficult to access. That's clearly one hurdle. Tell us what you think the other hurdles are, and do you think Hamas is acting in good faith?
Well, my main concern is the obstacles placed by Israel on the way. They are the one who are trying to obstruct this project. And let's not forget that just 2 weeks ago, Israel reacted to the sniping of one Israeli soldier by killing 120 Palestinians. So if the Israeli government were acting in good faith, they would have dealt with this as an incident, because nobody knows who shot him. And so they don't have to exaggerate every time. And now we see all this pressure on Israel to respect the ceasefire. When it comes to Hamas, I mean, there are a lot of mediators who are talking to Hamas, trying to create some responsibility in the way it's handling with the things. But the situation in Gaza is really critical. We need to move to step 2 of this process. So we have seen that Hamas has handed over the remains of probably 24 Israeli hostages. What we are talking about now are four bodies of 4 Israeli individuals. Other obstacles are, for example, 10,000 Palestinians are missing, but we are talking about 4 Israeli hostages. So does this shed some light on how severe the imbalance in our way of looking at things is? So we are talking about thousands of Palestinians missing. Israel is handing over remains of Palestinian individuals without clarifying the identity of these individuals. Nobody knows who they are, let alone of the condition of these remains. Some parts of their bodies are missing. Let me not talk further about this.
Sure. I mean, you're making it sound like you don't really think Israel wants this to happen, and that they're trying to find as many obstructions, excuses, whatever we want to call it, to ensure we don't get to the second phase of the Gaza ceasefire deal. Is that what you're saying?
I'm afraid Israel, if Israel were left to decide on its own what happens next in Gaza, I'm quite sure they would restart the assault on Gaza as soon as possible. And this explains how important the international pressure on Israel has to be in order for the ceasefire to be a lasting one, a ceasefire that leads to a political horizon, including the reconstruction of Gaza. We all know that peacemaking is not high on the agenda of Mr. Netanyahu, but let's all believe in a better future, and let's all believe in a key role by the United States to maintain this pressure on the Israeli government to carry on with this Trump plan that hopefully will lead to something this time around.
One of the things I wanted to ask you about is these reports of 200 fighters who are reportedly trapped in tunnels under the city of Rafah. I just wondered what your understanding was of that situation.
We all hear that they are trapped in the tunnels, and mediators are seeking Israeli agreement on their release and opening the way for them to be set free. Negotiations are taking place between the mediators and Israel, probably involving Hamas in some way. But these are groups of people who were left out by Hamas when the ceasefire deal was signed. Why didn't they talk about them in the first place? Why did they leave them in that area? Why didn't they find a solution for them? Well, this is one of many questions that were asked about Hamas's attitude to the ceasefire. Why didn't Hamas insist on easing the situation in the West Bank with all these settler attacks and all the confiscation of land and all the harsh Israeli measures and the collective punishment in the West Bank? This was left out. Well, they call it the typhoon of Al-Aqsa Mosque. They call this October 7th the typhoon of Al-Aqsa Mosque, but Al-Aqsa Mosque was left out from the whole process. So we wish for these people trapped in the tunnels to be released as soon as possible, and let Israel act in good faith. After all, Israel was protesting that people were kidnapped, and now Israel is taking hostages. These people in the tunnels shouldn't be taken hostage by Israel.
Well, some might say they're fighters of a group that's deemed as hostile not just to Israel, but to the broader peace effort. What would you say to that?
They should be released. They should go to their families. Some solution has to be found within the framework of disarmament that Hamas has signed on. It's not ourselves who signed that. Hamas signed this Trump plan, and it calls for the disarmament of Hamas. And if these people can be released upon the condition that they may be disarmed, so let it be. Okay. The important thing is that they survive and they go out of the tunnel. What human sense can allow Israel to make people die in a tunnel if they are fighters or non-fighters? They are, after all, they're human beings. They have to go out.
And Dr. Nazal, I mean, presumably this is going to be discussed between Jared Kushner and Prime Minister Netanyahu. So what would your message be to Jared Kushner today?
We need a political horizon. This is a 100 years conflict that cannot be ended only by a ceasefire. For peace to take place, we need a just and lasting solution. And this can only be a viable, independent Palestinian state. I think they know that.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Dr. Jamal Nazal, spokesperson for Fatah and a member of the Palestinian National Council. Thank you for your time, sir. Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
I know you're watching, so turn up the volume. New York City's mayor takes aim at the president during his victory speech. Not only was Zoran Mamdani a political outsider ahead of the mayoral race, he flourished during a particularly nasty smear campaign. What does his win mean for Democrats and Republicans alike? I'm Melinda Nucifora, and that debate is coming up on Counterpoints.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Cairo, one of the world's greatest megacities, Cairo. It is rich in its historic finery, while at the same time known for its extremely hot weather, traffic, and yes, noise and air pollution. While it is perhaps the city that tourists both love and hate, the experience makes it rather worth the challenges. It's got history that spans centuries, the city is full of vigor, and Cairo is the place to be when you're looking to experience the Egyptian street life. It is, in fact, where the only surviving wonder of the ancient world is. No words can describe the majestic view of the 3 5,000-year-old pyramids on the Giza Plateau. One of the most popular ones is the King's Chamber, considered one of the deepest man-made silences on Earth. Of course, You can't miss the Sphinx. It is both an enormous sight and an overwhelming experience you will never forget. It serves as the guard of the pyramids with its lion body and pharaoh face. It is certainly an iconic monument of the ancient world. You can take hours-long camel rides to get through the pyramids. Despite the heat, dust, and other hurdles while traveling, it is definitely worth it. The pyramids of Cheops, also called the Great Pyramid or the Pyramid of Khufu, is the largest pyramid of the Giza group. You can explore the mysterious interiors of its narrow passages. There's also the Solar Boat Museum behind it, where you will see the ceremonial solar barks that's amazingly been restored to its original glory. On the south, there's a Pyramid of Khafre, which is also known as the Pyramid of Khafre. It also has an internal tunnel that invites you to explore it. Finally, there's the smaller Pyramid of Mycerinus, or the Pyramid of Menkaure. When it comes to shopping, you must visit Khan el-Khalili, which is considered to have one of the world's greatest shopping experiences. Its narrow alleyways have been established since 1400 AD, and up to now is still up and about with all sorts of trade, from tiny stores to cluttered workshops. For sports and recreation, find tennis courts around the south of Jazeera or ride the stables at the sports club. The Cairo Tower, built in 1961 by President Nasser, offers you an amazing view of the sunset at its observation deck. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al-Arabiya News.
I know you're watching, so turn up the volume. New York City's new mayor takes aim at the president during his victory speech. Not only was Zoran Mamdani a political outsider ahead of the mayoral race, he flourished during a particularly nasty smear campaign. What does his win mean for Democrats and Republicans alike? You're watching Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. The youngest in more than a century, the first Muslim and the first of South Asian descent. New York City Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani made a lot of history on Tuesday night. What's harder to quantify about this particular mayoral race, however,
is if we've ever seen one quite so ugly. The smear campaigns and personal attacks were relentless and often came directly from the White House. And yet, Mamdani managed to turn it all into points of pride.
The conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older. I am Muslim. I am a democratic socialist. And most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this.
In reality, the office of mayor has limited power, and yet Mamdani's victory is being talked about as if it could reshape American politics. Some analysts argue it was a litmus test for President Trump and MAGA politics, and both were found wanting. Others say it could forge a new path for the Democrats. Coming up on Counterpoints, we'll ask how Zoran Mamdani overcame these negative campaigns and won. If the mayoral race was in part a referendum on President Trump, and can one man really revive the flagging fortunes of the left? Joining the discussion is Josh Hammer, Senior Editor-at-Large of Newsweek and host of The Josh Hammer Show. Stephen Burnell is back with us, a YouTuber and political commentator, also known online as Destiny. And rounding out our panel is Amani Al-Khattatba, an author, activist and founder of MuslimGirl.com. Thanks for joining us here on Counterpoints. The election of Zoran Mamdani as mayor of New York City has gained huge attention, and not just in the US, internationally as well. And part of that has to do with just how divisive and at times nasty this campaign was. Some of the commentary throughout the race framed Mamdani as a terrorist and a radical threat. He himself called it at times Islamophobic. Issues far from New York City, such as the Israel-Hamas war, were pulled into the conversation. But by and large, Mamdani stuck to his messaging on primarily the cost of living crisis and the rental market. Josh, let's start with you, because I know that you're not a Mamdani fan. Josh, why do you think he won? Despite this negative campaign that was run against him, how did he turn it around?
Well, look, I mean, Zoran Mamdani is the Democratic nominee, or he was a Democratic nominee for mayor in a city where roughly 66% of registered voters are Democrats. So one might make an argument that the mayoral race really was won in the Democratic primary. And part of the issue back then was that there was a fractured field. Andrew Cuomo, for what it's worth, even going back to the Democratic primary, and Cuomo both in the primary and in the general was Mamdani's leading opponent, Cuomo ran what can at best, let's call it kind of a mediocre campaign, a deeply uninspired campaign. This is someone who was a former governor of New York. His father, Mario Cuomo, was a governor back decades ago. He was attempting this later in life political comeback. His heart, frankly, never really seemed to be in it. He never came to terms with his handling of the COVID-19 crisis, never apologized for the whole nursing home scandal. So he ran a really awful campaign in both the primary and the general. The other element here is that Zoran Mamdani was backed by the DSA, by the Democratic Socialists of America, who have, for better or for worse, I would argue for worse as a conservative, but the DSA has a phenomenal turnout machine in terms of actually getting their activists to the polls, and that's very much what they did in New York City. There's a lot of number crunching that can be said about that as well. If you look at where Zoran Mamdani actually got his supporters, including on election day itself, a lot of them came from religiously unaffiliated voters, recent folks who moved to New York City in the past 5 years. He wins a shockingly high percentage of folks who just moved to New York City in the past 5 years. By contrast, you look at folks who are born in New York City, been there for decades. They actually, Cuomo actually got their support there. So you can start to see really how he carried this coalition. In some ways, it kind of superficially resembles the 2008 Barack Obama coalition, but he won fair and square.
Amani, was it sealed in the primary? Is it just that Cuomo lost it rather than Mamdani won it?
I think Zoran Mamdani really won and earned every single vote that was cast for him. I think the difference is very obvious with the discrepancy in the polling numbers, but truly, I mean, we've seen the largest voter turnout in New York since the past 60 years. And he's the first mayoral candidate in 60 years to get over 1 million votes. So he surely led a platform that inspired people. And a study just came out this morning that actually one of the main policy positions that made him so tremendously popular was his position on Israel and Palestine. It was because of the fact that he is a public figure that is not afraid to say that our country, our states want to abide by international law. And this reflects the majority opinion of the majority of the American public right now. So it is no surprise whatsoever that he was able to inspire newcomers to come out to the polls, families, community members, that some who have never even voted before, to come out and vote for him because they finally heard something new, something that represents them. And not only did it inspire people locally to support him, but also, as you said, across the entire country. I wouldn't be surprised if this inspired a new wave, a new generation of new Democratic leaders that want to step up and want to take leadership on. And we've also seen it resonate globally as well. You know, last night, all throughout for us, it was nighttime, but all around the world, the news of Mamdani's win echoed and people were out celebrating it. And so I think that truly is a marker that this is a new chapter that the public is demanding us to enter.
We're going to come into a breakdown on what it means for Republicans, what it means for the Democrats as we move on in the debate. So I'm going to pick up on those points a little bit later on. But Stephen, let me bring you in. What do you make of Armani's comments there? In particular, do you think he was boosted by his very outspoken stance with regard to the Israel-Hamas conflict?
I feel like everybody's over-indexing on the parts of his election that they feel the strongest about. So people on the very far left think that it's because of his position on Israel-Palestine. And I'm sure that energized especially younger voters, you know, a bit more. People on the right are attacking him for all sorts of crazy reasons that I don't think are very relevant to why he's winning. Him being a socialist or communist or a radical Islamic jihadist that, you know, I've heard. I feel like my analysis is a lot more crude or boring. Like, I look at the two campaigns. I feel like Cuomo's was relatively uninspired. I'm probably quite a bit to the right of Mamdani when it comes to economics. There's a lot of his policy that I don't really like, but I thought his ads were really funny. Like, it almost felt like I was watching like a guest star on The Daily Show. He seems like a funny dude. I like listening to all of his speeches. He seems like he's been pretty above board with all of his campaign stuff, whereas the attacks against him I felt have been pretty unhinged from Cuomo and from the Republican establishment at large. And I mean, New York City is a pretty left-leaning voting population. So once he secured the primary, I feel like it was pretty unlikely that he was going to lose in the general. So yeah, that's just how I view it. I think he ran a good campaign. I think he deserved to win.
I would have to really push back on that. You know, I don't think that it really is over-indexing when every single interview, every single debate stage that Zahran went on, he was compelled to make a comment on Gaza and Israel. In fact, that was the number one thing even that mainstream media wanted to hear him speak on, even though he was running for mayor of New York City. And so he was really pushed to be vocal about his position on this issue. I would say that it even dominated the majority of the sound bites and the airwaves surrounding his campaign. And people liked what they heard. He represented, I mean, like I said, this really isn't, science over here. It's fact that this is what the majority of Americans want to see in terms of us abiding by international law, in terms of us ending our funding of a genocide, of us, you know, starving the American people in order for us to drop bombs for another country on the other side of the world. These are all common sense issues, common sense positions that the majority of Americans feel right now and feel strongly because of how badly our economy is hurting. So it makes perfect sense why Zahran became as popular as he did.
Josh, what do you think?
I mean, in nationwide polling, just real quick, in nationwide polling, like the Israel-Palestine conflict ranks is pretty low. I think it's like 6% of voters like rank it as a top 3 issue. I'm sure it's nice for people to hear it and they feel a certain type of way about it, but I don't think these are the primary drivers for why people were going out to vote. I think that it did dominate the airwaves because a lot of people like to talk about this particular issue, but I would say there's a failure of Cuomo more than anything else. At the end of the day, The New York City mayor is not really doing anything with regards to our stance on Israel-Palestine. He's not going to be able to influence, funding for Israel or, bringing an end to anything going on over there. So I don't see it being as relevant to the majority of New York voters. Again, maybe younger people, it's the thing that they like more about him. But absent this issue, I'm not sure if I feel like, younger voters, new transplants, or everybody else would have been like, oh, I think Cuomo is definitely our guy now. The Mamdani guy, if he's not talking about Israel-Palestine, that's not what I want in my mayor. I feel like his messaging was pretty big on other economic issues, tabletop issues, talking about the funding for the public transportation, stuff related to like rent control in the grocery stores. As much as I might disagree with it, like the big focus on cost of living is getting really expensive. We need to do something about it. And then making it this, like a fun message that was entertaining to watch and everything, I think was with the big drivers of his campaign.
Okay, let me bring in Josh. What's your take on that? Was he put in a position where he needed to justify perhaps his faith as a Muslim being asked about the Israel-Hamas conflict, or was it a ploy to get more voters out, or do you think that it wasn't an issue at all?
I think it was a side issue at best. This is an issue that the media was infatuated about for the very simple reason that the media is generally infatuated about all conflicts in the Middle East, especially one that involve Jews. There is a large Jewish population in New York City. It's the largest Jewish population of any city outside of the state of Israel across the world. So there were various reasons why the media was interested in sound bites on this, but this was an ancillary issue at best, I think, in this election. And again, we're still waiting on some more exit polling data there. But in an election like New York City, it really is those bread and butter economic issues, I think, that are top concerns. And he did talk about this a lot. He talked about economic issues a lot on the campaign trail. He talked about it arguably more than any slew of issues there. He talked about all kind of the entire slate of far left AOC style Democratic Socialist of America issues. He talked about defunding the police, but it seems to me like his basic socialist pitch on economics is really what carried the day. Again, I think a lot of folks are overinterpreting this, but New York City, to kind of give the number again, roughly 66% of registered voters in New York City are registered Democrats. It is a very blue city in a light blue state. And if you win the Democratic primary, you're going to be in good shape to win the general election. I think it's basically that simple. Just a quick response, though, to some of what I heard earlier. The notion that Zohar Mamdani's individual stances on the Israel-Hamas conflict, that this is something that the American people agree with or are clamoring for, I think is completely, utterly asinine. The overwhelming majority of American people do not agree with Zohar Mamdani's consistent, repeated refusal to condemn the clearly anti-Semitic expression to globalize the Intifada. The American people are not with him on that. The American people are not with him in talking about what has happened in Gaza the past 2 years as a genocide or apartheid. We have polling on this. So, sound bites are nice, kind of talking out of your rear end is nice, but we actually have polling on this. And the American people are consistently not with Mamdani on these issues, but a very left-leaning city like New York City, they're not necessarily going to come out in droves to oppose him on those issues. For what it's worth, Jewish New Yorkers actually voted against Mamdani at an even higher percentage than Catholic New Yorkers or Protestant New Yorkers. Mamdani actually lost literally all of those religious subgroups. Cuomo carried all three of those categories, Protestants, Catholics, and Jews alike. He just ends up dominating the religiously unaffiliated, who apparently are a plurality or perhaps even a majority of New Yorkers these days.
Amani?
Josh, you probably know a lot about talking out of one's behind, but I do want to say that obviously mainstream media had a tremendous interest in Zohran's position on Israel and Palestine, because we all know that lobbyists have Congress on payroll. And one of the strongest lobbies in the country is paying for our representatives to sponsor this genocide
AIPAC is the 190
that Israel is carrying out on our name. And
what are your thoughts on
genocide,
National Iranian Council?
And once again, genocide. This is an issue that has been deemed a genocide by virtually every global human rights organization in the world.
Do you want to go down the rabbit hole?
So to say that this isn't an issue that's of
I'm actually a lawyer. I actually know what
genocide is. We're not going to get too deep into that issue, because that's an issue for another day, whether or not, because we need to focus on the election itself.
And listen, and to respond to that, if I may complete my point, Josh's reaction is exactly why Cuomo lost. Josh represents an outdated political system And Cuomo's biggest failure was the fact that he thought he could rely on that establishment, on those established lobbyist ties, just like Josh thinks that the American public is still dumb enough to hear the talking points of these lobbyists and for us to actually believe them. That's not the case anymore. And I think this election reflects that. Cuomo's biggest failure was not only relying on relying on the establishment and his existing ties, but also on spurring anti-Muslim sentiment and weaponizing Zohran's religious identity against him. He, again, using the same playbook as the one that Josh is relying on right now heavily, he thought that he could really depend on racism, honestly, just racism, and people hating Muslims and hating Arabs and equating all Arabs with South Asians, with Zohran, with brown people, with an abstract enemy that perpetuated 9/11, that somehow this Indian Muslim with the Ugandan citizenship is somehow connected to, if you were listening to what mainstream media had to say. That was Cuomo's biggest failure, because New Yorkers said, we are done. We are done with that outdated playbook, and we are over the racism, the Islamophobia of the past, and it does not work on us anymore.
Stephen, what do you think? Is the idea of this negative campaign, this accusations of being a communist, an anti-Semite, anti-American, are people just sick of that kind of campaign, and that is why we saw Mamdani being able to show that he was different in that regard?
My take on this is very boring. I'm going back to what I said before. I think that he did really well on messaging on economic issues, and I think it was really entertaining to watch. I think it basically boils down to that. I think all these other conversations are a massive waste of time. I blame the Republican establishment for the past 3 decades, and especially MAGA, for reducing every single conversation to basically the dumbest possible talking point. And there are so many great criticisms that you can make relating to Mamdani's policies. I think that there are great arguments you can make against strict price controls and the distortionary impacts that they have on markets. I think that there are so many great things that you can say, like should the mayor of New York say that he would arrest Netanyahu if he comes in? Like, that's kind of a weird statement. But instead, the conservatives are hyper fixated on, and I just want to say, somebody who spent a lot of time traveling in Europe, to come back and to see conservatives look at Mamdani and call this guy like a radical Muslim is just the most unbelievably stupid thing I've ever heard in my entire life. I almost wish he would show up with, 5 girlfriends and burqas and just start chanting Islamic prayers, just because of how unhinged the conservatives become over it. I just think it's ridiculous. And I wish that we could have more conversations, I guess, about the actual issues that are facing New Yorkers for the city of New York. Obviously, I don't even live in New York, so I don't even have a direct investment in that. But I think that a large part of our media diet now, and a large part of the media atmosphere, is just unhinged personal attacks. And I think the MAGA movement and the Republicans in general for the past several decades have played into that heavily. And that's why we're having conversations on if he's like a radical Islamist or if he's a communist or a socialist or, whatever else, instead of discussing any policy oriented stuff. I think it's a huge disservice to all Americans.
All right. Josh, respond to that. The failings of maybe attacking the man, the player, and not the game.
Well, I mean, there's some truth in that. I mean, on the one hand, and on the other hand, I hate to say it, but there are many Americans, many people who vote in major elections like the New York City mayoral election who don't necessarily care for a highly wonkery public policy debates. I have learned this myself in any number of my public debates on debate stages as well. Oftentimes emotional appeal ends up carrying the day over facts, logic, reason, and so forth. I very much wish that were not the case, by the way, as someone who very much cares about public policy and law and logic and reason. I very much wish that carried the day. It doesn't often carry the day. I will just say this. I will say that the guy who, if you go back in the social media feed, has quite literally quoted Karl Marx's Communist Manifesto, the guy who literally began his victory speech last night with a quotation from Eugene Debs, the 5-time Socialist Party of America presidential candidate. It seems to me like it is not a particularly wild stretch to call that guy a socialist, communist, whatever you want to call him. I think a prior generation of Americans wouldn't have even batted an eyelash to recognize him as such. I don't personally think that he is a radical Islamist, for what it's worth. I don't think that he is a covert Muslim Brotherhood agent or anything like that. I do think that he has outrageous views on most Middle East geopolitical related issues, which really should not, again, be involved at all in a municipal election in New York City. Is completely and utterly irrelevant. So I wish that weren't a factor, because if I were a New Yorker, I would be outraged my conversation were taking place on this terrain and not my actual bread and butter economics, my NYPD funding, things that actually matter to my day-to-day life there. I totally agree with Destiny on all of that. But
how much of an issue do you think it is, Josh, that one of the richest, most iconic, influential cities, the heart of capitalism in the US, is now going to have a socialist mayor?
Yeah, I think it's horrific. I think it's an absolute abomination. I mean, as someone who grew up in the broader New York City area, I grew up in the suburbs there. Most of my family still lives in the broader area. I personally left when I was 18 years old and never looked back. I'm not a big fan of New York, but I think it's a total mess because New York is the largest, most important city in America still to this day. And it's really the largest, it's really the most important city in the Western world still to this day when it comes to finances, when it comes to the arts, to culture, to high fashion. I mean, there's so many ways from a human capital, financial capital, and social capital perspective that what happens in New York City doesn't stay in New York City, but very much spills out to the entire country and very much across the world. I think you're going to see massive exoduses of businesses, of capital, of human beings. There were already indications that some of these suburban counties around New York City, for instance, Nassau County, which is the first county in Long Island, just east of Queens, in Nassau County, real estate prices have actually already begun to spike due to people fleeing the incoming zoopocalypse, so to speak. Certainly in Florida, where I live, there are a lot of prospective first-time home purchasers, such as myself, who are very much already thinking about what it's going to mean for our housing market here in Florida. I think you're going to be looking at potentially iconic New York institutions. I mean, major banks, major media companies, major fashion outlets, who potentially might actually have to move out if this guy is capable of doing and able to execute half of his wild radical agenda. The silver lining is that there are real potential stops in place when it comes to the New York City Council, when it comes to Governor Hochul, when it comes to the legislature in Albany there. We will see if any of those stops actually end up happening and preventing his radical takeover agenda.
I don't know Josh's position on his radio show, but I'm not going to say that he's MAGA or conservative, but I will say that I'm a huge free market guy. I do believe in a lot of government intervention in certain areas. I just think you have to recognize that there's an impact when the government intervenes on things. That being said, I find the complaints about socialism in New York City to be entirely hollow when all of these same conservatives, maybe not Josh, when all of these other same conservatives seem to be clapping for Donald Trump taking like the U.S. government equity stake in Intel at 10%, or the U.S. government having a golden share in U.S. Steel, Nippon Steel in that merger. The idea that sometimes socialism is okay when I guess the Republicans are doing it is very strange to me. And I feel like they were completely and utterly silent when it came to that. But the mayor of New York City having positions on things is somehow a worse form of socialism. It's especially scary because on the left, one of my big criticisms of Zoran is I do think that he's really far left on a lot of economic policy, but liberals and people on the left tend to follow the laws and the restrictions in place. So I'm not really worried about him doing some crazy takeover. Whereas on the right, there's just an absolute and utter disregard for rule of law, rule by law, and they will do whatever they can in whatever corrupt measure to enforce whatever kind of will they have. And I would say that Trump's 10% equity stake in Intel, the U.S. government stake in Intel, and then the U.S. government golden share in U.S. Steel, those are incredibly crazy anti-capitalist, socialist-ish kind of deals.
Amani, are we about to see a flee of people from New York City?
I think it's really funny that whenever we have policies that put the American people first, suddenly there's this scramble, this fear of, oh my God, we're losing the country. New York City is falling, Out of all of the cultural capitals that Josh rattled off just now, he forgot a really major one, which is that New York City is also a diplomatic capital in the world, right? It's the base of the UN headquarters of the United Nations. So Zohran does have a very influential position as the mayor of New York City. And what we're seeing right now really is the emergence of class divide, right? I think the fact that Trump endorsed Cuomo, MAGA endorsed Cuomo, a Democrat, tells you everything you need to know about where people like Cuomo, people like Josh Hammer fall on the side of that class divide and who they're really fighting for. Actually, in fact, I think Josh isn't even looking at that class divide from the perspective of the American people. He's really looking at it through the perspective of what's best for Israel. That's the only way that Josh really looks at American policies.
There's one person
American
on the
leaders.
show who is literally talking nonstop about the Middle East, and it's not me. I'm talking about the issues that actually matter to the media in New Yorker. I'm talking about the economy, NYPD crime.
Because
you're taking every single conversation back to your bespoke, besotted, infatuated,
you want to ignore the elephant in the room.
Something that has no relevance whatsoever to the media in New Yorker. You have the audacity. You have the audacity to say that I am the one obsessed. You are the one who won't shut up about it. So
we can talk over each other all day. Excuse me, Josh. Anyone can do a preliminary Google search of everything that you've been saying about Zohran Mamdani over the past several months, and they've entirely revolved around your fixation on what's best for Israel. And the fact that Zohran said that he would arrest a war criminal like Netanyahu, who has an active arrest warrant out for him, yes, that did tremendously work in his favor. It actually was one of his most popular talking points. Because New York City is a diplomatic capital in the world. And we just had a UN General Assembly.
Okay, we're going to let Josh respond because then we need to move on to our next segment. So
is this normal to talk over? No, I'm sorry. I find it quite telling that Josh has no problem speaking over the only woman on the panel. You can't let me finish a sentence. And I don't know if it's because of the lack of respect or your inability to actually answer to the
points
topic
that you've made against him, so that we can move on to our next
I didn't complete my points, but go ahead.
Okay, we can come back to them. Josh, we need to keep moving on. Respond to the points that Amani has made, and then we're going to move on to a Republican focus.
Well, she really didn't make any points. But, I mean, the notion that Mamdani's vow to arrest Bibi Netanyahu due to the ICC had any impact and moved the needle in this
tremendously popular,
preposterous. And that is something that she finds, I guess, in her WhatsApp chats, in her blue-checked online YouTube, Twitter, circle, whatever there. The notion that there was any New Yorker outside of the hardcore base of the DSA that was voting on the issue as to whether or not Netanyahu will be arrested for landing at JFK Airport is nuts. They were voting primarily on
you're from Florida. What in the world do you know about what New Yorkers want?
We need to keep moving on.
They were voting on inflation.
I'm really sorry, but you didn't ask him to stop and let me finish when he was interrupting me, so I think that I should be able to.
Matter, not this individual panelists on this show's bespoke foreign policy issue that has no relevance to the day-to-day New York.
Okay, I'm going to move us
like
on.
A random man from Florida that wants
to box of nuclear weapons to Jerusalem, and he needs to say, okay, Israelis, Palestinians, negotiate peace. Whoever comes closer to actually reaching, is willing to get more concessions. If the other side doesn't and they can't reach a deal, they give the other side the nukes and they blow them up. Okay, because I cannot wait until we stop talking about Israel-Palestine in my goddamn country. Okay, it's the mayoral election of New York City. Who cares? You can't even enact ICC warrants. Even the United States can't. We're not even Rome Statute signatories. Who cares about the friggin' Israel-Palestine? It's the New York City mayoral election.
Weren't you...
Okay. We need to keep moving this on. We cannot get bogged down into an Israel-Palestine debate. Amani, I'm going to have to interrupt you there because we need to keep going on.
They're putting their phones away before they commit them.
We need to keep moving on, Amani. So I'm going to move us on.
Israeli news channel just for that piece of advice. Yeah.
Thanks very much. I'm going to keep us moving on to focus specifically on the implications of this election because it's a local race, but it's a local race for control of one city. An important city, no doubt, but a mayoral race nonetheless. However, it is the first general vote since President Trump retook the White House, so it is symbolic in value. That can't be denied. We saw Democratic governor wins in Virginia and New Jersey. Gavin Newsom's redistricting proposal got through in Victoria. So it has led a lot of people to say that this was and always was going to be a litmus test for the Republican Party. Stephen, I'm going to bring you in here first. Was this a referendum on President Trump as much as it was about local politics?
I hope so. I think that for the first time, we're finally seeing, especially through Gavin Newsom, like Democrats putting forth a positive position. It's not just attacking the right. It's not just standing in opposition to some of the insane stuff that Trump is doing, which they should be, but it's having actual figures for us to rally around. I just think contrasting the behavior of Gavin Newsom to Greg Abbott and the way that Congress basically passed, by decree to Abbott, hey, you can go and mess up all your districts now. And then, they just on their state assembly, they're like, oh, okay, we're just going to go ahead and redistrict everything. For Newsom to go, that's not okay. We don't accept that. we're going to do it here in California, and we're going to do it via a public referendum to our own citizens that initially started off as unpopular, because the initial thing when that was floated was like, oh, I don't know if the Democrats can do the redistricting, for California. It's built into the Constitution. They're going to have to pass a referendum, and that's not very popular right now. And to carry that through to fruition, and then to see nationwide in Virginia, we see Democrats are winning, moderate Democrats are winning, sometimes up big. That's good. We saw Mamdani win in New York, despite Trump trying to, support Cuomo. Yeah, I think it's good for Democrats. I hope it's, pointing good towards the midterms for us, assuming Donald Trump lets us hold those elections in a free and fair manner.
Amani, was this a litmus test for Trump and for MAGA popularity?
I think it was a tremendous litmus test. It shows truly that, MAGA is doubling down on the racism and the bigotry and the white supremacy, quite frankly. And it is going to be a reckoning for the Democratic Party. I think Zahran's race has proven that if the Democrats don't catch up, they're going to keep losing seats and the party itself is going to be left behind. If there is going to be that reckoning, if there is going to be a pendulum swing, back to sanity in this country, it's not going to come from the Democratic Party. That's not where our salvation is going to be. It's going to be coming from the people. The people are going to be organizing. The people are going to be protesting more. They're going to be taking to the streets more. And especially if the economy keeps going down the way that it is right now, it's going to get I think it's going to force the hand of a lot of our leaders to actually own up to a lot of their policy decisions and answer to the demands that the people are making.
Josh, is this going to reverberate to the White House? Is this a commentary on how the president has run his first year back in office?
I think it's impossible to avoid that conclusion to an extent. The emphasis should be on to an extent. We're talking here about a mayoral election, albeit an extremely important one, and then a couple of gubernatorial elections in light blue states, New Jersey and Virginia, albeit the margin in all three of those races, the mayoral race and the two gubernatorial elections, those margins were all higher than the polls predicted, certainly higher than I predicted as well. So on the one hand, I would be cautious of overly interpreting and overly extrapolating. But yes, I think it is certainly fair to an extent to conclude that Republicans have some work to do. I mean, not just the Trump administration, but Republicans in general there. Because take us back to our earlier conversation. Again, it is my thesis that the reason that Zohran Mamdani won this election, in addition to being the Democratic candidate in a very Democrat city, is that he did, contrary to one of my co-panelists' assertions, he did emphasize to the, not the exclusion, but over above any other issue, he emphasized economic issues. Again, I think his stances on those issues are nuts, but he talked over and over again on his various economic policies and proposals there. And I think that it is incumbent on Republicans to realize that, unfortunately, the Republican Party, which is in the midst of kind of this generational rebrand, presenting itself as more of a middle and working class party, a rebrand that I have personally very much encouraged. I've written thousands of words on this about various policies and this and that there, but they are still viewed, I think, by many of the American people as still being the party of the upper class. And Democrats still have this kind of vestigial cachet when it comes to being the party of the proverbial little guy. And Republicans have a lot of work to do when it comes to building trust, when it comes to fighting inflation, boosting wages, reshoring jobs, things like that there. So those are all the various bread and butter issues that I hope the Republicans are able to double down on in the year ahead until the November 2026 midterms.
Amani, President Trump threatened to withhold additional federal funds to New York other than the very minimum required if Mamdani was to win. Is that an abuse of power, and is that going to play exactly into Mamdani's playbook of standing up to power?
Power grab, Donald Trump has been holding federal funding hostage from states to politicize the reason why he's providing funding that they are entitled to. And so it comes as no surprise to anybody, but I will say that I was there last night at Zahran's victory party when the results came in. And during his victory speech, when he said to Trump, turn the volume up louder, the entire room went into a roar. And you know that this is the precipice of a MAGA showdown. And the people are ready for it. You know, I don't think that New York is intimidated by any threats from Donald Trump whatsoever. If anything, they're going to hold down the fort and really show, lead by example for the rest of the country of what it looks like when we really fight for our rights.
Josh, if President Trump does stick to what he says there, is that going to backfire on the Republicans? Is that just going to be seen as exactly what Mamdani is trying to fight against?
Is what going to backfire exactly?
If he withholds federal funding from New York purely because the candidate that he doesn't like won the election.
Well, that's not why he would withhold federal funds. I mean, to be clear, if that is the literal stipulated reason, then yes, he would deserve backlash, and I'm sure that backlash would happen. But when presidents, including this president, talk about the possibility of withholding federal funds when it comes to DOJ grants, there typically those funds are done because those funds come with strings attached to them, and there are various things that local departments can't do. So I mean, not to go full legal nerd, but there's actually a whole body of constitutional precedent on this. There's a 1987 case called South Dakota versus Dole, which really elaborates on the exact nexus.
But all that aside, he did say, I'm not going to send good money after bad. I'm not going to give them any more than the minimum if Mamdani wins. He said it. He's not saying, I'm going to wait and see how he spends the money.
Yeah, this is typical Trumpian rhetorical flourish. This is how the man communicates, both in real life and on his Truth Social feed. And then it's up to Attorney General Pam Bondi and the various lawyers to actually put that into constitutionally permissible legal practice. So, for instance, if you're talking about DOJ grants to local police departments, it would be constitutional under the South Dakota versus Dole precedent and other precedents. It would be constitutional to withhold DOJ grants for local police departments if those local police departments do not do anything to assist ICE, immigration enforcement operations, or things like that. All of that is perfectly constitutional, and that, I think, would be the way to actually translate that Trumpian impulse into practice.
Mamdani's also...
I'd like to jump in here.
Just to be clear on that, this is not an ordinary state of affairs. There's no other president that has ever played games with, especially FEMA funds in the way that Trump has, and there is absolutely no legal permissibility for Trump to do the things that he does. I don't know where this idea comes from, that these are just Trump rhetorical flourishes. I think you could have gotten away with that in Trump term 1, but Trump has enacted through multiple ways, playing illegal games with FEMA funds and doing illegal things as president of the United States. The idea that it's Pam Bondi's job to put these into legally permissible actions is a joke. The administration, is fighting more legal battles in their first year than some presidents have fought in the entire 4 years or 8 years that they've been president.
A lot of those were started by the official insurrection.
More started by what?
By rogue lower court judges. I mean, Jeb Boasberg in D.C., Judge McConnell in Massachusetts. I mean, it depends on
those
a lot of the
I'm not sure what country you're from. I'm from the United States of America, and those are federally appointed judges. You don't get to call them a rogue judge.
I'm actually a ruling you don't like.
And what you do is you appeal.
I know what I'm talking about here.
Oh, then in that case, then you know better, and you shouldn't.
If I can jump in and just simplify this,
administration. I just want to be clear. Biden, no other
one at a time. Amani, hold that thought.
Picture.
Destiny, Stephen, finish your point there. I'm going to hand it to Amani. Finish your point there, Stephen.
Trump did not say, I'm going to pull the strings on funding to New York City if they are using funds in ways which are impermissible based on current guidelines of the DOJ. Trump said that he didn't want to allow funds to New York City in an attempt to threaten or blackmail voters into making them think they're not going to get federal funds if they elect a mayor that he doesn't like. The idea that you might find some way pretextually, that's a word you might like as a lawyer, that you might find some way pretextually to justify some weird contingency on your funds or to withhold them as a result doesn't matter.
The year is 2025.
Because that's what influences how
Donald
people
Trump's
vote.
Social statements literally. I find that utterly astonishing. You should have learned literally a decade ago. It's not to take what he says.
Well, Trump is literally putting law firms and literally putting lawyers in executive orders, and he literally ordered Pam Bondi to begin to politically prosecute his opponents, and now this is literally showing up in indictments that are literally going in front of federal judges. So it seems like it's actually happening.
That was actually what Merrick Garland and Jack Smith did to Donald Trump himself, as well as a very slew of others. People like Steve Bannon, who literally went to jail because of that very notion there. So there's one.
Well, except that's actually not even remotely the case.
Literal prosecution of political opponents is actually the
so you either lied when you said you were a lawyer, or you're just carrying water for the administration. You will never find a statement by Joe Biden that is the equivalent to Joe Biden telling Merrick Garland, "Hey, can you prosecute my political opponents?" Because those statements don't exist. Donald Trump puts them on Truth Social. He named Letitia James, he named James Comey, and he named Bolton, and he named the prosecutor that he wanted to prosecute them. And all three of these people are now mysteriously indicted. To compare that to Joe Biden, who presided over a presidency where
the Attorney General and DOJ
was appointed to investigate his own documents case is absolutely absurd. You're living a fantastic delusional land to even try to draw the equivalent there.
Okay, Amani, I'm going to bring you in, give us your point of view, and then I'm going to move us on to a Democratic focus.
Listen, at the end of the day, to make it as clear as possible, the bigger picture here is that, yes, Donald Trump is gutting the American Constitution. He's been doing this since the very start of his presidency. In fact, he's been serving as president to foreign countries more than the American public. He has violated so many of our constitutional rights. He's speaking about removing term limits from the presidency so that he can literally become a tyrant over us. So the fact that he's threatening to withhold funding because he doesn't like the mayor that a city has elected, this is not a surprise. And he has done this already. Josh, I'm sure you will hate to be reminded of the fact that Donald Trump actually restricted federal funding and completely gutted the jewel of the American academic system, which is our Ivy League schools, in order to censor criticism of our foreign ally, Israel. Donald Trump is sacrificing American rights.
Out of 1964.
And
he's really enforcing Title VI, which we can discuss if you really want to go.
For outside influences. And this is a litmus test of where the people stand, more than the Republican Party or the Democrats. It's a litmus test of what the people are demanding. Josh, I know that this is the bane of your existence because you care more about Israel's interest than anything else, and everything that I'm saying undermines that. For
Josh, let Amani finish, and then I'm going to bring you back in.
It is you.
Because it's the center. It's the center of everything right now. Hello, newsflash.
It is not.
We exist
I live in the United States. Where do you live?
Genocide is happening.
I'm focused on American issues.
Josh, just let Amani finish. I'm going to bring you back in.
There is nothing more important or prominent than that. You keep talking over me because you don't want people to hear the truth. Our tax money is being used predominantly to fund the extermination of a people on the other side of the world, and it's being done by
Amani,
the country that you are positioning as above the interests of the American people. That's what's happening here. And yes,
Amani,
it is the most important point of our current political system.
Okay, I'm going to move us on there. Josh, a quick response from you to give you the right of reply, and then I'm going to refocus again back specifically on this mayoral election campaign and what it means for the Democrats.
The right of reply. He has the right to defend himself. Go ahead. You've had way more.
Amani, please just let Josh.
Go ahead with your other talking points.
Josh has the right to respond to your comments. Josh, go ahead.
Talking points are really stupid.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, but you have not stopped Josh from speaking over me.
I have indeed.
Time he's interrupted me and responding, but
we're giving everyone fair time. We're giving everyone fair time, Amani. So just a moment. Let's let Josh respond.
But go ahead, Josh. Let's pat Josh on the head. Go ahead and share your opinion.
But we on Counterpoints give everyone the right to speak, so we need to get Josh's response to your comments.
We know he needs the right to defend himself. Go ahead.
Everyone deserves it. Josh, go ahead.
Okay, very briefly. Donald Trump's righteous crusade against America's higher education establishment is primarily about rooting DEI. It's primarily about rooting diversity, equity, inclusion programs. The post-constitutional vestige of the Harvard versus Students for Fair Admissions case of the Supreme Court in 2023. This is the executive order that he signed back in January. They interpreted DEI programs, which are overtly racist insofar as they are anti-white. They are also anti-Christian, anti-Mormon, and yes, anti-Jewish. These policies are contrary to Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. They are also unconstitutional under the 14th Amendment in light of the Harvard affirmative action case of the Supreme Court 2 years ago. That is what Donald Trump is enforcing. Those are the lawsuits. Those are the high-profile settlements. That is the Columbia University case, the Princeton Harvard cases. That's what he is doing there. It is not about serving a foreign government's interest in the minds or the eyes of my patently obsessed co-pals and interlocutors. It's about enforcing this nation's civil rights laws.
Okay. All right. I need to keep us moving on because we are really running short on time and we have a whole segment on Democrats that we need to get through. So much of what is being read into Mamdani's victory is not least that it signals this new path out of the political woods for the Democrats, which is what, Amani, you were pointing to at the very beginning of our discussion. The party has been struggling since that embarrassing loss in last year's presidential race, and it sank to historical lows in favourability polls this year. But just how galvanizing can this victory be when you have senior Democrats, like the senior Democrat in the Senate, Chuck Schumer, didn't even endorse Mamdani and still won't say if he even voted for him on Tuesday, and House Leader Hakeem Jeffries withheld support until the day before early voting started. So, Stephen, does Mamdani's victory further highlight the party's internal identity crisis?
No, like I said, everybody's over-indexing on this guy in whatever way is politically suitable to them. People on the far left look at Mamdani as some referendum on the party. The reality is that over the past 12 years, ever since the Justice Dems appeared, ultra progressives or, these Marxist, Leninist, tanky, whatever socialist people keep thinking there's going to be some huge uprising with socialist, ultra progressive, ultra left, whatever candidates winning. And they don't. They keep losing over and over and over and over again. Now that they have Mamdani, they're like, oh my God, this is what we've been waiting for 12 years. New York City is a very blue city. Mamdani is not very popular amongst the entire Democratic Party. For all the criticisms I have of Schumer and Jeffries, I understand them not endorsing him necessarily. I don't know why we would necessarily look to senators or congressmen to endorse mayoral candidates in New York City. I don't even know how appropriate that is or historically what the precedence is for that. It makes sense that they wouldn't. Mamdani won his election. I'm glad that he did. Again, he's to the left of me, but if you're in New York City, I would probably support the Democratic candidate over any conservative one, especially when the conservatives have tried to use blackmail from the DOJ to control the mayor of New York City. So yeah, I think that you saw a lot of Democrats winning yesterday in very moderate ways, in which the far left was predicting, that the Virginia races wouldn't go the way we wanted them to. And we won even the attorney general seat there, despite the text message and everything with Jones. And, we won in New Jersey. And you don't need this far left movement across the entirety of the United States to win in all these elections just because a pretty far left guy won in New York City.
Is it unique to New York City, Amani? Is this the start of more far left success across the country? Or are we seeing a more divided Democratic Party than ever?
I think the Democratic Party has remained divided right now. I think that's pretty obvious by the slow pace that we've seen a lot of Democratic leadership show when it comes to support behind Zahran. And that divide is very palpable because what it is saying is that so many of our Democratic leaders are paid for and bought for interests that are contrary to their very own constituents. People are capable of organizing against the policies that are negatively impacting them. And I truly hope that this does inspire more of that organizing across the board. Like I said, if we see that change happen, if we see that watershed moment, it's not voluntarily going to come from Democratic leadership. It's not going to come from the party itself. It's going to be coming from the people forcing the leaders they want to see into those seats. Because as it stands, also the Democratic Party has a lot of red tape. The establishment has a lot of red tape in order to make it very difficult to disrupt the status quo, to rock the boat for incumbents that have held on to their seats for entire lifetimes. I mean, the incumbent that I ran against for Congress has held on to a seat for longer than I've been alive, even though his interests are contrary to those of our constituents. So it just shows that if what they say about an immovable object, right? It has to be met with force if we're going to see that change happen.
Mm-hmm. Josh, is the media getting too swept up in the star power of one man? Has he single-handedly rejuvenated the left?
Well, single-handedly, I think is a very strong way of putting it, but this is definitely a massive boost. I mean, for Democrats in the first major elections in the first year of the Trump administration. Zohar Mamdani, for what I have been very critical of him, I disagree with him on virtually everything, but he's clearly a very talented politician. I mean, he's clearly a very smooth talking guy. He's a good looking man. He presents very well. He seems amicable and jovial. I mean, he's clearly a very skilled politician. And I think a lot of folks have made the analogy to Barack Obama on the campaign trail back in 2008, the whole hope and change thing, and this is going to be this is obviously the test for Democrats. I mean, after Kamala Harris got shellacked in the 2024 presidential election, losing all 7 swing states, it seemed to a lot of folks that the path to relevance for the Democrats was to shift at least a little bit towards the center. And you actually saw some inklings of that earlier this year from, we mentioned Gavin Newsom earlier. I mean, even Gavin Newsom on that on that conversation with my late friend Charlie Kirk. Gavin Newsom, in that conversation with Charlie, actually talked about how Democrats have gone too far on the transgender issue, biological males and women's sports, and so forth. So there actually were some inklings that Democrats were thinking of moderating on some of these cultural issues. And then we got the election of Mamdani in New York City, and that just throws a massive fork into the wrench, so to speak. So it is a big conversation for Democrats. It's obviously an ideological kind of, injection straight into the veins of the far left flank of the Democratic Party. And that's only going to, I think, prolong and exacerbate their kind of internecine civil war that's happening on the left, because it really does slow down the force of moderation. No doubt about that.
Amani, we saw two moderate governor candidates win their elections. So could there be a bit of a risk of saying, well, look, moderate Democrats are still providing what the party needs. Maybe this is just a New York blip, and the moderate Democrats are going to be the ones that forge ahead from here?
Anything, I think that Kamala's presidential race.
Sorry, Amani, go ahead.
I think that Kamala's presidential race, right? I think that Kamala losing as badly as she did was a referendum of that fact, right? It is a losing strategy for the Democrats to try to give more of the same and push more towards the right in order to try to appeal to voters. It makes absolutely no sense. It doesn't reflect the polls. It doesn't reflect the interest. It doesn't reflect the outspoken opinions of the people that they're representing. If anything, it is this push that we're seeing Zahran lead the way on, which is going further to the left, further into progressivism that the people are yearning for. Because right now, both of the parties have been looking identical for a very long time. For many, many election cycles, we've been asked to choose the lesser of two evils. And I think the American people are sick of that. We don't want to keep voting for the lesser of two evils. We want to vote for something good. And in order to put something good in front of people, you have to shift into something different. So right now, a lot of, Democratic leaders, a lot of Republican representatives, they serve the same masters. They serve the same corporate interests. They serve the same donors. And for that reason, they sound exactly the same. And I think that's what's been so refreshing about Zahran, is he's saying, like, no, we can break out of that. We don't have to be molded by the system. We can rebuild the system.
Stephen, that's all well and good, but if he doesn't deliver, if we put him up on this pedestal, could that backfire then, and it will work against all Democrats?
No, I mean, on a personal, selfish level, like if he goes up as mayor and if he fails on some things, then I can point to that and I can say, well, look, far left policies don't work. We should focus more on our strong center left policies and keep pushing that, because we know these work. And if it does work, then I change my mind on some things, like, oh, maybe the government can intervene more in some local matters. Maybe rent control isn't as horrible as I thought it was. Maybe there are places for the government to compete when it comes to things like grocery stores or whatever. Again, he's the mayor of New York City. He's not the governor of New York State. He's certainly not the president. He doesn't hold like a federal office. The idea that the entire Democratic Party, is going to shoulder itself on Zohran Mamdani's success in New York City, I just think is a bit ridiculous. Yeah.
Josh, what do you think? Do you think there could be a risk that the Democrats could get swept up in this? We're going to see them move. I mean, the Republicans got quite swept up with President Trump and his personality. They've moved in that direction. Are we going to see the same things? Could the Democrats learn that lesson now?
Look, the United States is a very large country, and the brand of Democratic Party politics that leads to electoral success in the year 2025 in blue bastions like New York City, Chicago, and so forth is not necessarily the kind of Democratic Party brand that will lead to success in any number of other cities and states across America. So yes, there absolutely is, I think, a huge concern. I mean, far be it from me to advise Democrats. I wish them, politically speaking, nothing but the worst, of course. But if I were hypothetically advising the Democrats, it would seem to me that there would be a real risk of trying to export the radical far left politics of Zohran Mamdani and the DSA more broadly, and then trying to inject that into the candidates for governor in swing states like Georgia, Arizona, and North Carolina, or frankly, even for mayoral positions in swingy cities in some red states. I'm thinking like a Dallas, Texas, a place like that there. I don't think Zohran Mamdani's politics would fly in a place like a Dallas, Texas, for instance. I mean, Kansas City, Missouri. I mean, it's very hard to say, but I think that there absolutely is a huge risk of trying then to say, okay, this did work in the nation's largest city, and then saying, okay, it's going to work from sea to shining sea. On the other hand, again, I do think that it is definitely a bit of an injection, a shot in the arm of the far left DSA flank of the party. It's only going to, I think, exacerbate internal divides, which is at least something of a silver lining for Republicans who otherwise wake up the day after the election and are in something of a daze.
Amani, can it be transported into other parts of America? I mean, Josh questions whether somewhere like Texas would embrace the politics of Zohran Mamdani.
There are communities that believe in and support the politics of Zohran Mamdani all over the country. Whether or not they're a majority in different parts of the country is a different story. But certainly, the ideals that he espouses are popular for a reason. They aren't out of nowhere. And I think that the most dangerous part of his success is that he has shown that those policies can work. We can break out of that mold and we can present the American people with something different than what's been done. And obviously that is bad news, for our billionaires and for, people that are directly benefiting from that power grab. But for him, he's kind of really disrupting that and breaking the wheel, so to speak, or showing at least that there's hope that it can be broken. And I think that that's going to inspire a lot of movement in different types of communities across the country. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's promised big. He has a lot to deliver. We're out of time. We'll have to leave it there. But I thank all of you for your contribution. Josh Hammer, Senior Editor-at-Large of Newsweek and the host of The Josh Hammer Show. Stephen Burnell, a YouTuber, political commentator known online as Destiny. And Amani Al-Khattatba, author, activist and founder of MuslimGirl.com. Thank you to all of you for being here on Counterpoints. And thank you to you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. Keep up to date with our latest debates and, of course, our special interviews. You can subscribe to Al-Arabiya English on YouTube. And don't forget to follow us on X and TikTok. I'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al-Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Mr. Casper, thank you very much for this interview. The rising global debt is causing many to sound the alarm about a possible crisis looming. The US is no exception, and just a few days ago, billionaire Ray Dalio warned that the situation in the US right now when it comes to public debt is casting a very similar shadow to that pre-World War II. How worried are you?
Thanks very much
for a very complete question that allows me to give you an overview of our views about public finance, public debt, and public debt risks at this point in the world economy. One of our headline messages for the annual meetings is that debt is high, and at this point in time, global public debt is rising fast and is projected to go above 100% of global GDP by 2029. Risks are also on the upside, which means that it's more likely that debt will grow even faster than it is that it will slow down. Part of the reason for this development is that we have changed the macroeconomic environment quite severely some years ago when interest rates start rising. For a long period of time, debt was rising, but interest rates were coming down so that the burden on budgets was more or less steady. But since 2021, interest rates have increased, and from 2023, public debt also turned up. So we have this coincidence of public debt rising, interest rates rising, the burden of interest payments on budget is increasing as well. In the world, round numbers, rough numbers, in 2020, the interest bill on budget was about 2% of GDP, and now it's approaching 3% of GDP. It's a very large pressure. Now, if you look at financial markets right now, you see that assets have their valuation stretched. You have a situation where spreads are narrow, credit risk spreads are narrow. In such a situation, financial risks can materialize. And in a situation where governments are in a vulnerable position, one of the scenarios that we worry most about is one in which there is a fiscal, financial, adverse feedback loop. And we have shown some years ago that when countries have fiscal space, they can manage a financial crisis to minimize impacts on employment and economic activity and make sure that the recovery comes fast. Countries that are constrained, that don't have fiscal space, that don't have fiscal buffers, on the contrary, have to suffer, have to endure falls in employment and economic activity that are much more pronounced, and a recovery that takes much longer to come.
How problematic for you is the global push into spending more on military?
So we use a frame to look at the political pressures on the budget right now, and we call it a fiscal policy trilemma. Part of the trilemma has to do with spending pressures. The spending pressures at this point in time come first from the increase in interest burdens on budget that I've already referred to, and then you have other pressures that are different across countries in the world. For many countries in the world, population aging, having to do with spending on pensions and health, is a pressure. For others is priorities that are put on security and defense, like in your example. Still for others, it has to do with spending which is necessary to promote growth and development. For others, it is competitiveness. But in any case, most countries around the world are facing spending pressures of different natures. At the same time, countries face resistance to increases in taxation, to new taxes. If you have a situation like the one I described, where you have relatively high debt, relatively high deficits, if you have pressures on spending and you cannot increase taxation, you will have a perpetuation of deficits that push public debt up, and that threatens fiscal sustainability and financial stability. That's the trilemma. how do you get around the trilemma? You have already hinted at one very important element, which is growth. Right? So if one can deploy fiscal policy as structural policy with other structural policies to promote growth, one eases the trilemma because growth endogenously generates additional revenues which create fiscal space. The fiscal monitor looks at public spending composition and public spending efficiency and shows how these two dimensions are very important for the growth performance of countries. But more generally, it's very important to invest, so to speak, in public trust, because public trust allows countries to have a very good social and political cohesion that allows them to respond rapidly to changing circumstances, and that's part of a resilient economy, it's part of a resilient society.
Let me ask you about pension funds in the developed countries where we are witnessing an aging population and an increased attack on immigration systems. How does that change the pension landscape in developed countries?
So, 6 months ago in April, we looked at the political economy of pension reform in the fiscal monitor, and we identified that very transparent communication, explanation of the financial constraints associated with social security systems, and a consultation with the most relevant stakeholders was extremely important to build a consensus around the process of reform of Social Security. This very morning, I had I participated in a panel, I moderated a panel on pension reform, and in that context, the panelists were very much emphasizing that the political elements of the process of reform are crucial, and they were arguing that the reform of the pension system should be thought through in terms of a social contract, one generation to the next, and should be put in the context, in the broad context of economic and financial development. For example, when one makes a transition to a fully funded defined contribution system, one can mobilize the savings that are accumulated in the system to foster capital market development, and so the financing of, say, innovation, as you were emphasizing a moment ago. At the same time, you do have cases around the world where difficult reforms were passed that create much stronger resilience in the system. For example, Sweden and Japan have indexed the age of retirement to life expectancy in quite a mechanical way, and that does help the system to become self-sustained in a prudent way.
Hello and welcome to Arabiya English with me, Micheál Prendergast. I'm here with the UFC CEO Dana White for a special interview to speak about some of the biggest stories shaping the future of MMA, from heavyweight showdowns and Saudi expansion to a historic White House event, Conor McGregor's return, and the future of streaming. Thanks so much for your time, Dana. I'd like to start with Aspinall versus Gane. How important is this for the heavyweight division?
Yeah, this fight's a big deal, not just for the division, but for both guys on Saturday. Obviously, if Aspinall lives up to what he's, expected to be, he should go in there and make quick work of Ciryl Gane this weekend. Ciryl Gane looked like he was going to be the guy up until, the John Jones fight. And, Saturday night's big for him. If he can go in and beat Tom Aspinall, you know, and the guy's light on his feet. He got great hands, moves like a middleweight, goes to the ground. He's got a great ground game. It's a big fight for both these guys on Saturday, not just the division.
You're going to be in Saudi Arabia next week for Power Slap. Also, the growth of Zuffa boxing through His Excellency, one of your close friends, Turki Al-Sheikh. How influential has he been in the world of boxing?
No, you know, I saw Power Slap and I thought that it could do well if it was presented right. And the live event is incredible. If you go to the live event, you immediately become a fan. And then as far as Turki Al-Sheikh with the Zuffa boxing, it wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for him. I probably would not have gotten into boxing if it wasn't for Sheikh Turki.
And he's a close friend of yours now. What is it in particular that he's adding into the equation? Of course, they're investing a lot of money, but it's more than that, isn't it?
Yeah, listen, in boxing, it's all about the money. The big fights that you want to see don't happen unless, you know, it took Saudi money to make those fights happen. And, you know, I think that he has reinvigorated and kickstarted the sport of boxing. So enough to get me interested again. So, yeah, what he's done is pretty incredible.
You've called the White House UFC event the greatest card in fight history. President Trump has obviously played an enormous role in this. What has been your opinion of his influence in proceedings?
He was the inspiration, all of it. He's the one that asked me, you know, I think we should do a fight at the White House. And I said, I'm in. Say when. So, yeah, it was his idea. You know, he's got this big thing about the White House belonging to the people, and he wants to bring more events and more people to come and experience not just Washington, D.C., but the White House.
An octagon on the White House lawn? This surely provides an unprecedented security problem, especially after those assassination attempts. How is the UFC dealing with this?
It's a big issue, but you know, that's going to be Secret Service, and you know, there'll be less than 5,000 people there, and we don't even know how we're going to do ticketing yet. But the Ellipse across the street, there'll be, you know, we can have 85,000 people over there. We'll do screens and a big stage. We're going to basically roll in and take over Washington, D.C. that week. The UFC will.
Conor McGregor has announced on Fox that he's going to be fighting on the card. He's going to be fighting Michael Chandler. What do you think of that?
That's not true. We haven't made one fight yet. Not one fight has been made.
A bit of speculation from Mystic Mac.
Yes, he's speculating. Yes, he wants that fight very badly. I don't think there's any secret about that. He and I actually talked today, and you know, he seems like he's in a good place mentally, emotionally, and now he's got to physically get ready if he wants to fight on that card.
Marvin Hagler, he famously said, it's hard to keep the hunger. It's hard to get up at 5 a.m. and go running when you're sleeping in silk sheets. Yeah. Is that the case for Conor McGregor now?
And on yachts. Yachts make it tough too. But yes, if we can get the motivated, fired up Conor McGregor, you know, from the past back, then maybe he'll be headlining the White House.
You've got a long-standing friendship with President Trump. After the first assassination attempt, he called you. You were on holiday in Italy. You flew back and you gave the opening speech at his next rally. This is surely a testament to your friendship.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's always an honor. I love the guy, and yeah, I mean, when he calls, you know, whatever he needs. I love the guy. He's been a great friend of me for a long time, and yeah.
During your speech at Trump's rally, you said Trump is a real American badass. How do you describe his Democratic opponent, Kamala Harris?
I don't think I want to go there, but yeah, I listen. Let's just say the right person won the election.
In this White House event, John Jones has stated he would like to be back in the running, or is the timeline too tight?
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. John retired, and he wants to fight at the White House. The likelihood of him fighting in the White House is, I don't know. I don't see it happening.
We just spoke earlier about mentality and hard work as well. There's often a huge plethora of videos online now, often of you and Joe Rogan, Jordan Peterson, often advising young children about work ethic. How important is it today with a softer generation, let's say, to encourage people to work hard, to go above and beyond, to try and succeed?
I don't know. I don't think that. I mean, it's everything. If you have work ethic, if you have anything that you want to accomplish in life, any goals you've ever set for yourself, any dreams that you have, the only way to get there is by hard work. You have to work hard. You have to, lots of bad things happen every day that you have to power through. I don't ever try to come off like I'm trying to be some motivational speaker or anything like that. Most of that stuff is cut up from long-form interviews that I do. But there's no secret that I think that this younger generation is soft. And I also think that right now, with technology and all the things that are going on, there's never been more opportunity for young people than there is right now. So I say it all the time, if you got this much of it in you, it's all out there for the taking. Everybody, these kids have opportunities these days that my generation never had. Go get it.
Just to finish, Dana, the $7.7 billion Paramount deal is going to change the face of not only UFC, but sports watching. Everything is moving to streaming. How excited are you for this?
Very. And I think what makes me even more excited is how excited they are for this. So we've gotten the teams together a few times now, and the Paramount CBS people are so excited about being in business with us. It makes us even more excited being in business with them.
Dana White, thanks so much for your time.
Thanks for having me. Pleasure.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
هناك مطالب سورية بوقف الطيران الإسرائيلي من ضرب مواقع في سوريا، والرئيس ترامب يتفهم هذا الوضع، وأعتقد بأنه سوف يطلب من إسرائيل بمنع قيام الطيران الإسرائيلي بضرب هذه المواقع في داخل سوريا.
شكرا جزيلا للسيد جابرييل سوما، البروفيسور في القانون الدولي وعضو المجلس الاستشاري السابق للرئيس الأمريكي دونالد ترامب. هذا وقد أكدت وزارة الخارجية السورية في بيان لها أن وزير الخارجية أسعد الشيباني عقد اجتماعا في واشنطن مع نظيره الأمريكي ماركو روبيو والتركي هاكان فيدان. وأوضحت الخارجية السورية أن واشنطن جددت دعمها للتوصل إلى اتفاق أمني بين سوريا وإسرائيل. كما أشار البيان السوري إلى أن المجتمعين اتفقوا على المضي قدما في اتفاق دمج قوات سوريا الديمقراطية في الجيش السوري. من دمشق معنا المحلل السياسي عبد الكريم العمر. سيد عبد الكريم، أهلا بك إلى العربية. هل نجح الرئيس الشرع في أخذ كل ما كان يطمح إليه في هذه الزيارة؟
بداية صباح الخير وحييك وفريق العمل الأخوة المشاهدين. لا شك أن الرئيس الشرع يعرف تماما يعني ماذا يقول، أين يقول نعم وأين يقول لا. وفي البيان الذي صدر عن الرئاسة السورية وكذلك عن الخارجية وعن حتى تصريحات الرئيس ترامب، يبدو أن هناك تفاهم حول العديد من القضايا التي دارت بين الرئيسين ترامب والشرع في اجتماعهما في البيت البيضاوي. وبالتالي هو لم يذهب لهذه الزيارة دون نقاشات. لا شك أنه خلال الاجتماعات التي كانت تجري بين توماس براك المبعوث الأمريكي والرئيس الشرع ووزير الخارجية خلال أشهر طويلة من تعيين توماس براك، تم الاتفاق على عديد من النقاط حول ماذا يمكن أن يدار في هذه الزيارة، أو حول التفاهمات التي يجب أن تطبق ما بعد الزيارة، ومنها طبعا دخول سوريا التحالف الدولي لمحاربة الإرهاب، وموضوع الاتفاق الأمني مع إسرائيل، موضوع رفع العقوبات عن سوريا. لذا أعتقد أن الزيارة كانت إيجابية هي بحد ذاتها. يعني وجود الرئيس الشرع في واشنطن في البيت الأبيض هي تاريخية ويعني استراتيجية بكل المعاني وبكل علوم السياسة. الحقيقة أن يكون الرئيس الشرع في واشنطن وبضيافة ترامب، هذا اللقاء، هذه الحفاوة، اللقاء على الإعلام الأمريكي، أعتقد أن الأمور أكثر من إيجابية.
يعني تعليق العقوبات ل 180 يوما هذا يفتح الملف الاقتصادي لسوريا على مصراعيه، وبالتالي استقرار سوريا أكثر. لكن بالملف الأمني اليوم نتحدث عن دمج قسد، وجود وزير الخارجية التركي في الاجتماع الثلاثي لوزراء الخارجية، أيضا الترتيبات الأمنية مع إسرائيل. كل هذه الملفات تدفعنا إلى التساؤل: ما هي الخطوة القادمة؟
نعم، أنا أعتقد أن يعني ضمن محور الحديث أو على الطاولة بين الرئيسين ترامب والشرع كانت موضوع قوات قسد أو شمال شرق سوريا، وربما حتى أيضا ملف الجنوب وهو السويداء طبعا. موضوع دمج قوات قسد، هناك اتفاق موقع بين الرئيس الشرع ومظلوم عبدي. هذا الاتفاق يعني حاولت قسد أن تتملص كثيرا من تطبيقه، ولا زالت حتى اللحظة. يعني نجد أن مجموعة أو وفد من قسد يجتمع مع الخارجية السورية أو مع القيادة في دمشق. في اليوم الثاني بعض قادات قسد يتهجمون على الحكومة السورية وعلى دمشق. هناك إجماع في النهاية، هناك إجماع ليس سوري فقط على مستوى القيادة والشعب، إنما عربي ودولي على وحدة سوريا وأرضا وشعبا، وأن هناك حكومة مركزية مركزها دمشق هي الحكومة السورية والرئيس الشرع فقط. ولا يمكن أن يكون هناك استثناء في الوضع في سوريا، أن تكون هناك مجموعات تمتلك السلاح لا تتبع للحكومة السورية، لا تعترف بالحكومة السورية، أو تضع العراقيل دائما تتحدث عن كونفدرالية وفدرالية ومركزية. هذا الأمر فيه إجماع كما ذكرت، سوري داخلي وعربي ودولي وتركيا أحد الأطراف طبعا التي لا يمكن أن تقبل وجود قوات قسد ويبقى السلاح في يديها. لذلك هذا الأمر ربما قبل نهاية العام أنا أتوقع طبعا أن ينتهي نهائي بشكل عام ويتم دمج قوات سوريا الديمقراطية ضمن الجيش السوري.
على الطرف الآخر أيضا الترتيبات الأمنية مع إسرائيل وعودتها إلى ما قبل 8 من ديسمبر.
نعم، كانت هناك الحقيقة أن اليمين المتطرف في إسرائيل حكومة نتنياهو يتهرب، يعني كل ما وصل الأمر إلى توقيع الاتفاق تتهرب الموضوع. ربما
أنا أقصد أنه الضغط الأمريكي على إسرائيل.
نعم، حتى الضغط الأمريكي على إسرائيل هناك حكومة نتنياهو هي تحاول أن تتهرب من تنفيذ الاتفاق أو الالتزام به، يعني ربما ل4 مرات أعتقد أنه يتم التوصل إلى اتفاق ثم تتملص إسرائيل تضع شروط وتحاول أن تملي شروطها على الطرف السوري. الأمريكان هم بالفعل يضغطون على إسرائيل، يريدون التزامها وتوقيع الاتفاق والانسحاب من المواقع التي احتلتها، والاتفاق شبيه باتفاق عام 74. لكن حكومة اليمين المتطرف أو حكومة نتنياهو تحاول أن تفرض شروطها، تتهرب من كل ذلك. ولكن كل ذلك أنا يعني حسب التسريبات والحديث الأمريكي ربما قبل نهاية العام ينتهي، وربما حتى قبل نهاية الرئيس الشرعي إلى واشنطن.
طيب، يعني أيضا الإعلانات التي قال الرئيس الأمريكي دونالد ترامب بأنه سيوقع عليها، هل ثمة تسريبات؟ ما هي هذه الإعلانات؟
يعني لا تسريبات
على الأقل.
نعم، طبعا موضوع انضمام سوريا إلى التحالف الدولي لمحاربة تنظيم داعش والتنظيمات الإرهابية، هذا يعني شيء طبعا ممكن. أيضا حتى موضوع قانون قيصر الذي حصل هو تعليق قيصر، لأنه بعد تحرير سوريا بعدة أشهر الكونغرس أو وزارة الخزانة الأمريكي قامت بتعليق القانون قيصر لمدة أشهر تنتهي اليوم. لذلك اليوم تم تعليق أيضا لمدة أشهر إضافية. أي القانون لم يرفع بشكل نهائي، وبالتالي يحتاج إلى قرار من الكونغرس. ووجدنا أنه بعد اجتماع الرئيس الشرع مع براين الذي هو أكثر تشددا وحدة في عدم رفع القانون، بات أكثر سلاسة يعني، وبدأ يتحدث عن أن سوريا تحتاج إلى فرصة وإلى سلام، وربما يتم بالفعل خلال الساعات المقبلة إن لم يكن قبل نهاية العام رفع القانون بشكل نهائي عن سوريا. أيضا حتى الإعلانات ربما يعني حسب ما يظهر أو ممكن بالفعل هو موضوع إدخال الشركات الأمريكية أو قوانين تسمح بالعمل للشركات الأمريكية داخل الأراضي السورية.
شكرا جزيلا للمحلل السياسي عبد الكريم العمر، شكرا جزيلا لك من دمشق. قال المتحدث باسم حركة حماس حازم قاسم في تصريحات خاصة للعربية إن حركة حماس تحمل إسرائيل مسؤولية المقاتلين في المنطقة الصفراء في مدينة رفح جنوبا. وأكد قاسم انفتاح حماس لإيجاد حلول لإنهاء هذه الأزمة دون استسلام المقاتلين.
مسألة المقاتلين الموجودين خلف المنطقة الصفراء في منطقة رفح مسألة افتعالها الاحتلال لإعاقة تنفيذ الاتفاق والانتقال إلى المرحلة الثانية. نحن كحركة حماس تعاطينا مع الصياغات والمقترحات التي قدمها الوسطاء بكل إيجابية، وفي مرحلة من المراحل وصلنا إلى صيغ لإنهاء هذه الأزمة، إلا أن الاحتلال تراجع عنها وتلكأ في تنفيذها نتيجة حساباته الداخلية. الاحتلال يتحمل المسؤولية الكاملة عن الاحتكاك بهؤلاء المقاتلين وما يمكن أن ينتج عنها من تداعيات معينة. بالتأكيد يمكن الحديث عن استسلام المقاتلين بأي شكل من الأشكال. هؤلاء المقاتلون استمروا أشهر طويلة في الدفاع عن أبناء شعبهم، وبالتالي يجب أن تكون أي صيغة للحل بعيدا عن منطق الاستسلام أو عن التصور الإسرائيلي.
كما أكد المتحدث باسم حركة حماس حازم قاسم في تصريحات خاصة للعربية أن حماس موافقة على ألا تكون جزءا